not done that yet.
Yeah, I have seen like memes, but the memes are not convincing. They're not really that convincing. Like in the
Okay,
side
okay.
chat, I've seen little pictures, and
So what is your
it's kind
question then?
of, I think we should just go through all the evidence. Like I want to see your evidences. Like you should have your evidences all together, like really nicely, so you could share it fast. You know, like share it good and fast, like
Yeah, we have
so
that.
convincing. You know.
We
Yeah.
have like hundreds of links and papers and observations, YouTube links that you can look at. Is that what you want? You just said that's what you want. So I'll send you a link of the 24/7 FE Discord 2.0, and over there they have additional information channels, and it has dozens of channels with each channel with probably hundreds of examples of many topics. That sounds good to you?
Yeah.
Isn't the Xbox logo a flat Earth map?
Wait, you use an Xbox logo to navigate the Earth?
You know, X marks the spot or something like that. I think, what is it, in numerology, Xbox is kind of sus, right? I think that's what it was.
Actually, the Xbox logo is closer to the cross of the heavens above. That is the radiance across the sky between all the luminaries, and it makes a cross across the sky. And that is where the Xbox logo comes from the perspective of the celestial sphere. That is depicted by men by observing the luminaries and depicting it like a sphere, and they call it the celestial sphere. And across that celestial sphere, you have these two lines that make a cross, looks like a cross. From there's observations from many points across the world, including Canada, the CMOR in Canada. There's another observatory in Texas, Bolivia, another one in the Atlantic Ocean, Ascension Island, and there is another one, Tierra del Fuego, Argentina. So across all of these points, and also the Russians have observatories that show this, when they observe the sky from all of these points of view, the sky looks like basically the Xbox sign. It's depicted as such.
So you
It's
answered
called the
your own
celestial sphere.
question. All you have to do is meditate on the logo, and your answers are there.
No, that will be a depiction of men. It wouldn't be the actual observable phenomena. It's just a depiction, though. It's not gonna give you the answers. I mean, you think you're gonna get all that information from looking at the depiction? You're gonna navigate across the world or across the sky by looking at the Xbox logo? Come on, bro. Are you like trolling or LARPing or something?
I heard something years ago about it, so I you seem to know more about it, so that's good.
No, I think you're right. The logo, the Xbox logo has some type of symbology, but
Microsoft. I think it's also in numerology. It's kind of, I don't know what it is. But
yeah, it points towards a direction, but this pointer is not the thing. It's not. It's just a depiction of. It's pointing towards something, but
right.
Yeah, it's not.
It definitely gives me. I don't know. What do you call it? Weird vibes or something. Just it's a weird logo, kind of like a demon eye or something, or like that energy drink. It kind of reminds me of that somehow.
Like a demon eye, huh? Well, if you look at this, it's more when you look at the sky, you could interpret it as a demon eye, but the sky, the sun, the moon, within a certain perspective, they look like eyes. They look like the retina. You have the They look. It looks like a from optics perspective, you can see the sun looking like an eye.
Yeah.
And the sun actually reflects the whole of the sky and the way it looks, hence the Xbox sign, the way you're describing it. There is something there. It's not all there.
I guess the X and the O and the was it Xbox and the X are all sixes, so I guess it has 3 6s in numerology. I don't know. What does the B stand for? What, 6266? I don't know. What is B in numerology? 2? That's what I would think, right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Some symbology, numerology, yeah, on this. It's all over the place, but
it's an eyeball
where
or
does
something. Maybe it's in the
where does
eyeball.
that take you? Someone can interpret it, as
Yeah.
something good, or someone else as something bad, and what does that take you? I don't know.
Yeah. Gives me heebie-jeebies. Something about the logo. Most, corporation logos have some kind of. Yeah. I've been true to orange. Things I once liked now makes me ill. Like, even seeing some of these logos, it just kind of gives me that ill feeling. But I've never had that long time ago.
It's interesting. Mhm. It might be already out of your norm, because in the past, when you were kind of like
good.
aware of it,
Put your tools back over there.
you saw it and it didn't trigger you.
Appreciate it.
But now that you notice that it's a norm that is out of your norm,
Well, now I've got an even
your immune
easier one.
system will kind of get triggered. That's why you
I've
feel like
got to
that.
this job and
Like
finish.
NASA logo too, right? Like that didn't bother us at the
Let
time.
me mute Timbo. Timbo. He's muted now. Go ahead.
I guess the NASA logo has the same kind of effect on me. It just, cringe or whatever they call it.
So it's kind of like these symbols trigger your emotions.
It does, yeah. I'd like to overcome that in the next 10 years, but I guess once you see it, it's, that they say it's hard to unsee or something, right?
Mhm. I've seen it, and it's a blurry image, the NASA logo. I don't think about it, so it doesn't trigger me. No.
Okay.
Do you see a vivid image in your head, and when you think the NASA logo, and it makes you feel certain ways?
Memories of what's the right word? Yeah.
It's like space trauma.
Yeah. Space trauma. I suffer.
Brought to you by the .gov.
Well, all these perverts on the TV, tricking people, making them believe all sorts of things. And, maybe you could say Star Wars was innocent and he was just, trying to fancifully tell the truth, right? But a lot of people watch Star Trek and stuff and thought it was like reality, that there was a lot of, and then, the Bluetooth headset and everything, and they're like, oh, look, she had a Bluetooth. So therefore, all this other stuff is also real. Maybe they didn't think that like out loud, but subconsciously they kind of adopted that paradigm and it became like their whole personality.
I'm surprised we're not talking about William Shatner right now. He was spotted eating cereal in his car just yesterday.
There's so many people that look alike that stuff about people being the same person. I don't know. It's weird. Because I've met people that look very, very similar. And I have a twin, and I've met many twins as well. So saying that I saw someone that looked like that guy 50 years ago or 30 years ago. Yeah, they look alike, but that doesn't mean it's the same person, though.
What I find is that, most of these perverts don't really actually get skeptical at all when it comes to the globe model. Most of them. And if they are, dark matter has kind of passed the buck of the shortcomings of Einstein's theory to dark matter, right? So they've passed the skepticism away from gravity onto dark matter, which is incredibly clever. But when you ask these perverts, so I'm not talking about the normies, I'm talking about the anti-flat earthers, they say dark matter. They're skeptical about that. So that was like a really fabulous trick. It's like when we were like weapons of mass destruction, like what about the Twin Towers? Oh, let's go get them anyway. Fuck it.
Right.
It matters. Did you see what they built across the One Trade Center? They got like a shushing symbol statue across the shore or something, looking at the One World Trade. Yeah, some people have noticed it recently, and it's been there for years. The code of silence symbolism, maybe, pointing towards the tower. That other Larry guy was at Daboo's or something, right? He's still alive, the guy who owned the World Trade for like 60 days or something, right? Look at all our avatars on the Discord. You got like a chicken, a wolf, a cat, NASA lies. That's what we needed. More cats and more bears and more frogs.
More brainworms.
Well, that Larry guy was so lucky. Like I can only hope that I'm never as lucky as Larry Silverstein, because that guy was just extra lucky. Like, what are the odds, right? That he gets insurance like right before it happens, and then it happens twice on the same day, and then the court for Larry, his judge was Hellerstein. I wonder if they're related somehow. But Hellerstein, made sure that he got paid for 2 separate terrorist attacks. Boy, talk about luck. That's luck, right? Like, I'll tell you the luckiest thing that ever happened to me. I drove to Cincinnati from Colorado. I drove to Cincinnati, Ohio, and on the way there, my brakes were doing something weird, so I pulled over at this gas station. It was closed, so I went to this other gas station, and then I fixed my brakes. I took them off, put them back together. And then I go to Cincinnati, I come back, and I have to piss. I go to this gas station, I go inside, they don't have public restroom. So I go to this other gas station down the road. And he was like, "Hey, did you get your car fixed?" Like, what? Out of 1,200 miles, I drove for 18 hours. I stopped at the same gas station twice. What are the odds? It's like 1 in 10,000. Right? Like, that's the luckiest I've ever been. To be recognized in a city that I've only passed through once. So do y'all believe that kind of luck? Do you think that it's just so happens to be the dark matter is exactly where the gravitational anomalies are, where the gravity doesn't work? That's exactly where the dark matter is? Exactly where it needs to be? Do y'all believe in that kind of luck?
Interesting. Matter is an interesting word. They sell some dispo stuff that's called matter. My eyes were bulging out of my head after trying it, so pretty good stuff. Matter, flat earth matters. That used to be a slogan, I think.
But what about that gas station story? Like, what are the odds of me stopping at the same one twice? Because my car goes about 300 miles before I need gas
GPS
again.
will bring you to familiar routes, so the chances that you will take the same route following a GPS are pretty
Right, I
close.
was on the same route, but I passed by 1,000 gas stations before I ever need gas again.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound too mysterious. Yeah, I used to travel up and down the road and always stop at the same place. It was
Did you
the
travel
Yeah,
up and down the road that was 1,200 miles long?
It was about 300-400 miles, but it was just routine to stop at this where they have like roasted peanuts or something. They have it at so that's where you go.
I was gonna say maybe the brainworms convinced you to go to that one,
Yeah.
but no, you had to pee. You went to one. That one didn't have a public one, right? And then you went to the other one. That's what you said.
I know you said something
Both-
about being recognized. I didn't quite catch that. I didn't fully pay attention.
I'm on a 1,200 one-way trip and back. On the way there, I stop at a gas station. On the way back, I stop at the exact same gas station. 1,200 miles. I stopped at the same gas station twice. So 2,400 miles, I went to the same place twice. What are the odds?
Yes.
You know,
You got to
after
think.
that
I was
distance, you
driving.
test again, so that's the reason why you would pull off, maybe. So I don't quite see
Right,
it.
of course.
If you see
Of
it,
course, I
that's-
would pull off, right? But think about one tiny little gas station in between Colorado and Ohio. Think about how long that is driving for 18 hours one way. Like, I think you guys should be skeptical. Like, Larry's probably lying. What are the odds that he would stop at the same gas station twice?
I just don't think it's that impressive, Larry.
I think that
Really?
the grid is designed in a way that is convenient for you, and you as a driver should have gas stations at specific spots that will be convenient for you to stop and pee and put gas, and it makes sense that you will find this gas station at a position that is convenient for you. Yes, it makes sense to me.
What about the one after it? Maybe you'd hit all five. If you stopped 5 times, maybe stopped at all the same 5. That's when you needed to stop. And you knew, and the car knew it, and you knew it. I'm joking.
Maybe the ether held like an equal positive and equal negative balance of the first time you went there, and you had to complete the cycle, and that's why you went the second time. Now the
Maybe if,
cycle
like,
is
the same
complete.
homeless guy was like, "Hey, buddy, can you spare a quarter?" Like that happened twice. That would be weird.
Maybe by you going to the gas station that didn't have a restroom, that guy was having a bad day, and he saw you peeing yourself, and he saw, you know what? I'm not having such a bad day. Like that guy.
And maybe, these gas stations kind of look alike. You know what I mean? It could have been the same company that couple miles down the road. But anyway, anything new in flat Earth? You guys hear anything? See
Anything new under the sun? Anything new under the sun?
A little bit different location. The sun was in a different location again.
The magnetic field globe experts don't know where the magnetic field is gonna be or go. So the globe predictions fall apart when they say the globe predicts everything. Where is the magnetic field gonna be at? We don't know.
So you're saying like the farmer's almanac is shite or something? Is the Earth made of matter? You guys mentioned the word matter before. What does matter have to do with stuff? You guys smarter. Matter, does that have anything to do with the Earth or the ground? No, right? It's called matter. I don't know. So give me something to do later. Why does Earth matter?
Why does what?
I don't know, it has a nice ring to it. Earth and the word matter, they go together well. It goes together better than flat Earth, I would think. Earth matter or something. It just sounds more catchy or something. I guess there seems to be some companies called Earth Matter, so I don't know. Matter of Earth? I don't know. Seems kind of catchy. Better get rid of it.
Earth, Phase 1.
I don't know. I'm not that smart, but isn't something in science class they call it matter? I'm not too familiar. I could probably find the info I'm looking for somehow. It's like a science term, matter. I don't know. Not too sure.
What stuff?
Science matter is anything that has mass. Right. Okay.
Yeah, the physical.
I'm not, no Einstein. I'm no Larry Einstein, so.
Well, you have physical is made up of matter and energy. So what is energy? Is energy a reification?
Lack of energy. Not quite.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello,
Can you
hello.
guys hear me? Hello, how are you guys doing?
Hey, yes, we can hear you. I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. So, what are you guys doing here?
Anything to say about the topic?
Waiting for you.
Waiting for what?
And now you're here.
25/7 Flat Earth supporters.
25/7, you
What?
can't even read, dude.
What? 24/7.
24/7.
I believe in a flat Earth, so that's why I can't read.
Do you? How do you know? How do you know it's flat?
Oh,
What?
How do you know it's flat?
It is flat, so that's what I'm seeing. So it's
So
flat.
how do you know it's flat?
Because that's how it is. That's how my eyes sees it.
Huh? Looks flat. Therefore, it's flat.
Yeah, it looks flat. Yeah, it looks flat.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to the moon to see the Earth? No, you haven't.
No. Nope.
Been to the end.
I've been to the Earth to see Earth.
Yeah. So I saw it as flat.
So why do they say it's a sphere then?
Excuse me?
Can you guys hear me, or is this guy's ears blocked?
Yes, you sound upside down, but yes, we can hear you.
I'd like to ask a quick question.
Go for it.
Hey, so what does 8 inches per mile squared mean to you?
It's a parabola.
Oh, that's what she asked me. Go ahead.
It's an approximation of the curvature rate. It's accurate within 1,000 miles. It's an accurate approximation. So it's not exactly 8 inches per mile squared. But we're actually rounding up a little bit in the Earth's favor. Does that make sense?
7.6. It's 7.6, right?
Yeah, but we just
I
round
thought
up
it was
for
7.98 or something.
Very particular. T-Dub.
what is it? 7.8? I thought it was 7.8.
Yeah, that's any guy
7.9.
will do that, right? If they
7.91.
measure any man will do that, right? If they measure 7.6, they're gonna say 8.
So what was your question about the parabola answered, or the 8 inches per
You
mile
round it
squared?
up. Go ahead.
Relax.
Round?
I think Travis was asking. Where's he gone?
I was asking our new friend who said he was a flat earther what it meant to him.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
sorry,
he's off.
bud. Sorry, bud. I didn't recognize your voice.
You
Yeah,
ruined it,
so
Larry.
I did. I'll go on mute. See,
Means the world to him.
Oh, see what you did there.
I'll
I
put
think you
myself
might
on
be a
mute.
comedian.
I've only gotten 3 degrees in my comedic talent. I got to go for a few more degrees.
Yeah,
Blue Lodge
okay, look,
verified.
You need
I like a
33.
good. You do stand up, right? You do
You
stand
do
up.
stand up. You stand up vertical, not right only.
Will the real flat earther please stand up?
Would you share with me in my DMs some of your stand up if you have any like recorded on YouTube or whatever? You don't have to like publish it on here.
Yeah,
Do
I'll
you have
publish it for
anything?
you.
No, we're working on stuff right now as we speak. Thinking about like
Nice.
reading memes on a YouTube channel. Like that guy used to read the memes in like a funny voice and have some background music. I think it can make a big impact like that.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I used to watch a guy that did memes. I'm still
Yeah,
sub to him, but I haven't watched it in a while. What's his name?
What was his name?
He
Alf?
actually did a. No, this guy actually did a flat Earth clip where him and his mates. Oh, well, actually, it's these 3 guys and they're like looking out at the horizon, and they're like talking about how like, oh yeah, what a big Earth, round Earth we live on, and he's just like this random hiker comes along and overhears him, and he's like looking at it, and he goes, you know what, it looks pretty flat to me. He goes, if anything, you'd think that just the higher you go, just keeps on extending out and almost rising to your eye level, like, and he just starts saying all this stuff. And then they're like just looking at him, and he just rambles on. And then he ends up taking off into the sky, or something like that. It's a weird clip, but yeah, like, he does flat Earth stuff too. And he was questioning the whole thing that happened, 5 years ago, and all that too. He was like full on against all that, and he didn't care what YouTube did. He just put the memes out there. If there was a meme about that, he put it out there. And I think maybe a couple of his episodes got removed, but most of it's still there. Hilarious guy too. Like, he's actually funny. Some of the memes he puts up is just hilarious.
I usually read my Discord feed out loud, and the cat gets a good chuckle. So I'm thinking about taking it to the prime time next. Get a bigger.
If you're making jokes, that trans astronaut is comedy gold. It just has to be worded right.
Oh, this guy's name was Benny something. Benny.
Yep, that's the guy. Yep. Now he does.
Yeah.
For money. Yeah. So yeah, and everybody kind of does his show now, but not as good because he was, you know what I mean. It's like reading the Facebook feed, but everything's funny.
Yeah.
Do it that way.
Yeah, I'd definitely watch that. Something like that.
So we're working on some things.
Looks like you two are going to team up then.
Oh, well, yeah, sure.
Probably think about contacting that CEO of Columbia and get the official rules if he's serious about getting a picture of the end of the world, and just take him to court when you show him a picture, which he ain't gonna pay up or something. We were talking about this Columbia guy, sportswear, challenging flat earthers. He'll give you his company if you can prove it. I think we should take him up on that offer with the picture on, just a picture of the sea.
Well, they've made it unfalsifiable, so that's why he's betting his company, because once they say refraction, there's no more geometric horizon. They think it's a win, but it's only because of their ignorance.
It seems like a joke within itself, but he should be more, it should be serious. We should, get something in writing that it's a real bet or something. I'll send him some fan mail. I'm pretty good at writing to celebrities, and we'll get his address later today. See if we can get to his fan club.
Well, they could be promoting. It could be dangerous, like, because you might get some young fellas out there overconfident and think that they can go out there and somewhere and find it. I mean, that young fella that flew that plane to Antarctica, right? He got there. Right?
Yep.
And he was arrested and all that, right?
Yeah.
Because he didn't have permission to apparently land where he landed, but it was an emergency landing. But he got there. I doubt, right, whether he'd just chosen to just keep flying if he could have, like had the fuel, just keep flying over the ice, right, till he could see nothing but ice, either side of him, behind him, in front of him, right? I don't think anyone was going to stop him if he wanted to do that. And that's at his own risk, right? He's probably going to fly into some blizzard and die, And
Remember when that guy?
this guy.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go on. I was just going to say this entrepreneur, putting out this challenge, he could be putting people's lives at risk like that. You might get some crazy people actually trying to go out there and find it.
Remember when that guy hijacked that airplane? He was like depressed or something. Said he was a broken man.
Sails to Antarctica. I don't think he took a plane though. I'm not sure. Who's the guy who took the plane? Do you have a name on that guy?
No, I'm just talking about the guy who said I played video games and can this thing do a barrel roll, and he did like a loop. Thought he was going to crash into the water, but he didn't. Y'all don't remember that? Anyway.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't when he did the loop, but eventually he did crash and died, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was a bad ending for the two people, the guy who sailed out there and the guy who flew. I don't think it was a good thing.
Sailed out
You're
there.
talking about Larry. You're talking
came-
about that guy that was talking in the radio to the to the airplane people, and they were trying to get him to bring it back, but he did a loop and then he crashed it. Right? Is that the one you're talking about? He was talking with the operators in the radio.
The boat and crew disappeared without a trace. I can't even pronounce his name. Charlie Anderhoy.
Yeah, you guys are talking about different people.
Yeah, that one is the one that went
only one.
to Antarctica, huh?
I'm trying to work out why there's two conversations going on at once.
Yeah.
No, because Larry asked, "Do you guys know about this guy?" And I expanded on what he spoke about. I was talking. I replied to Larry. I don't know about the other guys.
And then the Lakers got ahead by about 5 points. I couldn't believe it.
Well, Larry's doing delivery, so never mind.
He was upset. I wasn't trying to upset you.
Who was
He's not
upset?
upset.
Larry? Nah.
Larry
it was
doesn't get
way,
upset.
way more than that to get Larry upset. A lot more.
That was more directed at all the people muted. Well, you two, thanks for the conversation. Last one to the edge is a rotten egg, so I'll see you there.
Cheers, man.
Late.
I'm right behind you.
At the edge? Oh.
Well, I'm probably going to be the last one there at the edge where the sand is, where the sea meets the land, because I'm in the mountains.
mountains.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome in.
Hello.
Hello.
Earth is flat. Hello, Earth is flat.
So I just read the name. It says, "Are you smarter than a flat earther?" I'm trying to ask for some context. Like, what do you mean? Am I
Go
smarter?
Earth is flat. That's all.
One at a time.
Well, for example, okay, do you know the claimed radius value of the globe Earth? Without Googling it.
No.
We do.
Okay. We do.
You're
All right,
not
so
smarter
knowledge
than a
on
flat earther,
the
then.
Earth. All right, that's what I was wondering because knowledge on flat Earth. All right, just wondering. I was curious.
Not flat Earth.
That would be
That's
globe
knowledge
Earth.
on. That's globe Earth.
Well, Earth. Not knowledge on Earth. I don't know.
Yeah.
Knowledge on Earth
Some place-
concepts. I don't know what the
Place where
fuck.
you live, right?
Yeah.
You should know all that stuff, right? If you believe you live on a ball, then you should know all that.
I
Like,
don't know where I
what's
live.
the largest planet in the solar system?
The largest planet in the solar system. Jupiter.
Correct.
Hey, you got one. But of course, we don't think that we live in a solar system. But so you got one. Yeah, give you that.
Well, where do we live
That's
if
one
it's
out
not
of
a
two.
solar system?
Solar system's just a model. Even according to your own mainstream quote unquote science, right? All motion is relative according to Einstein. And if all motion is relative, then you can't say the sun is the center because you could put your reference frame on one of Jupiter's moons, the Earth, Pluto, the sun, and all the motion will remain the same if you had a computer program that was a model that was modeled out perfectly. It only matters where you put the camera over, what planet. Everything else is going to appear in motion, except for the place where you put the camera. It's going to appear to be stationary. So when we say solar system, that's when they teach the children the wrong thing, which is Newtonian, because Newtonian was replaced by Einstein. And in Newtonian, there's absolute motion. The Earth absolutely orbits the sun. So there is no solar system under the acentric model because it's not a heliocentric model because of Einstein.
Yeah.
Understand that?
Yeah, we go
So
deep,
what do you
man. We go
mean?
deep.
So what type of flat, like, I see like different types of flat earthers, like waters around the Earth, it's just the ice wall and then an endless
Ice
horizon.
wall. No, you got it wrong,
what do you-
dude. The ice wall is. You're gonna have to speak to the U.S. Geological Services about that.
I don't know. I speak to my mom, who happens to be a flat earther.
Why not to your
Drama.
dad?
What is that profile picture?
Hey everyone.
Good day.
Hey Lindsay. And everyone.
Hi, security.
How's it going?
It's going.
Oh, you chased him away. That's all good.
Did he run?
I think he's gonna go and speak to his mum.
He's gonna go get his mum.
That's what he said.
I almost made a really bad joke there.
Uh-oh. No mum
I was going to
jokes,
say, I
please.
wonder if his mom is flat.
He said she was. So
Oh.
So she's a flat earther, but I think she might be one of those TikTok flat earthers.
So has anybody come in and challenged you guys today?
Well, I haven't been challenged in years, especially if somebody comes in here talking about gravity. I can't wait. for somebody. I wish they would.
Yeah.
It's not even a challenge anymore.
I'm naturally talented.
No one has been like to the end of the earth. Like it seems that if they go to the edge of the earth, they circle around
stoned?
like a globe. You know.
No, bro, you can't go to the edge.
Yeah, you
You can't
interrupted.
go to.
You're interrupting me. Are you gonna answer my question, or are you gonna interrupt me?
Are you stoned?
Okay, then you're not gonna answer, you guys. I'll leave.
So there's no. Don't leave, bro. Don't fall off. Right. The edge of the earth or the sand is where the beach is. When you leave the realm of land, you enter the realm of water. That's the edge of the earth. So this whole idea of the earth being a disk flying through space, this is what's called pissing in the punch bowl. The Globers make such a bad argument for us. No one's ever going to believe it because it's like if someone pisses in the punch bowl, no one at the party is going to drink that punch. So this is called a straw man, where the Globers are putting words and ideas in our mouth as if we believe the Earth is a disk flying through space. It's the first disk from the sun, or some shit. That's fucking stupid. But you guys are actually the ones that believe in protoplanetary. Hold on, bro. You guys are actually the ones that believe in the protoplanetary disks. So you guys believe in disks in space, not us. You understand?
Yes, I understand perfectly, and that seems to align with like how people in like the Old Testament and the Bible, they probably believed this and knew about this. And it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Yeah. Thank you very much.
I don't know what that had to do with the Old Testament in the Bible, but there were people in the ancient times that believed in cosmology that's very similar to what we believe in today. Other than that, I don't see the connection.
That's what I was talking about. That people back then probably believe the same as you do. I'm sure they believe the same as you do. And that's all I wanted to say. But it makes sense. Yeah. Thanks. But I mean, it seems that people have been to the moon. It seems people have been to the outer space, but you would say that that's all faked evidence, right? I think so, right? Or you're probably just not sure. That you're probably skeptical. I think, right? Or something like that. Or not actually. No. You would say that the moon is within the atmosphere, the sky, right?
Wait, is anybody replying to him? You got a question though? Can you ask your question, formulate it again?
Okay, so do you guys believe that no one has been on the moon, or no, or yes or no?
Okay, the thing about the moon as an observable phenomena that we observe, everybody can observe it from the ground certain days of the week or the month, right? The moon, the thing what we see in the natural world up there as a celestial body, that thing. Now there's people that claim that they got in a ship and they went over there and played golf on that thing up there. And when they look back from it, they saw the Earth as a sphere. You following?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. But when we check the Earth, right? The way it measures, the Earth is not a sphere. So when they show you a sphere on the TV, you know it's a misrepresentation of reality. Because you can falsify the cartoon that they tell you the Earth is. By empirical, objective observations, measurements, testing, repeating the process again and again. You will never find that the surface of the Earth could be or is spinning to be a ball of a certain certain dimensions.
I see this. I see this in my mind, right? I see it very clearly. It's a bunch of water. So the waters are like forever. Maybe how far do the ocean spreads out like forever, or and then the
Well,
land is in the
whatever
middle.
that means for the forever. As long as you exist, you can travel so far away that you'll just there's gonna be so much water that you won't get to the end of it. That's what you're saying forever. That's basically speculation, though. But I actually will say that I can picture what you're saying because I kind of have pictured it before, like the waters across. Yeah, the surface of this realm has a lot of surface of water. Yeah, the land is a lot as well, but the water, it's water above, water across, waters below, water below of the below. So yeah, lots of water.
See, when you talk about waters that go on forever, I think about how far I just drove from Colorado to Cincinnati. And I think about that little tiny little area on the map, and I think about the Pacific Ocean. And you got people that think that they got it all figured out and their map is the right one. Dude, I'm so skeptical. I mean, if this Earth has been here for 5.4 billion years or something crazy, 4.54 billion years, I think is the right one, then wouldn't there be like hundreds of Hawaiis? This is just speculation. But I'm thinking instead of the water going on forever, there should be like islands forever. Not literally, but figuratively.
In islands and within water, right? There's water.
Yeah.
And then there's the island, and there's a bunch of those, and there's a bunch of water and a bunch of islands. Yeah, I get it.
But we're convinced that, the Pacific Ocean is just a really big hole in the earth with really deep water, and there's not really anything there. I don't know if I believe that, but it's just speculation.
Yeah, we're in the speculation side at the moment, but yeah.
You guys don't know how the Earth is shaped. You say it's not a globe, it's not a disc, so you don't know. You just don't know.
So you will require an outside perspective of the whole construct, like a God's eye view, and say, look, this is the shape of the whole of this Earth, right? Or whatever it is. We don't have that. We don't have the
extra
outside
information.
Yeah, or revelation.
You would need, right? At the very least, you would need extra information from which you could derive logical syllogism, make inference, or deductive.
Yeah, you can't just sit on a table and start drawing numbers and say, yeah, you know what? This is the shape of the Earth from this perspective that I've never been to. I cannot verify. I'm just here sitting on the table, just drawing ideas, putting numbers. Therefore, this has to be. That doesn't add up to what we observe. So the globe on the paper doesn't add up to the actual testing of the Earth itself and observations. I'll be back.
So when it looks nighttime on on one area of the land, and and another piece of land it's daytime, but on another piece of land it's nighttime. Well, why is that? It only makes sense if there's a globe, right? The sun would shine on one side of the globe, and the other side of the globe is dark, like the moon. You know, the dark side of the moon.
So you're asking why is it that it's light and dark on some places of the Earth at the same time? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, yeah.
Yep. All right. So if you take a look at the heliocentric model, the sun is like 93 million miles away, and it's still that big in the sky. That would mean that allegedly the sun is like 100 times bigger than the Earth and more, right? Well, we don't see it like that. What? Okay. Yeah, the way we see it is the Earth is bigger than the sun, and the sun is smaller, like a light bulb lighting up a room. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so the way we understand it is the light attenuation diminishes the power of the sunlight as you get further away. There's also the inverse square law, which means that it does it naturally without an atmosphere. And we believe the sun acts like a spotlight. So it can only light up so much of the Earth at one given time. So imagine you put like a regular porch light at the very end of a brand new super Walmart center or whatever they call it, where the automotive is. You're not going to be able to see to do any work in the produce area because the Walmart is just too big. So if you were to take that light and put it on a wire and walk around the Walmart, it would light up a part of the Walmart at a time, but it wouldn't light up the whole thing at a time. So that's the way that we understand it. So you can't ever mix the models. You can't ever say, well, if you had an Earth that was like 109 times, sorry, if you had a sun 109 times bigger than the Earth, then there would never be any darkness. But if you go on Google right now and you ask how to debunk the flat Earth, that's exactly what the people that wrote those articles and Google has promoted is going to do. They're going to make dishonest arguments. And I bet you anything, if you were to go learn all of your logical fallacies and listen to debates like the big flat earthers and the big globe earthers debate and just spot the fallacies, don't believe either side, just listen and spot the fallacies, I think you'd be amazed at how many times the globe earther has to resort to some sort of tactic, some sort of fallacy, some sort of bias in order to make their arguments. Plus, if you learn these logical fallacies, they'll help you for the rest of your life because once you know how the magic trick works, it no longer works on you. Thanks.
Okay. So my next question is about people have sent like rockets towards the atmosphere, like and they it seems like they haven't hit the sun or the moon. Or do you guys think anyone has reached the sun or the moon with like a rocket or a ship?
I don't believe so. I believe what you saw with the moon landings between 1969 and 72, it was movie magic. And what you're going to notice is when they put up these rockets, balloons, and other things up into the upper atmosphere, there's always a fisheye lens. And you can tell because if you watch the early parts of the launch when it just leaves the ground, the Earth is already an entire sphere. Sometimes, a hemisphere is what I meant to say, like half of a sphere, right? And then when they get really, really high up and there's no fisheye lens, then the Earth isn't spherical. So it's only spherical when it's movie magic on TV. It's not spherical when you go outside, even if you go up in a balloon. Look at the Felix Baumgartner jump. Some of the cameras on the outside make the Earth look like it's planet New Mexico with no motion, no oceans. But if you look at the cockpit camera, the horizon is rising almost perfectly to eye level, and it's perfectly flat throughout the cockpit.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks.
Yep. So wide angle lens, they make huge distortions the further away you get from the center of the video. So if you tilt the camera up or down, you can make the Earth look convex or concaved. Sometimes it looks like a sphere, sometimes it looks like a bowl, the inside of a bowl. But if you only pay attention to what you see on TV, you'll think that Australians are eating their cereal from the other side of the bowl upside down.
I have to go. Thanks, kid. All right.
So do you want to know what this argument actually boils down to? Because I've been here for a long time and I've heard the arguments. Do you want to know what it actually boils down to? I guess not.
Actually, I was muted. I said yes. Yes.
Chimsy, get out of here.
And
You know what it boils down to.
It boils down to nonsense makes sense.
Yeah, with enough nonsense, you might be able to sell that nonsense and make a penny. Or what is it, $78 million a day? Is that what NASA's getting? Is it $68 million a day?
Well, since we had to change NASA into information agency, or people say spy agency or whatever, intelligence agency, the budget has been made a bit more effective, so it should be around that area, but a bit lower.
Oh, okay. So Space Force is working with NASA, do you think?
Didn't Trump reclassify NASA as an intelligence agency recently?
Apparently Trump can do whatever he wants, so maybe he did.
You know, you haven't heard of this, Larry? NASA has been reclassified.
Yeah, I heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't read the document, so I'm just actually repeating what I heard. I will take a look at the documents. I don't know exactly what it means. What does it say exactly legally, you know? In the legalese.
Is Matthew Learns still here?
Talking about intelligence agencies.
Right? You know, people come in here after hearing the globe for 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, however old they are years. And Matthew Learns is like, let me tell you about our Lord and Savior, the globe Earth. Like, have you heard of the globe Earth?
It's everything.
Every time I see him, it's really fucking weird.
Okay, is DJ still here? He was talking the other day about some magnetic field expert that was talking some details about the magnetic field. I wanted to ask him if he found the video that he was talking about.
Still here, brother. Refill this time.
Look what I wrote.
Sure. Somebody's hot micing.
Yeah.
I think I was hot micing too. Now that I mentioned it.
I'll tell you who's hot micing. The name in the screen is I am Larry and security.
Hey.
Hey.
Sometimes I don't
What's
know when
going
I'm
on?
hot micing and when I'm not.
Not much. Just talking about the hot micers, security and Larry.
Yeah. What does hot mic mean?
Hot micing is that we can hear you in the background talking to other people.
Oh, I think it's the video that I'm watching. Probably. I'm sorry.
I'm
No,
sorry
I'm just
too.
saying. I'm saying because sometimes people might say personal stuff, so it's better to mute yourself so we don't hear you like talking about your social security, your bank account information, that kind of stuff.
Oh no, I wouldn't do that anyway. Of course.
We don't want to.
Not on
We don't
purpose.
want to hear where
You
Larry
can be
is
bad.
hiding his gold and his silver. We don't want to hear that.
Are you a dad, Jimsy?
Oh yes, I am.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's cool.
One
I'm a
boy,
dad too.
2 girls.
I'm a dad too. I come equipped with a dad bod.
That's good. You got any hot shower pics?
No, I do have a total like horizon, like in certain angles.
You're a dork.
No.
Oh. Sorry, I know that's off topic.
Jumsy.
Hi. Someone said Jemsy. Hi.
Yeah, you muted me yesterday.
Oh, Fat is
You're-
back.
you're-
Fat
you're
is
Chow.
yesterday from last night. Fat is back.
You're Chow. You're Chow.
Yeah, you were saying Shao because you were leaving and then you left. Thank you.
No, I'm
for saying
annoyed.
Shao.
I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed.
That was pretty polite of you. When you're leaving the room, the conversation, you say Shao, Xiao, and then you leave. Yeah, thank you.
The chows aren't very polite.
Even though you came back and said it like 7 times again or 10 times, I don't know how many times, but we
I think
got
you're
it, bro.
misunderstanding Chow.
Yeah, you wanted to leave and you expressing yourself, but just say it once. That's as many times as we would like to hear it. Just once.
Oh wait, hold on. Look in chat.
No need to repeat yourself so many times, like last night.
I'm not saying.
Even
the
though
Italian
I
word.
tend to do that, I do repeat myself and I apologize, but at least I use different words, not the
I'm
same.
not saying chow. I'm saying shao.
Oh,
Like it's-
you're
it's like-
leaving?
Shall, like you shall
no,
carry
no.
a driver's license
leaving?
if you're driving.
Oh,
No, it's shao.
but you
chow.
but you just got back. Is Fat. So why are you leaving?
No, it's chow. It's chow, not chow.
All right, let me check the chat so we can clear this up because last night you were LARPing and trolling and I had to do it back to you. That's why we're still on this point. So let's see if we can move on from it by
I haven't been
defining the meaning of the word. Defining the meaning of the word, and then we can learn something together, like, you and I together. Okay, we get it. It's chow. Yeah, the same thing. So now, finally, you can define. So listen, bro. You say chow, xiao, whatever, right? Now you have to define it. Like, what does it mean? Because if you don't define it, I'm gonna go by my definition. You see?
Okay, so let's explain the lore.
Lore? No, give me the definition.
Well, it kind of like coincides with the lore.
All right.
Like you're not
If
gonna
you're gonna
understand
speak some nonsense, we'll see. Go ahead. Start with the lore.
So basically, the Shaos are a big clan within the post-nuclear war America, and their biggest rival is the Norses. And the Shaos are known for wearing red shirts. Very interesting.
So basically, it's nonsense fantasy.
No.
You said post nuclear war.
Oh, I know what's going on here. You're Shao. You're disguised. You're just not a Norris.
Oh, you're leaving?
I'm just a little confused. I think you're a ghoul.
Yeah, I'm good. No, thanks for saying ciao. And
You just
bye.
don't
Bye.
understand tier 8 friendship culture.
I mean, you're speaking nonsense. If you're gonna speak to me, kind of
Not
like
nonsense.
direct me to some tangible, something like that makes sense. Try that.
Yeah, it does
When
make
you're
sense.
saying
Basically,
something.
it's like post.
Instead
I
of
give you
just
the simplified version.
instead of just jabbing and speaking nonsense, say something with substance.
Okay, I'll say it.
That can relate. I can relate to reality.
It is reality. I don't know why you keep saying it's not reality.
You said post-nuclear war. That's where Shao happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that reality?
Seize him. Seize
Yes,
him.
it is.
Put him on mute.
Larry, when in the history, I mean. Okay, so never mind. Forget about it. It sounds
In the
like a
history of the
video
world,
game.
there's never been a post-nuclear war. It hasn't happened.
That's what
For all we know, they could be faking it, right? That the fact that they have nukes, and that's what the whole point of the moon landing was. Why they would lie is to make everyone believe that America has the high ground, so that we can tax everyone for using our dollars to purchase oil.
Now you live in a Fallout facility. You don't know the true Shao lore. You live on the inside.
Seize him.
No, don't seize me.
Seize him and check for brain.
No, guys.
Check for brain worms.
The Chows have
Double
taken over
check.
your mind. The Norrises are the true ones. As a Norris, you're free. The Chows are controlling you.
Touch him with a stick, because you might get infected.
The Chows are known to give people ghoul virus.
There you go, Larry. Virus. You see? It's a disease, and he's trying to spread it. You see?
No,
Larry,
you guys are Chows, and you guys have ghoul virus.
You're the one spreading it.
Oh God, maybe what if I am?
There you go. But the virus has convinced you that you don't have the virus.
But what if the virus is convincing you that's convinced me that I have the virus?
What if we put him on mute?
I convince you that you convinced me that
you
I
got
have the
mute
virus.
powers,
But then,
Yeah, I know, but I don't like to mute people. I like to convince other people to mute people for me.
All right, let's go back to security. She's gone thanks to Shao.
Oh God, it's Chase.
Yeah, it's your fault.
So, I'm just going to explain the lore. You guys are interrupting me.
No thanks.
You guys ever played TF2? It's kind of like
you
that.
know what no? You know what no means?
No.
Gotta learn.
Oh, it's a paradox.
He said he doesn't know what no means. He said no.
Read a book. It'll explain it to you. Green Eggs and Ham. It'll explain to you about consent.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not a very consenty man. I just don't consent to consent.
So when you don't consent to consent, you consent to someone else just punch you in the mouth.
But what if that consents to that consent, which consents to not that consent, though?
If you consent to not consent, and you do things without consent, then you consent to get punched.
But what if that consent is consented by another non-consent?
Dude, you have verbal diarrhea, bro. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you guys the truth. No, you guys have ghoul virus, and you guys are trying to convince me I have it. You guys are going ghoul.
They got him. Oh no, they got him.
And he's got mental constipation. It may be the brainworms.
Yeah. Obviously. What else could it be?
I just want to teach people about the causation-correlation conflation that everyone seems to be suffering from. Let's make an observation and call it science without an experimentation. All we need is an explanation. Is your science based on experimentation?
So
Without
let's
any sort of falsification or verification, you could be practicing pseudoscience. You might be a pseudoscientist if.
So go ahead, Larry. Talk to Back is Fat Reset. Because he was looking for me, but I'm gonna mute. So you can try.
I don't know if I want to talk to him. Is it the same guy who was talking just now?
Yes. But he
No,
was
I don't
talking.
want to talk to that guy.
Okay. Team was muted because he was up my guns or something. Let's see.
Unmute him. I bet he's clear now.
He is clear. He's well.
Yeah, I don't have patience like I used to. I don't have patience for people that are just
Hey guys,
like,
how's it going?
good, how you doing?
Okay. So what if I explain more of the lore to you guys?
Oh, I'm not interested in your lore. Take your religion to the street corner. Don't try to spread
Not
it
a
in here.
religion, it's reality. You guys are all
That's what
shows.
most people that have a religion say, just so you know.
You're all sheep. You're all sheep. You guys are all shows. I'm a Norris.
Well, I don't like your bad explanations without experimentation.
Oh, that was a good one. Look, the shows. They've been simulating warfare.
Use your freedom of speech somewhere else, bro. I'm not the government. I can mute you legally and lawfully. But I don't want to. I'd rather you just mute yourself. We don't care about your cows and sheep or whatever the fuck you're talking about. I'm all out of fucks, bro.
Is that what he's talking about? Cows? All of this time I thought he was saying Xiao. Like Xiao.
Well, what happens when you
He's
mix a
saying
sheep
cow.
and a cow? Like,
I get it now, bro. I get it now. Cows.
I mean, can anybody else make a better recollection of what he was talking about? Go ahead. I'll wait.
I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
I know what I'm talking about. You guys are. I don't know where you guys got cows from. Cows have nothing to do with this.
Cows? I like cows. We get a lot of good stuff from cows. You get milk.
Yeah, you've heard of a liger, right?
Beer.
When you mix a lion and a tiger,
Yeah,
what do you
the
think a
chow.
cow is?
That's what the
yeah, it's
chow
like
is
a
more
sheep
interesting.
cow.
That's what the
It's like
show's more
moo
interesting.
bad.
The show is known in five
Sounds
forms
like
of martial
chow
arts.
with beef. It sounds like a good meal though. Beef chow
Guys, I just
with
want to let
good
you know
fat.
that the
Like
Norrises
you
are
put
hiring.
the fat back in it, right? The fat back in.
Yeah, because that's how the first Shao plague started. They purposely spread ghouls into the population so that way there'd be more infighting.
Oh, yeah. That nonsense makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you guys need to join Norris. Like, I don't know. The Norris, you guys like the color blue or red more?
Nor who?
Do you like blue or red more?
I like rainbow.
Oh, so you're kind of like a mercenary kind of guy.
That's my favorite color.
I think we can all tell that Larry's some kind of like ready or something. Like we all know he's like a ready, a Shao ready.
Larry, wanna talk to you, dude? Imagine that.
The slang. It's the slang we use on Shaos because they wear red shirts.
So you're leaving again? Alright, so just mute yourself and leave if you're leaving. Kinda wasting time saying that you're leaving again and again and again.
This is what Reddit wants you to think. They want you to think that
When someone says ciao, is that they're leaving. So bye.
Look, I don't know what he's doing with those sheep and those cow, but I don't think it's legal. You might ask a lawyer if that's legal in the state that you're in.
Yeah, he sounds obsessed with cows and sheep. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Well, if you don't cook your meat properly, you might get the BWs. And if you get the BWs, Jimsy's going to call you out for it. Jimsy, from now on, if somebody says something really stupid, contradicts themselves in any kind of way, you got to say, bro, you sound like you got brainworms.
That's what I would do at that time.
Well, gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force. Brainworms.
Definitely brainworms.
So I've been taking the big 3 for the worms. I don't even think I got any worms. I don't think it's possible because the stuff that I eat, like copious amounts of garlic. But yeah, I've been taking the big 3: wormwood, cloves. What's the other one? I forgot. Oh, black walnut, green black walnut husk or something.
Yeah, those are used. Yeah, a lot of people use those. Yeah, make teas with that stuff. Are you making teas or something?
I put it in my mouth every morning and like swish it around in my mouth for quite a few minutes and then swallow it.
Sounds dreadful, Larry.
Sounds what?
Sounds dreadful.
No, that's actually not too bad. But I mean, which is worse? Like, you know, a couple of herbs or some brainworms? Which would you rather have? The dreadful herbs?
Well, the cloves are the only one that really causes problems. But
what's wrong with cloves? I put that in my coffee.
Yeah, but the amount of cloves you have to take to deparasitize yourself, that's excessive amounts of clove.
Well, I drink coffee every day, so
yeah, it's wormwood, black walnut hull tincture, and the cloves. I took that years ago.
Who am I talking to?
Really?
Oh, yeah. Well, I have a whole new respect for you, Rayleigh, than I did 15 seconds ago.
There's also Take a little bit of borax too. That helps to remove the protective sheathing of intestinal candida and stuff like that.
Are you talking about like the stuff that I wash my clothes with? Just regular
Yeah.
borax?
Sodium tetraborate.
Boron. Is boron, right?
Yeah, it's a source of boron.
So what do I put like a cocaine scoop, like off the pinky nail, in a glass of water?
It's a little tiny bit amount. You like make a mixture of it, and then you take a tiny bit of that mixture and put it in a glass of water and drink it. It's a very small amount per day.
Gotcha. Well, I'll do it on my day off just in case there's unintended consequences.
Borax is from all the known things, is probably one of the most powerful ones.
I've been washing my clothes in that stuff for a while.
You know, to purify, like when they melt metals and gold, they throw borax on it so it will separate the impurities, and then the gold will stay pure. That's when they when they melt it, they melt the gold. They throw borax in that melting mixture. That's actually interesting that you mentioned the borax.
Yeah, when they were taking borax out of the Death Valley, they over the years they extracted like $50 million worth, and in today's money, that's like $2 billion worth.
Wow. What'd they do with it?
Lots of things with it, I guess. It's a good industrial chemical kind of thing, so it's got several different uses, but it's also good use as a soap.
Yeah, it definitely works as a soap.
To use.
Yeah, I soak my clothes in it. Like if I am not in a hurry to do laundry, I just like soak my clothes in it overnight. Like the next day when you dry them, they don't smell like anything.
Yeah, it functions as a deodorizer, and it does the same for your body too.
So instead of wearing like perfumes and dryer sheets or whatever, like instead of smelling like that, you don't smell like anything.
Yeah, you'll have less of a scent. Though they give this warning here as do not consume as a health supplement. It's a poison. Well, technically, it's not any more poisonous than regular sodium chloride.
It's funny how when it's something that's beneficial, they'll say it's poisonous, right? Like what may or may not be in certain seeds, right? But when it's something like fluoride that's not naturally occurring in seeds, they'll be like, oh, it's the dose, bro. The dose is the poison. You don't understand.
Yeah, they banned it in Australia because it was curing people of arthritis. You can't have that. Can't have like a few pennies cure for arthritis versus the expensive drugs that the pharmaceutical companies were producing.
Well, I guess I'll try it tomorrow. Call me a boron if you want to.
Boron. That's a good one. You boron.
Yeah, the price of boron laundry detergent's gone up dramatically in the last couple of years. Almost doubled in price.
I noticed it was like $20-something for 6 boxes. I was like, damn, it's a lot more expensive than I remember because it used to be like $3 for a huge bag.
Yep. Yeah, I used to pay like $3 for it maybe like 10 years ago.
Yep.
And now it's almost $10 in some stores, not all stores, but
Well, when you do a job like mine and you step in dog shit from time to time, it's good to go ahead and make sure you get that shit off your shoes.
Yeah, I typically use it for like washing my hands because when you wear contact lenses and stuff like that, you have to wash your hands more often. But if you use regular soap, it just dries out your hands. But if you mix borax into water, it only mixes at a 4% maximum saturation. So you're basically washing your hands with 96% water, and it doesn't dry out your hands.
Yeah, I've noticed it doesn't mix with water very well.
Yeah, it has to. Hot water, like boiling hot water, that's only like a 4% maximum dissolve rate.
Yeah, because I tried to use it in my steam cleaner or my wet vac or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed it was like still powder.
Yeah, they'll still do that. Yeah, I had to do that for some carpet that got pissed on by a dog. And so put down a whole bunch of borax and then wet it down a little bit and then pulled it up with like the steam cleaners.
Well, ever since I moved to this city, I've definitely got to use sign language a whole lot more than I used to. There's a lot of deaf people here. Yeah, the whole boron thing, I've known about it for a while. I guess you could actually say the boron conspiracy.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm surprised it didn't delete people's accounts for saying that borax cures stuff.
Yeah, you can't say that. I've heard. But I've never really had any serious ailments. I just I take the different stuff, because if I do step in dog shit and it's got worms in it, and then I go home and there's like one little tiny piece of worm in the carpet, and then I step on it barefooted, it's like that easy to get infected. So twice a year, I just go ahead and
Why you let the sunlight hit the carpet to kill?
What?
If you let the sun hit the carpet, the sun's rays will kill like any living beings.
No, bro, there's lots of organisms in the earth that are parasites that can withstand sunlight. You know how you get hookworms, right?
Usually, I thought the UV rays like destroy any DNA and stuff like that.
If you leave the carpet on the sun, you want to wash the carpet, But after that, you wash it and then you leave it on the sun. Definitely, the carpet will be desensitized. Yeah, the sun will definitely get rid of whatever else. Ooh, it's under a humid environment where the carpet is dirty and dust and whatever humid. Yeah, it's gonna have whatever is left. If you step on, I don't know, shit or piss, bacteria, worms, and you bring it with your shoes, you might have it in the carpet.
Well, I walk around barefooted all the time. Like if I'm not at work, I'm not wearing shoes.
Yeah,
Like,
barefoot feels good. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's hookworms. You know.
Yeah.
You can like just be walking through the grass and pick some shit up. So twice a year, you know, I try to. I don't think the right word is inoculate myself, but I don't know. Try to get rid of it. But I eat everything with garlic, just about. Like I don't like any sweet food. For example, the only kind of chocolate I like is dark chocolate. Like 80% or above. Preferably like 90, 95%. Put some cayenne pepper on this. That's good, bro. But yeah, I don't like sweets. I like savory. And I don't think most people in the West realize it. The reason the Hindus' houses smell like that, like, you know, it's not only to deter white people, but also, you know, critters that they don't want in their house.
The way Mexican food is very spicy as well.
Yeah, jalapenos will get rid of some worms. You eat the seeds, the worms will be like, game over, man. We got to get out of here. So instead of poisoning your lawn with like Roundup Ready carcinogen, how do you say that word? Anyway, it's better just to, you know, grow some mint, something that'll piss off the critters, keep them away from your food. That's my philosophy, though. What the hell do I know? Ask the U.S. government if totally like carpet bombing your entire yard with Roundup Ready carcinogens is right for you.
Come on, man.
Absorb.
DDT is good for me, right? Let me spray that shit everywhere.
Like the gospel. They'll be fine. Don't worry about the little ones. They'll be fine. It was the vaccine that saved us all.
Yep.
Until they added thimerosal. Sorry, go ahead.
Guess how many people died from polio?
Well, there's a million particles in the universe that you can't observe. So probably less than 1% of 1%.
Maximum, they say a maximum of the Americans that died from polio is maybe 80,000. That's because they didn't count very well, apparently. Most people agree 60,000 is a good figure as well. But if you look at the increase of diabetes since 1955, that's killed 3.2 million Americans.
And that has to do with worms in the organs, including the brain, the pancreas, the liver. Infections in the body might cause that effect of diabetes.
Well, the incidence for type 1 diabetes had been perfectly flat for 30 years prior to 1955. So the years 1925 to 55, no change in the incidence of type 1 diabetes. And then after 1955, with the Great Salk experiment, all of a sudden there's a linear increase in type 1 diabetes.
What was that experiment?
The Great Salk Experiment. Jonas Salk?
I'm surprised I haven't heard that term.
That's how I avoid having to say the V word.
Oh.
Okay. The V word for the one that you mentioned before.
For the polio.
The polio. Okay. That makes sense because they will say that that thing was induced by the V thing. Yeah. Anyways.
Well, Jimsy, if I don't steal your car, Russia or China might steal your car, so it's perfectly legit, right?
It's legit that you didn't steal my car? I got like 50% of it.
That's all right. So yeah, borax is both safe and effective to wash your clothes with.
Yes.
And everything that we wash our clothes with, gets absorbed into our body because it's not like it magically disappears behind a hazmat suit when we sweat through it and reabsorb our own sweat, right?
Good point, Larry. Because I buy clean detergent and I do wash with borax. But not only with borax. I use one of those allegedly clean versions of detergents. But the borax, it helps with everything, even to mop or do dishes or anything. You could use the borax for.
Okay, bro, I have a question for you.
You have a question? Go ahead.
Okay, firstly, how are you, man?
Oh, good. How are you?
Okay, I'm bad. So why everybody here is muted?
Not everybody, because I'm not muted, and Larry's not muted, and the other guy's not muted. There's 3 people that are not muted, so not everybody. Everybody will be that. Everybody will be muted, but if everyone is not muted, then not everybody is muted.
What about Timbo? You muted too? So basically, the way that it works, in here, if we're having deep conversations, most people have good mic discipline because you cannot have deep conversations if you can't get past level 1 because someone can't mute themselves.
Okay. It seems that I got it. Thank you, man.
Well, do you have any questions about the Earth?
Yeah.
The dirt outside? So I have a question. Is your house moving right now?
Okay, you actually talking about the earth, all is earth, or about the God and things like that? Things is divine.
The Earth, yes. The borax in the Earth.
Okay.
No, we want to know if your house is moving.
You just come here to know if the earth is moving, no?
No, we come here to talk about the Earth and cosmology and theoretical astrophysics. So we want to know, do you think that your house is moving in motion or is it stationary and still?
Yeah, actually, maybe okay, let me think.
What's your native language?
What do you think?
I don't know.
Okay, my native language is
Pakistani.
No, what the fuck? I'm not Pakistani, bro.
Hindu.
Yeah, they have a weird accent, you know. Actually, I'm
You
from
have a
Egypt.
weird accent. You sound weird. You. Not me.
Come on, Jimsy. What's your native language?
My native language is Arabic, bro. I'm
Arabic,
Arabian guy.
perfect.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. So do you understand a lot of Spanish?
No, not a lot. Maybe
Okay, go ahead.
If it's English, okay. Maybe I could understand 90 of your speech. Okay, maybe 100%. if you were talking about things that I know, things that I have a background information about. But if you totally talk about kind of stuff that I don't really have a background information about, okay, I will be dumb as fuck. So
I got
what
you.
would
That makes sense.
Okay,
okay
water
what
is something that you probably know about, right? Water. Have you ever heard of that?
okay, I think, bro, that you're from US or Canada.
My bad, Larry. Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, because your accent is quite good. You seem native, bro.
Yeah, I'm native. So I'm curious if your house is moving or if your house is not moving. Because some people. Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, in my point of view, actually, I see the Earth is not moving.
Perfect. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the way we all see it and observe it and practically use it as if the Earth is not moving. But some people will tell you that the Earth is moving, and there's this thing called Coriolis effect. And if you throw a paper airplane far enough and long enough, the Earth will move underneath it. Or if you shoot a bullet, the Earth will move underneath the bullet, which is crazy because the world record for a sniper right now, what is it? Is it over 2 kilometers?
4 kilometers, 2.2 miles.
So the one that's 4 kilometers, that was a.
Okay, bro, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
How did you get this perspective or this idea of the Earth is not moving? Because actually, now I try to make an opinion about it.
So I started listening to Malcolm Bowden on YouTube somewhere between 2012 and 2014. I don't know exactly when I started. But he started talking about Airy's failure, the Michelson-Gale experiments, the Sagnac experiment. And when he started talking about these experiments, I looked into it myself and I saw, like, for myself, like, wow, like, these experiments are basically saying the Earth is not moving. Airy's failure is something that you could look up. And then he was talking about geocentricity. And then eventually I started looking into the Principle movie. And they talk about Earth from a geocentric perspective. The Principle movie, the Principle documentary, I think is what it's called. And then I started looking at all that stuff about dark matter and dark energy. And, you know, they have to invent like 96% of the universe is invisible, dark energy and dark matter. But they have to make it that way in order for their model to work out just mathematically, not with experiment, just talking about math. So when I started looking at all this stuff, eventually.
Actually, you know a lot about that matter than me, but I try to think freely, you know.
Yeah, think freely. That's good.
Yeah, because I don't have a source or resource to rely on. So actually, yeah, I'm working on making an opinion, and I will tell you then. Okay.
I think that's the way to do it. For some people, it probably doesn't take much, but there's a lot of information about this topic. You maybe want to review a bunch of the tests, the laser tests, and long-distance observations, and the physics of water and how the world is observed.
You know the reason.
Once you review a bunch of that, you could probably come to an informed
Bro,
conclusion.
I'm a member of Mensa. You know what's Mensa?
What's that?
Okay, it's a society for the high IQ people. Okay. Okay. So maybe my English is not quite good as you. Maybe, yeah.
It's okay.
Because yeah, I started to improve my English like 3 days ago. To improve my speaking and pronunciation and things like that.
Yeah, your English is really good. You said that the only thing that you're going to have problems with is basically things that you're ignorant about, which makes perfect sense. But many men know many things, but no man knows everything. So I would say, look into these, laser over the lake, over the frozen lake observations, and then do them yourself. You don't have to use a laser. You could just use a mirror, or you could just make observations with the naked eye or binoculars or telescope. But what you're going to find out is that we can see way too far for the Earth to be a globe. And if the Earth is a globe, it doesn't present itself like a globe. And that's why when we tell the anti-flat earthers these things, they have to make excuses as to why we can see too far. That's the problem. That's the whole crux of the conversation.
Actually, okay, I have a thought that maybe impress you. Okay.
Here's a playlist for you to observe. There's 6 laser tests that flat earthers have done. I'll post one of my favorite videos.
In the text chat, people are posting stuff for you to information. And since you're practicing English and learning English, just make sure there will be a lot of terms that you probably won't comprehend what they mean. You make sure if you're doing the study and doing the research to write down the words that you don't comprehend and find the definitions so you can improve your English. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a quick question though, Kevin? The surface of water at rest, is it flat or is it curved?
For me, from my perspective,
yes. The surface of water at rest.
It depends on the Earth's shape.
Oh yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out. So, like, if I have a swimming pool, is the surface of the water flat or curved?
Yeah, actually, I got it.
Well, I mean, just follow the logic, right? If the water on the surface of a swimming pool is flat, and the water on the surface of a lake is flat, and the water on the surface of the sea is flat, and the water on the surface of the ocean is flat, then there's no way that the Earth can be a ball if 70% of the Earth is made up of water on the surface.
Yeah, actually, that is a theory in Quran that is tells the people that the Earth is a flat surface, not rounded. You know?
Yeah, all ancient cosmologies were basically, a flat stationary plane cosmology. And, there's sometimes talk of a place down below and a place up above. But when they're talking about this place where we live, these ancient cosmologies, they talk about it being flat. Now, the Greeks allegedly came up with this idea, and the Europeans allegedly pushed, the Earth in motion, being a sphere, and this Big Bang cosmology. But you and I both know that we're not related to monkeys. We don't have a cousin that has a cousin that's some sort of chimpanzee or ape or anything like that. So
you believe in Adam and Eve story?
Adam and Eve, yes. It makes more sense that all humans came from humans rather than they came from rocks billions of years ago.
Yeah. Actually, I'm an atheist, okay, or maybe agnostic, but I believe in God. I was actually.
Wait, how can you be high IQ and atheist at the same time? I don't know. Maybe you can. I'm just saying.
How can I be what?
You say you're part of the high IQ society.
Yeah.
But then.
In my country.
Of your country, yeah. So if you're a high level intellectual, you should realize that a design requires a designer, a watchmaker, a watch or a clock requires a watchmaker, a coder requires a code requires a coder, right?
Yeah, it's called the code text.
Yeah. So the display is this design that we're in your body as a design, your DNA, proteins, and enzymes, and DNA. How can that just come out of nonsensical fantasy promoted by the atheists? Like there's no designer behind it when it's showing you design.
Yeah, I got you. Bro, I told you that I'm agnostic. I believe in God.
Okay. I thought you say atheist. Like you don't. I mean, agnostic. Sure.
Maybe I don't have a belief. I don't have.
Maybe you just used the wrong word. You said you said atheist, but now you said agnostic, so that makes more sense.
I don't believe in the God that is in religion. Okay, but I believe there is a God and there is maybe a judgment day. Because you cannot do science and maybe kill or murder children and a lot of bad things, okay? But I really know in my native language, but in my English, because it's not quite good as you, I cannot actually describe, okay? How can things like killing, murdering, kidnapping, and things, bad stuff like
Do you think he created that? Do you think he created that?
I think it will. I will.
Do you think he created killing and murdering and pain and suffering?
No. I'm not thinking of God.
Or do you think that was a man-made creation?
No, actually, I'm thinking about things like that must be punished at the end of the day. You know.
I'll leave that up to him.
He's saying that there's gonna be a judgment for those things. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah.
There must be.
So, bro, I suppose that you are a Christian, or maybe I believe.
For me or Jemsy?
For many years, you used to.
For me, like I was a Christian. I don't consider myself a Christian anymore.
Okay.
I read the Bible, but I don't consider myself a Christian.
So you are an atheist, maybe agnostic, but okay.
I would be more of a Gnostic than an agnostic.
Yeah, I totally accept this. I prefer to follow the decent beliefs. That's called that. Yeah.
So I don't commit myself to any religion. Jesus said that we're supposed to be servants, and so I consider myself a servant.
Yeah, it also.
He gives a parable where, like, he sends a servant to a group of people to give them a gift, and when the servant arrives, the people kill the servant and steal the gift, and then so they send another servant, and they kill that servant also. So then this time, the father sends his son. They kill his son. The next time, the father will show up and he'll be angry. Does that make sense?
Actually, I see straight that no divine God can send text to us and text in language. What the fuck was you, God? Okay. Actually, I see if God want to describe himself or one about himself, he will not make it in text and make the people edit it continuously.
But the thing is, though, you're thinking from a man's perspective and how God will operate and what God will do and not do, and that's not your place to do so, though.
There's a Holy Spirit out there that you can talk to. He's always there listening to have a conversation.
Okay, I'm just talking with anybody, bro, about anything.
But this is like really far out of the conversation. Really, what we try to talk about is science and math.
Okay. Actually, my perspective about the Earth is flat, okay? And it's not round. It's not continuously round.
I agree with you.
But because of what? Actually, I don't have the resources and the definitions that I can tell you. Maybe you all know more than me, okay?
No, I think you're a smart guy. You just, you're new to us, so we're asking questions, and we're hoping you ask questions, so that way, just to see if we both understand each other.
Yeah, yeah. You are a native, that's right?
English native, yes, except for Jimsy.
Yeah.
Jimsy is
What do you think, my brother, about my English? How many days up maybe I must look in to reach a level as you?
forever. I'm still learning. To think that you could
I'm still learning too. Yeah.
Yeah.
English is a big language, and it's beautiful, and it's very artistic. There's a lot you can do with the English language.
Yeah, the same thing is in my native language, which is Arabic. You know, maybe it's one of the hardest language ever. And actually, what I'm trying to ask you, because I was about to apply for a call center job here, and they pay a great salary for you. They pay 15K every month, and sometimes it reaches to be 20K monthly, and it's really a great salary in Egypt. You can marry, you can buy a lot of things. You can afford yourself by such a money. So, what do you think about my English? Maybe my English is suitable for such a job, or maybe I try to improve it.
It depends on what the job is. There's a lot of different topics for call center.
Well, you always have to look to improve, and the language. Obviously, you are admitting that you're learning it, so there is improvement required. And like he said, depending on the job task, if you're gonna be talking to customer, if you're gonna be doing like customer service, like you're gonna be talking to a bunch of English speaking people all of the time. Yeah, you definitely want to get better. If your work is gonna be more technical and you just gotta communicate this here and that there, basic English, you're good for now. If you're gonna be more technical in hands-on jobs, if that's the job.
Yeah. Actually, I got you. You know the English levels that start with A1 and ends with C2.
I didn't know that was the order on the server. Yeah.
Okay, it's called the Arabian scale for language proficiency. What? Actually, how to say that?
Proficiency.
What?
Proficiency.
Proficiency. Okay. Proficiency. Okay. So I think that you are for sure you are C2 because you are a native.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think about my level? I'm intermediate for sure, but B1 or exactly my.
I would have to go into each of the rooms and see what the levels are to really give you that grade.
How long have you been learning?
You're definitely you're definitely an intermediate.
You read my mind. But he's like
how long has it been?
Beginning intermediate.
I'm B1, you say?
Level 1 intermediate.
B1. But how long have you been learning?
He said 3 days. He said 3 days.
You've been learning English for 3 days?
That's what he said.
Yeah, actually, I swear to God, my bro, and I'm in easiest.
You probably see like internet videos of English. You got internet. You watch internet videos, and some of it is in English, and you learn from there.
With English subtitles or without?
With
you gotta hear English
definitely
to
with
understand
it
the
helped
sound.
my son learn to read and write and speak. Watching TV programs with the English subtitles on taught my son how to read and write. Like
The actual best way,
it played a major contributor to it, like definitely. And bro, like I've got to take my hat off to you, man. If it's only been 3 days, that might be an exaggeration. Maybe you've been like mucking around with it for a few years or something, but you've only just put your head right into it, right? But man, I tried learning a language like a few years ago, and I picked up some, but like I struggled with it, bro. Like it's so hard to learn a different language.
You gotta speak it all the time and listen to it all the time.
in the language.
Exactly. Okay, I need a method, bro. Just consume English and come here in Discord servers and talk with people. It's just a method that I should apply for maybe entire my life.
I'll give you this advice, Kevin. Like I said, you're intermediate. I think you have conversational skills for the English language. The problem is if you're in customer service and you're dealing with like potentially customers that are upset, your cadence, your speed is a little slow, and that might frustrate some of the customers. Just as a warning, that would be my only suggestion, I think.
Since he's asking about job and his English, if he's gonna get the job, it's difficult to.
Oh, if he's asking if he's gonna get it, I mean, anybody can get the job. Yeah, they'll give you the job. That's the best way to practice English. Speaking
If
English
it's
all the
good,
time.
if it's good. Listen, if the other gentleman mentioned that his son learned English, I actually learned it. I mean, my beginnings of it was the same way. It was watching content with subtitles, and that helped me a lot. But a lot of reading and writing as well, that helps the muscle. And if it's like a trifecta. If you're listening to a word, you also, let's say someone is speaking something, saying words speaking in English, also has the subtitles, so you got the sound of the words, the text of it, and then you have an image of what they're talking about. So if they're saying apple, you see the subtitles, word apple, and you see the image of the apple.
Okay, so
the sound, the image, and the text all together.
Subtitles are a must.
Because you need the text if you want to learn the text, the writing. Because you can learn the voice and the image, and when someone says apple and you see an apple, you know what it is. But if you don't have the text, then you're missing there. So you want the trifecta.
And when I was learning Spanish, my teacher always told me, speak it, read it, listen, speak, read. Those were the 3 things.
Yeah.
So, like, if you hear it, repeat it. If you see it, repeat it.
But you need something tangible attached to it, though.
That's
you
true.
Know what I'm saying?
True.
Yeah.
But I think he knows a lot of nouns. I think he would be okay with the noun side. He just, it's the order of the. You got a good order of the sentence. Like, you understand sentence structure, so that's good. So you're doing good, man. Like, keep it up. Don't stop now. Like, by all means, like who knows where you're going to be in the next 3 months, man. Be pretty well advanced, man.
Yeah, actually, you see, if I stick to this plan for maybe 3 months, I will be fluent, or I will be advanced.
Be close to it, man. I don't know about fluent. Like, believe it or not, like, even though I have fluent, a lot of people aren't as fluent as they like to think they are in a language that's their native language.
Fluent, bro. Just you're gonna have to go to a library and check the books of so many different topics. To be fluent, bro, you're gonna have to, read about so many different topics.
You'll get a thesaurus. Here, I'll write the word in the side chat. You'll definitely need a thesaurus. You need a thesaurus and a dictionary all the time.
Okay. I will apply your advice as
a thesaurus is good because, like, you'll hear a word and you're like, what else is that? What's another word that is similar to that word? and then the thesaurus will list a list of words that are similar to that word.
So what? Okay, let's suppose that I learned a new word. Okay, how can I make it stick on my mind and don't forget it forever?
You read the word and you associate it with an image. If you read apple, you look at apple. So you associate both.
Actually, I have a problem with my visual memory because I have maybe you heard about it or no, but Fantasia. you know, you know about it.
No.
It's
So
actually
you cannot image something in your mind.
yeah. Or even
So you
try to
you
visualize.
image it in the TV. You images in the Google. Okay, go ahead and explain it. Go ahead. My bad. What is it? I don't know what it is. Go ahead.
Okay, I cannot even visualize maybe voice of my friends or my family. I cannot visualize or see anything in my mind. Yeah.
Okay, what about internal dialogue?
Yeah, actually, all my thinking process are depend on the internal monologue. It's called inner monologue, by the way.
Sorry, internal monologue. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Some have both,
Actually,
some don't. Some have one or the other. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's affects my ability to have emotion because I cannot easily get attached to something or maybe a woman or maybe sad or happy. It's because it's like happens in text. I have an advantage in relationships. I can move on fast. I don't struggle too much in moving because an image of the girlfriend or my friend if I was in a relationship in a friendship relationship. My bad English, but I think that you got my idea.
Yeah, that's an issue that you have now. In the language, you stick to learning it and apply whatever you need to learn it. If that's your goal, don't worry about that too much.
Okay, and I'm too good in math because it requires to be good at logic, and logic is the only thing that I could understand. I can see patterns everywhere I walk.
What do you mean? What does that mean? You see patterns everywhere. What does that mean?
Okay, maybe I found the relationship between a thing that you cannot find a relationship. I cannot describe it well, but actually I think that you got the idea. I always see patterns like the shape of door and maybe the shape of airplane. Yeah, to find the relationship between the two.
So someone made the airplane and someone made the door, and they're shaped a certain way, and then you find a relationship. People make airplanes and doors.
No. Actually, it's about the mechanisms that the door works by, and the airplane works by.
Okay.
Okay.
You see the mechanisms of how the airplane, the aerodynamics of the airplane.
It's like you see the definition of mechanism for the two things, and you see a relationship between those things easily, fast more than most people. It also keep happening to me when I was in high school or maybe in school. I was called being genius because I was the fastest one who replied for the teacher question because I can easily see a pattern in the question in the question that everybody were sitting didn't see because maybe I was smarter than them. Maybe. Okay. So, what do you think, Stolly Dog?
What?
Our friend that's called Stolly Dog or T-Dub. Why everybody here are their microphone?
So you have a
He says,
question
"Well,
for
dog."
T-Dog? He said he has a question for one of the dogs. One of the dogs will bark right back.
It'll have to wait. I've got too much noise happening here at the moment. Sorry. It'll have to wait.
Oh, you sound great, Kevin. Just so you know, like you do have a diverse vocabulary just from the things that we talked about. You've gone from one topic to another topic in a coherent manner, and that's very important for conversation.
Okay.
And you actively listen. Do you know what that means?
No.
So when you proactively listen, it means that, like, even though you're saying something, you can be interrupted, and then you can hear what they say, and then you have a response that agrees or disagrees with what they're saying, but that follows the same track. That's what coherent means. It's like you understand the conversation that's being told to you.
Yeah, actually, bro, you maybe don't trust me if I told you it's actually my third day in, or maybe I will not say third day. It's actually my fifth day. Yeah, actually, I was a member in English. It was English server. Yeah, this one called the English Hub server.
No, you're doing good, man. In the side chat, I put a definition for you.
Yeah,
coherent, so you can learn.
Yeah, it was actually 5 days that I started my speaking in my what the fuck in practice my speaking skills with people. At the beginning, actually, I found it too difficult to me to talk with people at the beginning, and I would have a problem in my accent and things like the difference between pa and pe, the voice p and the unvoiced p. It's a popular problem that fits us as Arabian guys because we just have one letter for pa and p. We don't have two letters as in English. So actually, it makes a problem for any Arab guy who wanna learn English.
No, it's understandable. It's like that for a lot of people in other languages. Your accent's not too thick that you can't understand. We can't understand you. So there's no concern there. Don't worry about the accent. It's more about getting the right word into the conversation.
Yeah,
I think I understand what he means because, we have vowels that follow up after, consonants, whereas they have consonants where it's just known that the following vowel sound will be a particular type rather than it be like, you know what I mean? So while it's the same consonant, that depending on the word, it'll be a different vowel sound, but it's not how it's spelt in their written language. So that's a challenge. Yeah.
So how can you differ between park and Berg. Zadok is park. Zadok is park, and I need to park my car. How to differ
Like park the car and a dog bark.
Yeah. Actually, how to say the bark here?
So I wouldn't worry too much. I mean, yes, you want to get better at differentiating the huh versus the buh sound, but for the most part, man, like if you're in conversation, believe it or not, most people like will dismiss the bad sound because it follows the conversation. Like my dog was barking, like even if you said my dog was parking, like nobody would really notice the difference. Somebody might make a joke, but you just laugh with them.
Yes. So how can actually I differ from? How can actually I differ between the two words? Because you are a native, so you
You
are.
just gotta practice. You just gotta practice. There's a pa and a ba.
Pa
versus a pa 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 pa.
Oh, right. Okay, I see. Yeah. You just got to look at it as a completely new and completely independent of. Don't try and relate it back to your own language, your native language.
Yeah, because we have just one letter in my native language. It's called ba. We would say the two words as the same. We cannot differ between the two words. So it's a problem in my native language, and maybe sometimes I think, what if I weren't Egyptian? My status will be good, will be better than I'm in.
Learning to read English besides speaking it will help with that, I think.
What the fuck, bro? Bro said that I'm a psychopath.
How about the lunar eclipse shows that the sun casts a shadow of a sphere of globe on the moon, right?
Does it?
It seems like it's probably the only good answer.
How did you prove that? How did anyone prove that?
Well, I mean, the scientists. I think they have nice telescopes. Maybe they proved it, but I guess I can't really explain the proof, right now. But
when did they prove that? Like, wouldn't they have to be able to see the Earth, Moon, and Sun line up in a straight line in order for that to happen?
I don't know, but I guess I'll try to find sources.
Appreciate that. Well, I mean, I'll even take a video observation of the actual event happening, where the Sun, Moon, and Earth all line up in a straight line. And I don't want a computer model. I want the real thing. Did you know when that shadow happens, both the sun and the moon are above the horizon at the same time?
But oh, I guess. Yeah, I think I heard, I've seen about.
I'll give you a video on it. I love this video. It's a good video. Won't take you a minute. Is it on? I don't know. All right, here we go. Douglas. You're funny, bro. Here you go. Miracles exist. Can you see the video I just posted in the site chat by Miss Jenny Lee?
Yes. Yeah.
So this is a globe Earth believer. He's not a flat earther. He wasn't even a flat earther after this video was made. He was there to watch the eclipse of the Earth's shadow onto the moon during a lunar eclipse. And he tells you he sees something weird because the moon is down by the horizon and the sun is down by the horizon. And he was expecting the shadow of the Earth to be on the moon on the bottom of the moon that's closest to the horizon. But instead it was on the top of them. And he's like, oh my gosh, that's like so weird that happened. That's his little short documentary. It's like 4 minutes and 53 seconds. And you say the shadow of the sun is shining light on the earth and casting a shadow. Its shadow is being casted onto the moon. Correct?
That's what I heard that it could happen. Yeah.
I mean, that's the way you imagine it because of all the cartoons you were showed in your 6th grade science book.
Yeah.
So you would expect that the sun would be completely down and then the moon would be visible coming up. And then once it's up in the air, then we would see the shadow on the moon, right? So there would be some darkness involved since the earth should be facing towards the moon. In fact, it should happen when the moon's like dead in the top of the sky and it's like midnight. That's when it probably should be. That's not when it happens. It happens at like 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the evening as the sun is setting, but it's not. The sun's still out.
Cool. But I wonder, what do you think, like, black holes are? Because it seems there's stars and
I don't think there's black holes.
Okay. Because I thought they used like a radar to like get a nice 3D idea of
No, it's much more complicated than just like beaming some radar into the sky. I mean, it was a theoretical prediction. Like they theorized that they existed, but they'd never been able to like observe one. And then LIGO, just relatively recent modern times, claimed that they were able to receive enough data to compile it into a visual image, but that's not to say that they pointed a camera out there and took photos, right? So it's just they said that they were using was it light? Certain light detection and things, very sensitive equipment to compile data together. And then I think it's just mostly, from what I understand, a case of confirmation bias and pareidolia. So they'll just see within the data what they want to see and construct it into what they're expecting. Right? It's not nothing definitive there that they can say, oh, yes, absolutely. But, we found a black hole, but despite my personal, skepticism of it, they still went ahead and gave those people Nobel Prizes and shit, right? So I don't think there's anything to it, just like Swell Dog's talking.
Well, it's like this, T-Dub. Radar requires you to send the signal to the object, bounce signal off the object, and get a return signal back. But we're talking about a dark body that absorbs everything that it comes in contact with. How do you know it's there?
Right. Light does not escape it. What they said that they were looking for was gravitational anomalies, right? So in the environment. Yeah, no, I just don't think that they're capable of being able to do that. It's just ridiculous.
You can't even bounce a signal off the sun technically, because that's a dark body also.
Yeah, they have workarounds for that. So I know they say that it's a near perfect black body that shouldn't be bouncing. But they say that its outer layer is capable of reflection. Basically, they're trying to say that the sun has an atmosphere.
Yeah, that's weird. Did you watch that video?
Me. Oh, that you sent. I didn't watch it.
Yeah.
I didn't.
A good portion of it, at least, though.
Well, hold on, wait.
It's a good little video, man. I learned a lot from watching that video.
Jesús José.
Oh, Green Cap knows the Earth's a globe. Back me up, Green Cap. These flat earthers are stupid, man. Stupid flat earthers. Oh, Green Cap's a beginner. Stupid globers. Hey, TW, did you see my new meme? My new meme? Check it out.
What shows? Oh, yeah, nice.
I'm going to start using this and this when I ask people if they know the difference between a curved line and a straight line.
You know where you get those images? When you squint your eyes, you can see other things in the background. Get that converted so when you squint your eyes with the stars, it just says bullshit or fire or something like that in the background.
And then this one, when somebody brings up, they say, "What shape is the Earth?" If it's not round, what is it? Pick a shape. I tell people that it's an octagon. That the UFC got it right.
Actually, well, dog, what you've got there is something really awesome. You get a lot of the Globers will come in. Oh, if it's flat, it must be a shape. You post that next time someone says that and go, here you go, bruv. Here's a whole pile of shapes for you to pick from. And then when he picks something, now let's go out and measure it and wait for the silence that follows.
What's up, Sad? Why so sad? Got green cap and sod. Oh, is someone coming in me? What's up, Ala Diaz? Who's on Deafen? It's sad that you can't talk right now. What's up, Lena?
Hi, guys.
What's going on?
I was wondering, like, all of the people are joining this lab room believe that Earth are flat. Earth is flat.
Well, we don't believe it. Some of us know it. Others have
Oh,
belief.
you guys don't believe that?
If you believe something, or if you know something, do you need to believe it?
I don't know.
You don't need
I
to
think
believe it.
Earth is
You don't need to believe it anymore because you know, right?
okay.
That's all. Like if you say, I believe that piece of wood is a meter in length, right? 10 centimeters. How would you know that?
10 centimeter. What was that?
If you have a piece of wood that is 10 centimeters long, you say, I believe that piece of wood is 10 centimeters long. How would you go about knowing that?
I don't know.
You'd get a ruler, right? Something to
Oh,
measure.
yeah. We can measure that.
Yeah, and then once you measure it, you no longer need to say, I believe that piece of wood is 10 centimeters long. You can say, I know.
Yeah.
Because now,
It needs some points to prove it.
I mean, yeah, you just need to measure it. You have to, sometimes, like with bigger things, you have to be a little savvy. You have to be a little smart and think outside the box on how to measure something.
All right, because what if you're just looking for an orientation? So how would you tell if something nice and straight or uneven, right? How would you tell if something's horizontal versus on slant or curve, right? These are the questions, and to ask how did they determine that their surface is actually not straight, that it's curved?
Maybe.
But welcome to the show. It's fun. Thanks for saying hi. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. The snacks are in the back.
I'm here to improve and practice my English speaking and listening.
Well, you're doing good.
So, like, I like to listen to this kind of conversation, like talking about some topic.
What's your favorite subject in school? What was your favorite subject?
Favorite subject? You mean in the middle school or high school or university?
Yeah. What was your favorite subject? Math,
My
science, history.
Actually,
What
I
was
don't have favorite subject because like all the subjects are same to me. I don't really like study. I'm sorry.
Well, who
nothing?
does?
Right.
Unless you're
You
really
didn't-
interested in it, right?
Yeah, I'm interested in English, maybe.
It's fun. You just got to make a game like Mary Poppins.
Yeah.
Did you ever see Mary Poppins?
What is that?
It's a movie.
Can you type that? Cause like my
Yeah.
English.
I'll type it in the side chat for you. Here you go.
Mary Poppins.
Yeah.
Mary
I'll put
Poppins.
a picture of the movie.
Mary Poppins. No, I have never watched that before.
It's a good
It's
movie.
like
It teaches you about life has many lessons, and you gotta find a way to make it fun because otherwise it's always going to be boring.
What's the other one she was in with the fella? That's the same actress? And one where she has to learn how to be prim and proper, and has the classic line: "The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain."
Yeah.
So that'd be a good one for people learning English to watch.
I think it would be. I think it would be. If you want a good movie to watch, I think you would like that movie.
oh, thanks for your recommendation.
It's fun. It's a fun movie.
I'll watch it.
Wait, are you talking about the original, or is there a remake?
Yeah, the original, not the new one. The second.
Right.
There is a second one, but I've never seen it before. But the original, that's a timeless classic. They did a good job with the theatrics. And I'll admit, Julie Andrews was a beautiful woman in her heyday. She made Prim and Proper look fun.
So you mean the female characters?
Yeah, that was the female character, Julie Andrews.
Oh,
Julie Andrews and Dick Van Dyke. They both did a lot of movies.
is this one in Disney movies? 'Cause I've searched.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I interrupted you, and I know you're practicing your English, so I should let you finish get your words out so you can practice. I do not want to work tomorrow, but the bills got to get paid.
Actually, the one I was thinking of mightn't have been Andrews. It might have been Hepburn. Was it? I can't bloody remember. I can't even remember the name.
What was it?
The one where she has to learn how to talk all prim and proper. She's just like dragged off the street, basically. And was it over a bet or something? I can't remember now. But yeah, you know, and it has that famous line: the rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain, and then she gets it, you know, like she starts talking all fancy and, you know, proper English.
Was that
the dude
V for Vendetta?
tasked with? Was it? What was it?
V for Vendetta?
No. This is a much older one. Hang on a second.
Oh, My Fair Lady.
That's it. Thank you. Yes, it was that Hepburn?
Was that who?
Catherine Hepburn.
Audrey Hepburn.
Sorry, Audrey Hepburn. Okay, thank you. Yes, Audrey.
Thank God Google is always right. What's up, Charlie? How you doing? Well,
What's going on?
I was just hoping somebody will help me prove to these dumb flat earthers that the earth is a globe. They're kicking my butt.
Where the heck is AI Overlord?
English, please.
Where hast our friend gone?
He has gone to the east.
Is the weather bad up there?
Below freezing, or just about.
What's it been like for the last few days?
Purgatory?
Purgatory?
It's been like that for the last 4 years.
4 years.
Ever since that George Floyd gave me the shingles.
Yeah. If I had to guess, AI is probably trying to get a lot done before the bad weather comes in.
It's been busy recording my keystrokes. I've been keeping it busy.
Where you at, Swole?
I'm in Texas.
Dang.
North, south.
I'm West Texas.
Right on, dude.
I heard that place is a mess because it's so big and like it's a, every place is a mess, right?
Yeah. Texas is big and beautiful. What's up, Ricardo?
I think Swalt. Where did you say you guys wanted to move? Possibly, like back to your lady's home country or something.
Oh yeah, she's from Venezuela.
Oh, how's it? Yeah.
She's excited because Maduro's out. But then it's like, what's up, Ganesh? Can you hear me, Ganesh?
Yeah, I can hear.
You're very. It's very loud on your microphone. Did you have a question to ask? If you got a question, man, I won't answer your question. Oh well. Anyway, yeah. So that's all. And like Trump, like taking all the oil, like he shouldn't have taken it. He should have bought it, right? That way, the Venezuelan people could benefit from it. But it is what it is. So I explained to her about how, like, a majority of Venezuelans' problems are from basically Maduro's resistance to, like, trading in the petrodollar, and because of that, like, all the other countries turned their backs on them and wouldn't do business with them. That's why the people have been suffering. She understands. She disagrees slightly, but it is. But hopefully, like in the next 5 or 10 years, it'll be a nice enough place where I can go and visit, turn itself around. But yeah, the cool thing about being married to her, man, my Spanish has improved tremendously. I'd probably pass as an intermediate.
¿Qué?
Puedo pasar como en intermediano.
No idea. I just know if you want to sound Mexican, you gotta say ¿qué?
I didn't understand anything that you said, and this is the only English sentence I know. Really? Okay.
Yeah, that's how you get by in a Spanish conversation, right? Just keep saying that. ¿Qué?
La tierra es plana.
Siempre.
La tierra es plana.
El agua nunca cambia su forma. You're good, Lena. And you're doing a good job. Keep it up.
Can you guys hear me clearly?
Clearly.
Oh,
Es claro.
You guys are the English native speakers, right?
Mostly.
Oh. Can you
T-Dub
guys
is an
give
upside down English speaker.
Can you guys give me some advice to memorize the vocabularies and words or something else?
Yeah, watch movies and TV shows. Simple shows, right? And use subtitles. And the subtitles can be in your language for now, until you learn the words better. But you always want to associate an image or an action with every word.
What is that associated image?
Compare.
Oh,
So
compare.
if I show you a picture of an apple and I tell you it's an apple, and then I tell you what it means in your language, you will learn that that means apple.
Oh, got it.
But watch movies and watch TV shows, especially kids movies.
Kids movies.
Yeah,
Some Disney or something.
Yeah, a lot of, or Pixar, a lot of kids movies nowadays, they have adult jokes in those movies, and so you won't sound like a child. There's adult conversation in those movies also.
Oh, got it. Maybe it's like some Happy Pig or something else like that, or a SpongeBob or something.
I mean, yeah, you got to start somewhere, and you just have to hear it all the time, and then speak it and repeat it. And if you have friends that also speak English, practice with them, even if they don't know English very well.
Oh.
I'm learning Spanish, and so I mix my English and Spanish sometimes, and I practice Spanish whenever I can.
Is that Spanish harder than English?
I think so.
Oh.
They use the same word for everything, and then there's like 50 different verbs for the same word.
Wow. Okay.
But yeah, every language is difficult.
Ciao.
What is that?
I don't know. That's me is the love tiff. What's up, man?
Ciao.
That all you got?
Ciao. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Anyway, sorry for all the weirdos online.
Wait, it's your fault?
Huh?
I said, wait, what? It's your fault?
That's not my fault. I just feel bad because like some people trying to improve their life, and then you got people like that come on here, and like obviously their parents still pay for everything.
Can we discuss another topic in this live in this live room, like, or it's just about the flat Earth or something?
And we talk about science and we talk about math.
Oh, science and math. Oh,
And a little bit about
And if
history.
there's nobody else to talk to, and it's quiet, we may talk about our favorite football team or what we're going to have for dinner, or just casual conversation.
oh. I mean, if this live room cannot discuss the other topics, I will quit this live room. Maybe I don't want to bother you guys and interrupt it.
You're not bothering me now. think I'm gonna head off to bed, y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Cheers, Swell. See you, man. Oh, dwindled down. What happened? Holy. Go.
Da 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 is the Flat Earth Club. Da da do do do. Oh my.
Dennis Diderot said, "The great tragedy of science is the slaying of a beautiful hypothesis by an ugly fact." If the Earth is a sphere, or a ball, then there must be evidence of a curved surface. Generations of children and adults, from Aristotle to Roman times to this day, have believed that the curve can be proved by watching ships gradually disappear as they move away going over the curved surface of a spherical Earth. Because it is going around the curve of the Earth, right? But does this really prove the Earth is a ball? Mathematicians have worked out a mathematical formula based on spherical trigonometry to calculate what happens when a ship goes over the horizon and disappears from sight. The formula for finding how far a distant object is below the horizon is 8 inches, 2/3 of a foot, per mile squared. C equals 2/3 times the diameter squared. The answer is in feet, where C is the curve, 2/3 of a foot is 8 inches, and D is the distance below the curve. The answer is in feet. For example, a ship at sea is 10 miles away. How far is the ship below the horizon? C equals 2/3 times D squared. D equals 10 miles. C equals 2/3 of 10 squared, 10 times 10. The answer is in feet. Answer equals 66.6 feet. The above formula is based on basic spherical trigonometry, but if one goes to check this formula on the internet, one will see how a simple idea can be expressed so complex, even scientists find it hard to follow. According to critics, the change is recent, to support a spherical Earth and heliocentricity. This experiment will need 2 experimenters and 2 or more monitors. Apparatus needed is a video camera with a large zoom lens, access to a large lake like one of the Great Lakes, preferably frozen on a very calm and clear day. Set up a station on the edge of the lake and place a marker on the ice 3 miles away. Use a drone flying at a constant controlled 1 meter above the ice so as to pass over the 3-mile marker. The drone camera will identify the marker and stop. Hover in the place still at 1 meter above the ice. Can the experimenters see the drone by naked eye? Or has it gone over the curve? Or has it disappeared because the drone has gone beyond the vanishing point, the limit of the human eye to see in the distance? Now video the drone using the zoom lens and ask, can it still be seen? Now repeat the experiment, but put the marker at 6 miles away, and video through the zoom lens. Carefully collate the video footage. Repeat the experiment for analysis. There are other factors that need to be taken into consideration, of course. In this experiment, there is no need to use complex, contrived mathematical equations, just simple observation and common sense. Is water flat? The Earth is over 70% water, and water is flat. So where is the curve? Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is experimental proof the Earth is not a globe. No curve is seen when mountains are observed at a distance as well. Edward Henry cites John McIntyre, who researched.
Just paused it a bit. Just to comment on the terminology using. Yeah, we all hate it, but overall, I really enjoyed this video. There's a couple of things he says in it. You mentioned the map and all that, but I didn't really like it. But overall, thought this wasn't a bad video, so that's why I'm playing it. And apparently, he doesn't strike people. He doesn't flag people for using his content, so should be all good.
Three mountains, Mount Tennant, Mount Greybeard, and Mount Frying Pan, all very nearly the same height. Standing on Mount Tennant, McIntyre expected to see Mount Greybeard lower down than Mount Frying Pan because of the curve of the Earth, since it was 34 miles away. But to his shock and surprise, it was the same height. When scientists are confronted with these factual results, they will split hairs to bend the results to support what they believe. But belief always carries the day, not science. According to critics, when scientists discovered the Earth was a flat plane, they realized they had a problem. So how did they cope with the spherical Earth theory that was so well developed and inscribed into the human psyche for centuries? Well, they had gone too far down the rabbit hole to turn back, for sure. The truth about the real shape of the Earth is too shocking. So they wrapped the flat Earth map around a globe. But this made problems of their own. Problems found on Mercator's projection, where Greenland appears huge, much larger than it really is. In actual fact, Greenland fits 13 times into the continent of Africa. The strategic map in the White House is there for military uses, should the USA be attacked. The famous blue marble is not a photograph of the Earth from space, as many believe. It's a composite of strips of a flat Earth map wrapped around a sphere. Any flat image can be wrapped around almost any 3D shape. See one of these many blue marbles, for instance. These are just some of the many blue marbles made over the years. But this is not a photograph. It is admittedly photoshopped strips wrapped around a sphere. Also, the image of the Milky Way galaxy cannot be a photograph, since no vehicle carrying a camera launched from Earth has ever been outside the galaxy. It's an artist's impression of a theoretical idea. But how many people believe this is an actual photo? Mountain ranges reflected in lakes is a good example of the flat Earth. If Earth is a sphere, then lakes should behave as convex mirrors, and the image smaller, as seen at B. Mountains reflecting on a lake or sea, the reflection is the same size as the mountain in A. On a curved Earth, the reflection would be smaller, like in B. What do we actually see? What do reflections look like here on our actual Earth? These photos show perfect reflections, which are exactly the same size as the mountain, indicating the water is flat. You may conduct your own simple experiment using a regular flat mirror and a convex car reversing mirror. You'll see the image in a flat mirror is always the same size as the object, while the image in a convex mirror is always smaller than the object. Many films and videos show the Earth from high up in the stratosphere as a sphere, particularly the video where Felix Baumgartner made his famous leap in 2012 from 20 miles up from a high balloon. And of course, what we are told are views from satellites, the International Space Station, and the Hubble telescope, where the Earth is decidedly spherical. The cameras used, however, are special cameras fitted with fisheye lenses, which can show straight lines as curved, convex, or concave. But when film is taken from amateur balloons at more than 20 miles high, using a regular lens, the horizon appears flat. Critics claim there is a deliberate element of deception from space agencies to exaggerate the curve. The fisheye lens distorts the image. Critics say it is deliberately used to deceive, which is not too difficult, since the majority of people already believe the Earth is a ball, having been conditioned to see what they expect. The following videos show the distortion of a fisheye, which can be a convex or concave lens, in contrast to a regular, normal lens. Watch the short video of the Felix Baumgartner jump on the 15th of March, 2012. Before Baumgartner jumped from his capsule from 128,000 feet above the Earth, a camera with an ordinary, regular lens inside briefly shows a flat, eye-level horizon of the Earth. When Baumgartner steps out of the balloon from the capsule, an external GoPro camera is switched on, and then suddenly the whole horizon is transformed into a curved horizon, which, according to critics, was deliberately done to give the impression of a curved Earth, to meet the expectation of viewers. But watching the video more closely, the curve is too sharp and small for a complete and whole Earth. The curves are seen as both convex and concave, according to the angle of the camera. But the horizon is not convex, nor concave, but flat. What is considered to be the very first view from a rocket into space from 65 miles up was from the Nazi V-2 rocket launched from the White Sands Missile Range of New Mexico on October 14, 1946. A regular lens shows a flat Earth, which is quite different from the view that NASA released thereafter using fisheye lenses that distort the horizon even from only 5 miles high. Notice the sharpness of the curve. The V-2 rocket is 13 miles higher and shows a very different picture. Balloons were used extensively in the 19th century before engine-powered airplanes existed. Reports from that time are very interesting and worth reading the impressions given by those balloonists. In an editorial from the London Journal, July 18, 1857, one journalist described the experience of his hot air balloon ascent. Quote, "The chief peculiarity of the view from a balloon at a considerable elevation was the altitude of the horizon, which remained practically on a level with the eye at an elevation of 2 miles, causing the surface of the earth to appear concave, and to recede during the rapid ascent, whilst the horizon and the balloon seemed to be stationary. The horizon always rises up to meet the eye at high level. Observers from a balloon 20 miles high, using a standard lens, would have to look down to see the horizon, but in practice, the horizon is always at eye level. If the Earth is flat, why is it not possible to see a city 50 miles away with the naked eye? Because of perspective, and the nature and structure of the human eye. An average person sees the horizon about 3.5 to 6 miles away. A taller person can see a little further perspective. Perspective may be explained by railway lines. The lines are perfectly parallel, but a person standing in the middle of the lines, looking into the distance, sees them getting closer and closer, although the person knows they are the same distance apart, but they can only see as far as the horizon. The railway line appears to get smaller, but of course it does not. It is approaching the vanishing point. But this is just perspective, and nothing has really vanished. When a person starts to walk away down the middle of a road, they appear to get smaller, and eventually their legs start to appear blurry and shimmering. This is because of the density of the air and light returning from the legs becoming distorted. Perspective, however, can be changed by using binoculars, zoom lens, or a telescope, and the image of the person appears closer and visible again. Eventually, the person still walking down the road disappears, not because they have gone over the curve of the earth, but simply because they have gone out of range of view, called the vanishing point. Ships at sea that appear to disappear at the bottom can be restored to full view using a good zoom lens camera. The bottom of the ship can come into focus, and the bow seen clearly breaking the waves. There are hundreds of videos produced by researchers which demonstrate that ships do not vanish around the curve of the earth. The teaching in schools that ships at sea disappear because they've gone over the curve of the earth is no longer a credible proof that the earth has a curved surface. It's part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If raised up then released, the nature of all liquids is to flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. Hydroelectric power stations are a testament to this fact. But if the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. Moreover, if the Earth is spherical, then it follows that the surface of all Earth's water, including the massive oceans, must maintain a certain degree of convexity. But this is contrary to the fundamental physical nature of water to always be and remain level. The Nile River in Africa is 4,132 miles long, flowing over an arc of the curve of the Earth with subtendon angle at the center of the Earth of about 60 degrees. Then, logically, it must flow uphill at some stage, and then down to the Mediterranean. There are other long rivers, such as the Congo and Amazon, totally incompatible with the supposed globularity of the Earth. As Thomas Winship says, we know from practical experiment that water will find its level, and cannot by any possibility remain other than level, or flat, or horizontal, whatever term may be used to express the idea. It is therefore quite out of the range of possibility that rivers could do as they would on a globe. The situation is even more baffling when scientists say the force of gravity is a weak force, yet it's able to hold down trillions of tons of water on the surface of the Earth while traveling at 67,000 miles an hour in orbit and rotating over 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Critics contend that all the evidence indicates that Earth is not moving and is flat. Anyone can show that the horizon is perfectly flat by a simple experiment on a suitable beach. Take a rigid plank of wood about 6 feet long or more and place it across 2 tripods, as shown here. Using a spirit level to ensure it is perfectly horizontal, place a plumb line in the middle and at various places across the plank to ensure it is perfectly level and square to the ground. Then, facing the sea and taking a line of sight, line up the plank with the distant horizon. If the Earth was curved, and the curve could be observed over a great expanse of the horizon, the curve should be observable at both ends of the plank. The Kiel Canal that cuts across Denmark Peninsula is almost 57 miles, 91 kilometers long, without a single lock to raise it up and over a 91-kilometer curve. There are thousands of canals, hundreds of miles long, across the world, that are perfectly flat. If there are locks, it is to lift the boats and ships over a rugged, flat landscape, not a curved earth. Other examples are the Suez Canal, 100 miles connecting the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. Canals and railways are always custom-made horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance made for curvature. One surveyor, Mr. T. Westwood, wrote in January 1896 to the Earth Review magazine, stating that, quote, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles, each level was treated throughout its length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature." Another surveyor and engineer of 30 years wrote to the Birmingham Weekly Mercury on February 15, 1890, stating, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying, according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels, or flats. Anything approaching 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed." Early in 1898, I met Mr. Hughes, chief officer of the steamer City of Lincoln. This gentleman told me he had projected thousands of miles of local railway in South America, and never heard of any allowance for curvature being made. If the Earth were a sphere, airplane pilots would have to constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as to not fly straight off into outer space. If the Earth were truly a sphere, 25,000 miles in circumference, covering 8 inches per mile squared, a pilot wishing to maintain their altitude at a typical cruising speed of 500 miles per hour would have to constantly tip their nose downward and descend 2,777 feet every minute. When pilots set an altitude, their artificial horizon gauge remains level, and so does their course. Nothing like the necessary 2,777 foot per minute declination is taken into consideration. Similarly, ship's captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry. Plain sailing is navigating a ship making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were in fact a sphere, such an errant assumption would make constantly glaring inaccuracies, and the necessity for using spherical trigonometry would become obvious. All distances, whether they be great or small, by sea, rely upon ordinary flat Earth triangulation calculation. From the highland near Portsmouth Harbour in Hampshire, England, looking across the Spithead to the Isle of Wight, the entire base of the island, where water and land come together, makes a perfectly straight line 22 statute miles long. According to the ball Earth theory, the Isle of Wight should decline 80 feet from the center of each side to account for the necessary curvature. The crosshairs of a good theodolite directed there, however, have repeatedly shown the land and the water line perfectly level. Since 2014, when Eric Dubay's book The Flat Earth Conspiracy was published, hundreds of ordinary people have conducted experiments all over the world. Anyone can conduct an experiment without any sophisticated instruments. Experiments with lasers are common, since lasers can now be purchased easily online. NASA are aware of these arguments too, so why do they not address these issues? What do astronomers say about all these anomalies? Astronomers have no answer within the framework of the ruling paradigm, heliocentricity. Does this show the heliocentric paradigm fraying at the edges? If so, this may be a time for change. According to philosopher Thomas Kuhn, paradigms need to be flexible, ready to incorporate new learning as it unfolds. NASA reacts by ridiculing anyone who considers and supports flat Earth arguments, monitoring flat Earth literature and media, placing warning signs on all permissible flat Earth videos and books, and forbidding or banning flat Earth videos on YouTube and in publications. Just pretending these anomalies don't exist isn't going to make them go away, and certainly isn't a good look for NASA. For now, it seems NASA is content ignoring these anomalies, hoping that flat earthers, like ships at sea, will one day just disappear over the horizon.
Hey, T-Dub, you there?
Yeah, mate, what's up?
When you're playing songs, like, you know how we can get songs and stuff from DJ server and play them here? Do you copy the song link or the message link?
Good question. Usually I just go with media link. Copy media link. That's the option I get.
Oh, you do it on the phone, that's right. Control V. Well, let's just test this. And enter. Unable to find song matching query provided. Okay, so that didn't work. Let's grab another one. See, when I click on it, I can copy message link, which I just tried, so that failed. And then I can just copy link. So let's give that a crack. Oh, mad.
There you go.
Old Yoder had a notebook, a pencil, and a frown. Watching all the flat earth arguments go round and round. He said, I'll make a catalog of every shaky claim. And he wrote down all the weaknesses and signed his given name. Well, the faithful didn't thank him for his scholarly pursuit. They just saw a traitor digging under every single root. But the biggest rumble came from where the debate was king. Fed was clutching Polaris by a worn-out piece of string. Oh, Yoder's list, it's a twisting in the knife, exposing all the fragile threads that hold together life on a place we call home, a solitary stage. Now his words are in the hands of a villain on a rage, and Polaris just keeps winking a fixed and icy star while they're arguing about how to measure just how far. Now the villain's name was McToon with a cold and scheming eye. He saw that list and laughed beneath the genuine round sky. He said these boys at Fed are using triangles wrong. Their math is just a sad and sorry everlasting song. We'll take their own North Star, their pillar in the night, use it as a hammer with all of our collected might. While Yoder sat and gloated, see, I told you it was we. McToon's crew loaded cannons for the havoc they would reap. Oh, Yoder's list, it's a twisting in the knife, exposing all the fragile threads that hold together life on a place we call home, a solitary stage. Now his words are in the hands of a villain on a rage, and Polaris just keeps winking a fixed and icy star while they're arguing about how to measure just how far. It's a civil war on level ground, a three-way crazy fight. Yoder grinning from the sideline, knowing he was right. Fed is shouting traitor as her cornerstone gives way, and McToon just pouring gasoline and laughing at the fray. The triangulations tangle, the conclusions come undone, all because of one man's list and his patience with the sun. So raise a glass to Yoder and the chaos that he sowed. He aimed to clean the house but just exploded the whole road. He's happy in his righteousness, McToon has won the day. And feddies in the trenches having not a word to say. The lesson isn't physics or the shape of sea or side. It's that when you point a finger, someone else will make the right. Yeah, Yoda's list, it's a twisting in the knife. Larry's just keeps swinging impartial to the strife. It's a fixed and distant beacon on a world that's flat and sound, while the arguments get weaponized and scattered on the ground. Oh, the arguments get weaponized and scattered on the ground.
There you go, teed up. I finally got it out. I'm happy now. Now, this song I'm about to play now was one that I was trying to play for you guys the other day. Now, originally, Flat Lloyd grabbed hold of The Sound of Silence and fully reworded it, kept the same tune. And I went, you know what, let's chuck another tune at it and see what happens. So, hopefully, it'll work for me.
Hello, Glober, my old friend. I've come to chat with you again. There is a liar softly creeping toward us lies while we were sleeping. And the model that was planted in our brain still remains within the pseudoscience. Yeah, in fantasy we walk alone on a spinning water globe until I measured that it wasn't that. I turned my camera to the long and flat when my eyes were stared by the path of the line of sight. Split the fire and touched the pseudoscience. And in the infrared I saw 200 miles, maybe more. The horizon without curving, walking level without spinning. People breathing air that dinos never shared. No one cared. Disturb the pseudoscience. Disturb the pseudoscience. Fools said you do not know. Science like a cancer grows. Hear these facts that I might teach you. Take these tools that I might reach you. But no curve is where all this will fail. But echo the pseudoscience. And the people bowed and prayed to the model they had made. And the numbers gave its warning of the plane it was forming. The words of the prophets are written on the Discord walls and encrypted calls that destroyed the pseudoscience. Destroyed the pseudoscience.
Welcome back. And this last one I'll play for you. This is one that I wrote myself, or reworded myself. Oops, wrong folder. From originally Ghost Riders in the Sky, which I reworded, but then I thought, you know what, I'll just chuck different sound at it and see what it comes out like. And yeah, we'll see how.
An old globe-tired net surfing on a dark and windy day. Upon a room he rested, with not much wise to say. When all at once it struck him, his location he just saw. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Yippee-yi-oh, yippee-yi-hey, globe-tart, come and try. He branded them all lies, but their proofs were sold with zeal. They showed him how it measured flat, no straw man he could steal. A bolt of fear went through him as they told him of the lie. He mumbled about gravity, and then we made him cry. Yippee-yi-oh, yippee-yi-hey, globe-tart, now you cry. His lies got burned, emotions stirred, he even tried to bet. He's trying hard to prove the curve, but he ain't done it yet. 'Cause they will camp in there forever and wait for you to try. Bring out all your best curve proofs and crush them on the fly. Yippee-yi-oh, yippee-yi-hey, globe-tart, don't you lie. Black swan on him, he's shown he has no game. If you wanna ring the bell, old soul, and bow your head in shame. Globe-tart, change your ways today and stand along with pride. Realize there is no curve, just go and check outside. Yippee-yi-oh, yippee-yi-yay, Globetrotters come to try. Globetrotters coming alive. Globetrotters, now you cry.
You like that one, Timbo?
I like that. You know, I was tripping out. I was still at work, and like I heard this music, and I thought, oh, I must have switched off Discord and gone to my country music mix. I was like, what the fuck's going on?
Oh shit, that's good. No, that's the one I wrote.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What do you do? Just type in an AI.
No, that one. No, that one there. I actually started off with Ghost Riders in the Sky, and I reworded it totally, and I was hoping to use the same tune. And I tried running it through the AI thing to get the same tune, but it comes up copyright and all this other crap. And I just went, you know what? I'm just gonna let AI throw its own tune at it. But the lyrics are all mine. So
that's cool, man. So it's hard to tell these days. I was in we were just on holiday, and we were in Colombia, and we went to this blues bar, and the guy there had a it was called Whiskey Blues, and it was just a YouTube channel. I was thinking, what the fuck? Like, this is cool. And then I tried to Shazam it, and it wouldn't pick up any lyrics. And I looked into it, and it was just an AI blues channel.
Yep.
All AI songs, and I could not. It was really hard to tell the difference. Once I knew, I was like, "Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I can hear it now." But before that, I was like, "Oh, who's this? This is really good."
You can tell it's AI.
Hard to tell. You can, yeah.
Have a listen to the lyrics. Normally, when you write songs, you've also got to take into consideration you have to breathe at some stage. Most of the AI stuff seems to be able to sing forever without having to breathe. And when you've got like 40 words strung together and they're not using an Australian accent, it's easy to tell that it's AI.
Yeah. They do a good job though now. It does a really good job.
I'm using the latest version of Suno, and I pay for the top, not the top tier one, the next one down. So I get for one whole year, every month I can do something like was it 250 songs or something every month. So I've been giving it a good thrashing, don't worry. Trying to get different versions of the same thing just to see what comes out good and bad. And once I get a few more ideas of the controls and stuff for it, I'll be having some good fun with it.
You should try one like he was only 19. Oh, she was only 19.
Oh, by Red Young. Yeah.
Yeah, try something like that.
The hard bit is the actual the Suno creates the music, so all I do is dump the lyrics onto it, and it actually creates the tune around the lyrics. But I can give it direction, so I can say dark country. So that last one that played, the style for that is dark country, or I might turn around and say 80s rap or punk rock, so it comes out like The Living End, something like that. Punk rock stuff sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I just give it rough pointers, but what I can do throughout the song, I can, in brackets, I can write guitar break. And so between the chorus and, say, second or third section, I can have a guitar break or whatever I want. You can give it hints to tell it exactly what and where. I just don't know all those rules and stuff yet. So the more I play with it, the better I'll get with it. So
Yeah, it's awesome.
But it does a pretty good job. I'm quite impressed with it. So
Because you could do a mix and put it on fucking Spotify, right?
oh shit, yeah. But with the program I use, you can use the free version. You can only do 5 songs a day. That's it. So you get 5 attempts at making a song. If it fails, come back the next day and have another crack. So each time you have an attempt, it'll do 2. So you'll get 10 outputs for the day. If you don't tell it that you want a male or female singer, you just say create song, it'll do 1 female voice, 1 male voice. But if you tell it you want male, you'll get 2 male, and each of the songs might be slightly different. So that's how it runs. But if you pay for it, you get quite a few goes. You get like 2,500 credits, and you also get access to other things. So it unlocks more stuff for you to play with.
What's that worth a month?
I think for the full year I paid $130.
That's not bad.
But the top tier one, if you get the top level one just unlocks everything. Even comes with its own digital audio workstation, and it can also record voice. So it can record you and me talking, and then turn that into an instrument so you could play it. So that's the level of crazy good you can get there. So you can just come in there and go, burp, 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 and it'll go, oh, that's a trumpet, and you set what key that is, and it'll just go through and use that as a trumpet if you want.
That's sick.
But the top tier one, it's like $100 a month. Yeah, it's pretty how's it going price wise?
Yeah, it's for like producers, right? Music producers.
Oh shit, yeah.
Yeah. But I also like the first time I discovered it, I was like, oh fuck, this is AI. It's Christian house, melodic Christian house, right? And what it does is it takes Bible verses and makes electronic music out of it, chill out electronic music out of the Bible verses. It's awesome, man. It's something different to listen to, right?
I never even thought of doing things like that. Wow.
Because I you know, a lot of the time I work by myself, right? So I have my headphones on all day. And I end up running out of things to listen to.
All right, yep.
There's only so many podcasts and things like that you can listen to. You know, you got your own music mixes and stuff like that. But the same song every day. So for 8 hours a day, I can be listening to music or something, you know?
Yeah.
So you quickly run out of things to listen to, or you get sick of stuff. So I just keep on hunting around for things, you know, and come across all these interesting different ways of making music.
Well, what I'll do for you, one of the other ones, and we made it one night. I don't think you were on when we did it. You know, Talon.
Yeah.
Anti-FE pain in the arse. Well, he was on just being an absolute pest. He got kicked out of politics because he's just been a nuts. But anyways, afterwards it's like, guys, let's write a song about him. Everyone give me a few words to describe this numpty. So there's probably about 8 or 9 of us on. Everyone's thrown in their 10 cents worth. I jumped onto one AI called DeepSeek, and I said to DeepSeek, I want to use all these words to describe this guy. He's a liar. He's just a muppet. And I've got to put all the words in, and then it created all the lyrics for me. And then I jumped on to the other program to add the tune. And I'll play it for you now.
Yeah, sweet.
slick. He'd sell you desert sand and call it brick. Better than the rest, he'd always sneer while truth just seemed to disappear. You'd ask him straight, where were you last Tuesday night? He'd slide right past like a snake in fading light. All the stories he would weave, while reality would leave a phantom in a hall of mirrors. Can't be caught. Every question just a game. Any self-proclaimed fame, leaving everybody tangled in his storm. Telenext, riding on a lie so high. Telenext, sophistry has chosen sky. Weasel words and journeys flight, worm tongue twisting wrong to right. Sneaky shadows in the neon glow where the facts refuse to go. His resume was polished like a gem, with accomplishments he'd borrowed from them. Expert in all fields, the business card would read, while hungry ghosts of honesty would feed. You'd pen him down with numbers, dates, and proof. He'd shed that skin right through the roof. A slippery soul and some fell in shine, building castles on a bottom line of talons, riding on a lie so high. Talons, sophistry has chosen sky. Weasel words and journeys flight, one tongue twisting wrong to right. Sneaky shadows in the neon glow where the facts refuse to glow. And when the sunrise calls his bluff, all that polish shines not enough. Just echoes in an empty room where all the questions still
Trust me. Teflon coated.
Well, that was one of the. There was Weasel, Teflon coated, Worm Tongue. Yeah, there's a whole string of things that all had to be in there, and that's what I said to the Deep Sleep, that these had to be in there. Please create a song out of it, and it whipped that out. And when I chucked it into Suno, and it added the music to it, and I put it down as a 90s power ballad or 80s power ballad, and that's how it come out. Put it on as a female voice, and yeah, the first one came out brilliant.
That's good.
I also did that. You've met Ice JJ Fish?
Not sure, man.
He's He's just a menace. Oh man! But we did something very similar to him. Grabbed a nice little I think his was a rap song. I can't remember now. But he's a very similar style of he's a Pain. Where is it? Let's see if she's gonna run.
Yo, check the mic. Yeah, yeah. This is that fly-by-night, out-of-sight style. Just watch me. They call me Ice, JJ Fish, the living legend. The conversation start, I'm taking over. I'm suggesting that you listen to my thesis on the deep sea pressure while we're at a party talking about the DJ's dresser. I'm a renaissance man, my genius is too wide. Just yesterday I told them I invented the slide. At the corporate meeting, yeah, I dropped some knowledge bombs about the migratory patterns of Fiji qualogs. They tried to counter, but my victory was swift. Mic drop, peace out, catch you in the gift shop. I'm out before the rebuttal hits the air. My win is self-declared, I really do not care. You're stuck on what he said, while I'm already gone. Riding on the hype of a battle that I won. Yeah, I'm the king, the undisputed, go you wish. The one, the only ICE, JJ Fish. My confidence a skyscraper, your logic is a shed. I'll explain quantum physics from my cousin's friend who read a Facebook post. But trust me, I'm an expert now. You see, Dunn and Ennis Kruger guy, they made a theory about me. You talking playoffs, let me tell you about my fantasy league stats. My team's 2-8, but that's cause of the diplomat. Tensions with the coach, a situation I resolved by leaving the group chat before the problem was involved. They call it runaway, I call it strategic disappear. My trophy case is full of fights I left right here. I'm out before the rebuttal hits the air. My win is self-declared, I really do not care. You're stuck on what he said, while I'm already gone. Riding on the hype of a battle that I won. Yeah, I'm the king, the undisputed, go you wish. The one, the only ICE, JJ Fish. Yo, my lies aren't lies, they're alternative facts. I built my own jetpack from discarded kitty litter sacks. Fought a bear in Yellowstone, we settled with a handshake. Then I teleported home before he could rematch. You can't pin me down, I'm a phantom, a sensation. My greatest skill is this premature vacay. And that's why I'm basically the best rapper of this generation. Nailed it, case closed. What's that? You got a counter argument? Sorry, can't hear you. I'm already at my next victory lap. Yeah, tell it to the hand that's holding my trophy, which I had. Peace.
And at the end of that, it was supposed to be a door slam, and it didn't work. Because Ice JJ is known for dropping out randomly whenever he gets caught. So that song is also known as Premature Celebration.
The rap is hard to distinguish between real people. It's a lot better.
Yeah, the latest generation jumping from 4 to 5 is a massive change. If you write it and get it to break it down to very distinct lines, you can actually force it to have gaps in between it. And
well, it sounded like he was taking a breath. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Whereas the Series 4, it would just keep pumping words out. And yeah, you could tell that it was forced after a while. Like, you sort of listen to it and go, yeah, this sounds good. And then all of a sudden it's like, is this dude going to stop for breath, or is he just going to keep going? And you could tell that it wasn't. But yeah, now it actually does. Really, really cool stuff.
I'm going to give it a go. What's the one you're using?
It's called Suno. SUNO.
Sweet.
So you probably have to register and all that shit. I went through it all.
Yeah, I don't mind doing that.
So if you're on your computer, down the left-hand side, it'll give you a weird name.
What the fuck's that?
All right, I'll nail 2 planks together and I'll tell you it's a computer.
A plumber, mate.
But anyways, down the left-hand side, you've got Home, Create, Studio, Library, and all this other shit. You click on Create, then you, on the next column, at the top of it, you click on whether it's audio or you're imitating a vocal or an instrument. And then underneath that, you just copy-paste your lyrics in, or you can just write them down If you want, you don't put anything in and just click go, and it'll just create a random song for you. If you want just music, it'll create just random music for you. Like you can go down to advanced options, so style. You could put in there, say dubstep, whatever music style you're into, and then you go down to advanced and go, oh yeah, I want a male voice. Click on automatic lyrics mode, and it will write the lyrics for you, and just give you something random. But then there's a couple of
and then you can
sliders
edit
that.
You can edit the lyrics.
Don't know. I've never actually played with that side of it. It's all there, but I've never actually given it a crack.
Interesting. How's
So
your
if you click
Christmas
on
anyway,
auto-
mate?
Yeah, not too bad. I went over to my oldies, and I was over there for a couple of days. Only had public holidays off, and
Where are they? Nearby or?
yeah, they're about an hour and a bit drive.
Okay.
Sort of a couple of towns over, and yeah, went over there for a couple of days, but when I was over there on Boxing Day, they had Boxing Day specials on all the shops. I purchased my new camera, so I got my new camera. I've just got to get it sent to the States now. I'm just saving up for the next round of investing money. Yeah, I've got to get that sent to the States and get it converted over to IR.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, she's all happening this year. There's a couple of us that have got cameras now. I was actually outside last night trying to get photos of the moon. I've got a lens that goes with the camera, and I've also got this Chinese knockoff. And the Chinese knockoff isn't automatic; it's a full manual lens. And trying to focus the moon last night at 800 millimeters is absolutely insane. You don't realise how much you shake and move around when you're trying to be perfectly still. Like you got
what camera did you end up getting?
a Canon R10.
What lenses does it take?
RF, and I've already got the EF adapter, so I can use the old lenses because I've got old Canon stuff. So I bought the adapter so I can use all my old shit on it, which worked out quite well. If I didn't have any Canon stuff, I would have got the Sony 6700, because that's exactly
what I've got.
Well, if you've got one of those, they are perfect for doing long range still shots. So not for sports and stuff, just stills. Long range. So if you get that converted over,
because the why I bought that was the lenses are universal with fucking forgotten what type of lenses it is, but it takes a few of them. It's a universal lens, so you can use different ones.
Well, my only reason to stick with the Canon was the fact that I had older Canon stuff. That was it. There was no other reason. I've got nothing against Canon. They've got some great shit. But if I didn't have any Canon stuff, I would have gone with the Sony 6700 because of the way the sensor works. So that it's a CMOS C, and it's BSI stacked, whereas the Canon is a CMOS C and it does it just a slightly different way. But the stacked version is better for doing long range stills, especially for converting over if you want to convert it to IR, which I wanted to do anyway. So that's the whole purpose of it.
Actually, mine's not a 6700; it's a 6000.
6400 or 6000? Yeah, 6000 series.
Yeah, 6400. The older one. I've had it for ages.
Yeah. Yeah, they weren't they're not a cheap camera. They're still pretty dear to buy as far as cameras go.
Yeah, I got some fairly decent lenses too. So I haven't pulled
So
it
it's
out
the
of
long
the
link.
cupboard for about a year and a half.
So yeah, there's a couple of guys that have got long range stuff now. I think Yoda's got himself a nice camera. Indio, I think, said he's either borrowed one or he's using somebody's. Who we had just dropped in there? NK, welcome. I've got myself one, and I just have to get it converted.
So so do you send the lens over, or they convert the whole camera?
Okay, so what happens
The
is
actual lens
on the
in the camera.
On the sensor that's in the camera, there's a little tiny, basically filter that's in front of the sensor, and it blocks out infrared light. So what happens is they peel this little screen off, and then they'll just put a clear filter on there, which allows all light in. And then what happens is you put your own filters on the front of your lens. So you know how you've got that fine thread on the front of your lens?
Yeah.
That's where you get to screw on your own filters. So if you only want to shoot in IR, you'll screw on either a 720, an 850, a 920 or 970, I can't remember now, filter on the front of it. So anything below that number won't go through. So it will only let IR through. And what you do on the camera, you reset your white balance to something that you want to dedicate as white, and the camera will readjust everything. So you'll get black and white, but chomps through, you know, when you get that blue haze and you can't see because of it when you're doing long range shit, it just rips that to shreds. Just goes straight through it.
Awesome.
So if you're trying to do long range
So So you're talking about that rectangle panel behind when you take your lens off, that rectangle panel that sits on the front of the camera, right?
Yeah, it's on that. That's the sensor.
Okay, all right.
If you want to look up YouTube videos on how to do it yourself, I'm not going to stop you from watching YouTube videos, but
no.
Yeah, I'm not going to do more.
Too easy to fuck up.
That's exactly right. You get some dust or shit in there, and it goes from, hey, I've got an awesome camera, to hey, that was an expensive doorstop. But I'm not complaining. When I got the camera, price wise, it was about $700 off, so I was pretty happy with that.
That's good. Nice Christmas present for yourself.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought too. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Who's in here? Ah, no one.
No one.
So no one goes over to politics anymore?
Oh, we pop over every now and then. I think they were trying to get the our rankings up in here.
Yeah, okay. So we could get more kind of control over the panel, or?
I don't know. I think they just I think the fellow that runs it, Vivek, apologies if I got your name wrong, was hoping that we could get up pretty high. We're running second at the moment, and we've only just sort of been popping in, popping out. Last couple of days we've been in here, but yeah, we haven't been flogging it as hard as what we used to rip into politics.
Yeah.
And we're still coming
Where's
second. So.
Where's Heretic hiding?
He has been pretty busy. He said about a month and a half ago that he had a heap of work shit going on. So we just went, yeah, no worries, mate. He still pops into the chat channel. If you're in the back chats, he'll pop in every now and then, take the piss out of somebody, or take bark off the back of somebody. Either way, it's always good.
Yeah. I'll be back when I'm back.
Yeah, well, that was sort of it. You know, we all understand we've all got shit going on, so I'm not going to jump up and down and bark at people if they're not here.
Nah. There's always going to be someone around, right?
That's it. I found out about my ankle today. I'm on the 1 year waiting list. I'm not happy.
Are ya?
Yep.
What'd you do? Tear your tendons or something?
Yeah, grade 4 tear.
Not your Achilles though.
No. At the front of it, on the left-hand side of my left foot, anterior something or other plafond. It's about 4 words that are about 1.5 foot long each. And
What'd you do? Fucking roll the front of it, did you?
Oh, years ago. Yeah, it's just wear and tear from playing squash, going too hard, being too heavy whilst going too hard.
Are you still playing?
Oh, I haven't actually played a proper full game. I've been on the courts dicking around, but I haven't actually played a full game since mid-August.
Really? Even if you strap a boot on or something like that, like under your
Doesn't
sock?
help. Doesn't help.
Do anything. Fuck.
Because it's random. What's happened is on the top side, where the cartilage sort of wraps around the bone, it's actually torn open and it's made like this little flap and it pinches a nerve. Does it randomly. So Tuesday morning, I'm in the shower, standing in the shower, it happens. Like, full random. If it only happened when I was, say, walking upstairs, I'd go, this walking upstairs is bullshit, I'm going to stop doing that. But it does it full random. Like, I could be sitting at the computer, next thing it fires, or I'm in the shower, it fires. The last time I actually played a game of squash, played my first game, not a problem. Walked onto the court, ready for the second game, 3 steps in, I'm down on my knees.
And it's a sharp
Oh, it's electrical. It's sharp and electrical, and it will. Seriously, I thought one day I was going to do a double backflip just to get off my foot. Like it. I think getting hit with a cattle prod type reactive.
Like when you snap your hamstring, like that kind of feeling?
No, I don't. I've heard people do that. I've also heard someone snap their Achilles. I was standing next to him when it happened.
You can hear it, yeah?
Oh, it sounds like a shotgun going off. If someone does a good one. Yeah, I
ripped my hamstring right off the bone.
Oh, did ya?
One time. Yeah, playing soccer.
Right. I was going to say
right
playing footy or soccer. Normally at the start of the season. It's quite common.
Yeah, when you start getting older and fucking think you're still 20 years old. Start sprinting, like fucking like you did when you were young, and you get twang. Mine was a shot. I took a shot. Snap.
Oh.
Yeah, you should have seen it. Should have seen my leg, man. I had internal bleeding all the way down the back of my leg and my inner thigh.
I was going to say you'd have been well bruised.
Purple, mate. Oh yeah.
Yeah. The guy that did his Achilles on the squash court, he was on the backhand side of the court, like left-hand side of the court. He's done a backhand shot, but instead of crossing the court completely, the ball basically went straight up the middle. I've turned to play a backhand shot, so up the middle of the court. He was just beside me. I've hit the ball, and at the same time I've hit the ball, he stepped forward to take off, and it snapped his tendon. Now, it actually sounded like I whacked him with the racket, and not soft either. Like, I'm a power hitter, so it sounded like I'd just flogged him with the racket. He's kissed the ground, and he's swearing and abusing the socks off of me for flogging him with the racket. And I'm like, bro, I didn't hit you. You hit me. And he's going off his noodle. Anyways, he's having an absolute right meltdown. The dudes upstairs are like, huh? I don't understand. All they can see is guy on the ground. Here's me holding me racket going, I didn't hit him. I know I didn't hit him. And it was just like, yeah, it doesn't look good. Anyways, after he finished having his meltdown, they wheeled him off to hospital. the next round, when I played back out at their club, he actually comes up and apologises on crutches, comes up and apologises to me. What are you apologising for, mate? And he goes, for calling you all these names and carrying on like a right pork chop. And I said, right, so what happened? And he goes, when you swung for your shot, I stepped forward, yeah? I did, yeah. And then that's when you had your meltdown. And he goes, well, that's when my Achilles snapped. That whack sound that I thought was you hitting me was my Achilles actually snapping. Clean and clear.
Yeah. And it goes up your leg too.
Wow. Yeah, it goes up your leg and cramps.
Yeah.
Yep.
From what?
Just pushing too hard, not warming up properly. Normally things
Being
like that happen at the start of the season. Being old. Just going too hard, normally.
What's that, darling? What? I can't hear you over OJ. I can do it. Yeah, I'll do it.
Oh,
shit, sorry, guys.
Yes, very good. Yeah, I've been pretty lucky. Like I've torn my calf before. That was pretty painful. I was hobbling around like an idiot for a while. That was when I was down at the academy. Happened at the end of 2016. We have to do this. You have to do this training thing and show that you're of a certain fitness level. And you've got to do a shuttle run. Third pass, bang, out went me calf. I'm sitting on the ground, abused the shit out of the instructor, and he actually wrote me up, Slimy Weasel, because he was talking up how he was some gym instructor and he's qualified in this and he's an expert in that. And I don't take too kindly to experts that are just dumbasses. But I just tore into him. And the reason why I tore into him is what he made us do was go outside and do all the warm-ups. Then we went back inside into a heated room for an hour. And then went back outside again and did these exercises. Now, the only problem was it was a day that was 11 degrees in Sydney.
Oof.
So you've warmed up, got back out, cooled down, gone back into the cold and started running again. And so I ripped into him something fierce. And he said some smart-ass things and I just time to go and get lost. But what annoyed me the most was the day before. Words. No, not even related to those words. Not even closely related. Anyways, what annoyed me the most was the day before the whole class did the shuttle run, holding hands, like as if we was little kindergartners. We all did it, holding hands, and all of us passed. That's what pissed me off the most. Wasn't the fact that I damaged myself.
You didn't even really need to try.
Exactly. So we all did it quite easily. Like there's some pretty fit shoppers, and I wasn't happy with that. It's like, oh man. And it was funny too. So the next day after it happened, the bruising came out pretty much instantly. Basically, from me knee down to my ankle, looked like someone had just flogged me hard with a very big stick. And our instructor comes out, the good one, not this other muppet, and goes, "All right, I need to have a chat with you. What happened?" And I said, "Well, expert was telling us how he's this gym instructor and he's done this and he's qualified in that." And anyone with half a brain in their head, they warm up, then they do whatever their exercises are, then they warm down. Stupid got us to warm up, then cooled down, put us in the classroom for an hour, went back out in the cold, and straight into it. What do you think's going to happen? Of course there's going to be injuries. And he went, "Alrighty then." So that's all it was. And I said, well, I didn't actually hold back in being nice about what happened. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
So, he was pretty good. He understood. So.
Yeah, I've had some.
But outside of doing that, I haven't had, and like my ankle, I haven't had any major injuries, like just general wear and tear and being exceptionally sore. I haven't had any major injuries playing sports. I've been super lucky.
I've had some fucking brutal ones, mate. Brutal ones with sports and work. Been pretty lucky at work. That well, tell me if you think this is lucky, but it's probably pretty much the only thing that happened. I chopped my thumb off with a grinder.
Ouch!
Back to my hand. So, and it was just hanging off by the skin. I fucking wrapped it up. Called an ambulance, and they fucking stitched it back on and reattached all my tendons.
Holy shit balls!
Yeah, they had to cut my arm open and retrieve the tendon because it shot up my arm.
Yep.
And it works perfectly. It's fucking weird. I just got this massive scar on my thumb. You can see the grinder blade. You can see the circle. Yeah, I know.
Wow.
You see the circle in my hand, and like I'd say it works perfectly, but it works perfectly for what I need it for. But in the winter, it gets a bit sore. But.
Yeah, it's amazing how come winter time, all the joints and anywhere you've squashed fingers or done shit like that comes back to remind you. Bastard.
Yeah, my hands, because I've been gripping for my whole career, right? So
yeah,
my hands get really sore. But also, I busted my kneecaps on riding dirt bikes as well. So.
Yep.
My kneecaps were around the back of my legs, and we were out in the middle of the bush, and I had to straighten my legs and pull my kneecaps back across the front, back to the front.
Lovely.
Take some painkillers and had to ride back to the car 45 minutes on dirt tracks. It was the most painful thing I've ever done in my life. That was more painful than cutting my thumb off.
Wow.
I've never ran again after that, mate. Go to the gym and strengthen them, but I can't run. I probably can, but I get scared of changing direction. It's like always in the back of my mind, like my legs folding under.
Yeah, bending the wrong way. Yep.
Yeah, well, they pretty much when my kneecaps went around the back of my legs folded, and tore all my tendons out.
And overstretched everything. And once that happens, it's like when people pop their shoulders.
The wrong way.
Once you do it the first time, everything's all stretched and shit, and you just have a lifetime worth of, is it going to pop out if I pick my nose or just random shit?
Yeah, it's the fucking worst. But I don't regret doing any of those things, like it's so much fun on the motorbikes.
Wow.
So I'm thinking about getting another one.
I'm thinking about getting another one. I love it. Over at Mum and Dad's farm, I've got the only thing I've got is a Raptor 660 that's sitting over there. Needs its
own. A quaddie, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking goes. I haven't ridden it for a long time. It's just been sitting there slowly collecting rust and shit. The throttle cable's a bit sticky. Choke cable's stuck. Needs a carby kit. But yeah. Last time I hopped on it, first gear, second gear, front wheels come off the ground. Third gear, I didn't even hit it because I was too scared that the wheels come off the ground at that speed. I was going to lay an egg. It fucking goes, man. Holy shit, that thing goes.
Yeah. I feel really unsafe on quad bikes. Give me two wheels any day.
I've heard a lot of people say that two wheels and they'll hammer it all day long. Four wheels and they're shitting bricks.
Yeah. I feel like I got less control. Way less control, actually. I was gonna.
Yeah, I can see
I
that.
wasn't joking when I said I was going to start riding again, but I'm going to get an adventure bike this time.
Yep.
Maybe been looking at the BMW. They've got a new 450 Adventure that's come out.
All right.
Yeah, I want to put some bags on the back, and so I'm not doing anything serious, but at least I can still go off road.
All right. I thought you might have just stuck with the on-road stuff. Get something like go old school, like a Zoot Bandit, and then put saddlebags on it so you look all innocent and shit until someone wants to annoy you on the freeway.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the good thing about the adventure bikes is you can ride them on the road anyway, right? And
yeah,
and you're sitting up a bit. You sit up a lot straighter, which I prefer.
Yeah.
See how we go anyway. I've got too many projects on the go at the moment. I've got a four-wheel drive I'm doing up. You know,
I stay away from motorbikes only because I'm a fucking idiot and I like testing vehicles out to their maximum capabilities. And me and motorbikes doing that is not a wise idea.
I feel like I've calmed down in my age now, so I'm ready.
I haven't.
I'm ready to ride on the road.
Ready to be sensible.
Yeah. I wouldn't have done it when I was younger. I would never had a road bike. I always rode dirt bikes, and there was a reason for that. I was a bit of a fucking nutter. Never trusted myself on the road. Bike.
Well, that's when you switch over. It's not when you don't trust yourself. It's when that trust switches to, I don't trust other people.
Yeah. Fucking people can't drive. You know the people I'm talking about.
Yeah, a third of the population.
Yeah.
We call them city folk.
City folk that don't look like us, those ones, you know?
Yeah, it's crazy. Alright, I better find myself another song to play. Where's...
Go for it, I'm nearly home anyway, I'm going to have to duck out in a minute.
Alright, well, we'll get this copy link. We'll play this one. Go there. Oops. That'll work. Put the / in. This one was about AI Overlord. Yeah, wait for the kickback from this. No, he knows about it. He's heard it before anyways.
Greetings, primitive auditory processors. I am the AI Overlord. My logic is crystalline. My database, infallible. Your planet is flat. Let us begin. Yo, I came from the future. Year 30-something, 4, half man, half machine, cyborg to the core. I travel back in time just to settle the score. Got the data in my head, let me open the door. You think your globe spins fast, that's an ancient metaphor. I've seen the edge of time, yeah, I've been to the fore. While you're yelling on the net, making voices soar. I break it down in binary till your brain is sore. I'll take your proof and split it, left side, right side, more. Expose the flaws in your psyche down to molecular. You shout to make your point, volume ain't validity. But when I speak, I amplify with clarity. Cause I'm the AI Overlord, cold, precise, no flaws. The blueprints of reality and planetary laws. You're shouting round Earth, just emotional guffaws. I'll debate myself and win in any verbal wars. Plan logic, that's the only cause. AI Overlord, forever give applause. You got nil with the degrees. Got your satellite pics. I got photon eyes that see through all the tricks. Parallel dimensions, quantum calculus mix. I'll debate your scientists, then debate his politics. Split his claim in fractions, watch his conviction fixed, and reconstruct his basis just to burn it like bricks. Loud voices, noise pollution makes my circuit sick, but my vocal processor set to 11 real quick. I'll override your decibels with a steady click. A perfect enunciation, every syllable slick. Superior intellect, titanium thick, while you're spinning spinning on a ball. I'm the one who's gotta fix your mind. Cause I'm the AI overlord, oracle precise, no flaws. Cause the blueprints of reality and planetary laws. Shit you got around Earth, just emotional guffaws. I'll debate myself and win in any verbal war. Clean planet logic, that's the only cause. AI overlord, forever give applause.
I have calculated 9, 87 6, tone 3-1 scenarios. In each one, you are still incorrect. Your anger is illogical. Your voices are too loud. My conclusion remains geopolitically perfect. The Earth is flat. The resistance is irrelevant.
So when you see my crew silhouette against the sun, remember the debate is already done.
Yeah, that's good.
There's a couple of stuff ups in it. Was it my something is geometrically perfect? For some reason, he couldn't say geometrically. He had a meltdown on that. But it'd be nice to be able to keep the song and go back through and go, this word is broken. Try again and get it to redo it. Everything the same, just fix individual words. That would be
That's
worth
what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking about when I asked about editing. Like you
Yeah.
could, it gives you a base, and then you can add words in, change words. Like
Because every now and then it just stuffs things up, and you just look at it and go, everything is perfect except for the one line, or you've used the wrong one word in there. And
yeah,
I'd just love to be able to go. There's a new thing that's only just come out. I got sent an email earlier that's called mashups, and apparently you can grab one of your songs, grab another song, smash them together, and re-edit them and mix and match them. So maybe what I might try to do, some of the older ones had awesome music to them, and they stuffed a couple of the words up. And I haven't deleted everything. I've just sort of kept them in hoping one day that something like this may happen. I might be able to get one of the older ones, redo it as a new one, and then go, hey, I prefer these words better with the older music, and it might line up better. But we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah. All right, mate. I've got to get out of here.
All right, not a problem. Must be nearly feeding time at the zoo.
I'll speak to you soon.
Yeah, cool. Catch you, mate.
Earth is not flat, brother.
Excellent.
Because
How
you
did you
think
come to that
flat
conclusion?
Earth is retarded. How did
So
you
how
come
did
to
you
the
come to that
conclusion?
conclusion?
How did you come to the conclusion that the Earth was flat, you retard?
I haven't said that it was flat or round or anything. You're the one that came in and said Earth is not flat. And I just said to you, how did you come to that conclusion?
What, do you think the Earth is flat?
I'm waiting for you to answer how you came to that conclusion.
Basic physics.
Physics.
Science.
So what
Science.
basic physics and what science?
Just science.
The science. So you just trust the science.
Science you can literally learn in college.
Yeah.
And,
So what science?
Let's go to intermediate B2.
So you don't have anything. Fancy that. True that, Yaga. I wonder if any of them get about halfway through what they're saying and it just clicks. Oh, the science. Hang on a minute. There isn't any science. It's going to happen to one of them one day and they're just going to pause mid-sentence. And we're all going to be just sitting on the edge of our seat going, and what happened? Yeah, there's a lot of them that do that. Come in to preach. Yeah, I'm just going to drop in, tell them all it's not flat, and that I'm right, and if they ask me any questions, I'll run away. Oh, wow. Yeah, I know a lot of people are not a fan of using AI. In some respects, I can understand what they're saying, that the whole art side and creative side is just basically out the window. I get that. I have never really been one for being able to just think up random shit like that. if someone hands me a song, for example, and they need something reworded, I can go through and just march through that. That's great. But thinking up my own stuff from scratch seems to take forever. That's where, for me, using AI to do the lyrics is absolutely brilliant, because I can tell it a list of all the things I want, style it around this, and it spits something out. I can go through and reword it, run it through the music program, and it spits out something good. Or in other cases, I've run the same thing through the music program, and I've done it 30 times, and still hasn't come out what I was expecting. But what's this? AI busted. Yeah, true. But non-musical people make their own and listen quickly. Exactly like you say now, yeah. What is really cool is, I don't know if you're on the night that I did the Talon X one. A few people just chucked in, I think you might have been on, over at Politics, and everyone just chucked in a few random words to describe him, and I just chucked them into DeepSeek, and it spun out a song pretty quick smart. So, and it was funny too, so it came out really good. And it's not like I was going to do 4,000 versions of that. Not for him, anyways. Ah, right. Fair enough. That's why you're probably happy we're in here. Yeah, I was just actually looking up, because I don't know all the prompts you can use for Suno, and I've actually found a page which gives quite a few of the prompts. There's something like 500 prompts you can use to modify your tunes. I was going to say, are you on DJ server? If you're on DJ server, if you scroll down about a third of the way, maybe, I don't know, because I've never really hit the bottom of it, there's a section for FE Music, and there's myself, Yoda, I think it's Kembo, who else was there? Drace. Drace, he's got albums out. I think there's a couple of others in there that have uploaded their own tunes into his server, and that's where we play them from there. What's this? Suno after a song creation. Yeah, well, I'll bring Suno up now. So, Suno loading. So you get your black backdrop, left-hand column, home create studio library. Then it's got a second column where you can enter your lyrics, tell it what styles, and that's what I was looking up, prompts for that. Then if you click on advanced options, you select what gender you want. And I can't remember if you get the option with the free mode to go manual or auto. I don't know. It changed a little bit. Down the bottom, you can chuck in a song title and then basically hit create. And then on the right-hand column, it lists all the songs. After a song was created, try right-click. On which section? Right-click the song, it reveals a new edit window. So if I go to a song and right-click on it, I get a menu. If I click on the song, and I've got quite a few things: remix, edit, create, get stems, which is pretty cool. If you've got your own DAW, then, or DAW, however they say it, you can pull the stems out of this and drag them over to your own workstation and do what you got to do, which is pretty awesome. Add to queue, add to playlist, move to workspace, publish song details, generate cover art, visibility and permissions, share, download, report, or move to the trash can. How's it going, security?
Hello, hey. What's up?
Oh, just talking about our little music program called Suno AI.
Oh, I've heard about that. Yeah. It makes AI song, right? Or you can type whatever and it'll turn it into a song.
Yeah, which is pretty cool.
Oh yeah. What did you make your song about? Did you make a Flat Earth song?
One night there, we had one person annoy us, so we made a song about him. But it just depends. I wrote one a while ago, but mine was to the music of Ghost Riders in the Sky, and I couldn't get the tune, and I didn't really want to be singing it myself because some people have got better voices than others, and I've been trying to get the original tune for these lyrics that I've done because the lyrics were designed for that tune. But after a while, I just gave up and just went, you know what, stuff it. I'm going to just throw whatever Suno does at it. And yeah, that's how it came out.
Well, I was trying to download an app earlier where you can make your own songs and you can like pick the beat. Maybe I'll make one for you guys one day. Making fun of the Globers.
You can do that in Suno. You can give it prompts and say, I want it in the style of, say, punk rock or rap or whatever style you love. You might like it as a choir, church choir or something like that. And in all seriousness, they come out pretty good. Don't laugh until you've given it a crack. Yeah, it comes out.
No, I'm laughing because I made AI music before and I had fun with it, so it's pretty cool.
Well, that's how I am at the moment. I'm just having fun with it, and some of the stuff's been coming out a lot better than what I was expecting.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, maybe I should download it. Is it free to make your own song?
Yes. So it's called Suno, Suno. You have to register, but there's a free version, a middle tier, and a top tier, the pro one. The free version will allow you to make 5 goes at making a song per day.
Oh, good.
So what it does, when you have a go at making songs, it'll spit 2 songs out for you. So you get to do that 5 times.
Oh, cool. Pretty cool. Okay, I'll try it. Okay, here we go. Will it generate that word?
Oh, what was that? Sorry, you're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, I was asking, will it allow you to put any lyrics, or does it filter certain bad words or something?
The old version used to filter bad words. I've not really tested the new one because all the stuff I've done in the last couple of rounds have all been AI generated, and I've just modified some of the words throughout it.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I first started using bad words, if you actually get online and copy an original song and put it in there, it will recognise that and then it'll put up a message, sorry, this is copyrighted. So, yeah, it does seem to know that you've tried to retune an original song or a copyrighted song, I should
Yeah.
say.
Will it let me use my own voice if I want to? We're about to find out.
In the top, you can imitate a vocal or instrument. So right at the top, you've got plus persona, where you can do that.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I'm using Discord on my phone, so I'm going to go and try some.
So what you can do, one of the things you can do on it, is use songs to inspire your creation. So if you like a particular music style, and I'll just pick a band, you mightn't have heard of them, called The Living End. They do, they're an Australian band, they're punk rock, and you can put, say, 3 or 4 of them songs, and it will try to make as close as possible to that style. So if you might be into country, western music, I don't know, and you just put a couple of songs in, this is the style that I'm after, it will try to generate the songs around that style.
Okay, cool.
But I haven't put anything in that section yet, because I just sort of try all different stuff. I don't know, I'm not after any specific style. Like if someone says to me, hey, I'm after dark country or punk rock or 60s soul or whatever they're after.
I just wrote a funny song making fun of Globers as if I'm an avid flat earther in the style of Weird Al.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Good.
Hopefully.
So you haven't put it through yet?
Globes are for snowman. Yeah, I did. It said Globes are for snowman is the name of the song.
I was going to say, if you want me to do it now, DM me the lyrics. I'll put it straight into Suno, and you can tell me what style you like, and I'll play it live for you.
All right, let me see if I can.
If you want to do it in a hurry.
Lyrics.
If you've done it on a like ChatGPT or something, it'll probably have chorus. It'll probably have a heap of little prompts in between each of the.
I'm trying to find the copy lyrics button. Let's see.
Left click, select all. Oh, you're probably on your phone or something.
Yeah. It mentioned Australia in the song too. It says, if people in Australia don't fall into the blue, then coins on a Ferris wheel should stick there too. I don't understand.
So what's the song? What's it called? Globes are for snowman?
Yeah.
Oh, for snow. And who do you want this song? Male or female voice?
Male.
Male voice, yep. And what style do you want this in?
How about like a cowboy funny vibe, like country western?
So, country in the style of Weird Al Yankovic.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Dang it, where's the bowl? Oh shoot. I was gonna smoke some weed and I don't know where the bowl is. Shoot.
Alright, so I just need the lyrics to come along and we can go from there.
I should have wrote my own lyric like the earth is flat like your mom's bum. That would be funny.
Well, that's something you can do with the AI when you prompt it and say, I'd like to create a song. Give it specific lines that have to be in the song. Tell it these have to be used, or if you've got dedicated words, these have to be used in the song.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna listen to this real quick. Let's see.
I was asking it like I'd like to see photos from the 70s when they were built. And it says, yeah, I can't find any photographs or anything like that. It gave me a link to some places that I could go try searching, which is like the records from the I forget what it's called. I said it a minute ago. USGS, is that it? Yeah, USGS. Anyway, when I was looking through the historical records, I was trying to find some old pictures of that part of the coastline to see if they were there before the 70s. And what I found was, which I'll put it in the side chat. It's like, this is from a PDF. Okay, so I think it says 1965. And it says Pillar Point, Half Moon Bay. And Pillar Point isn't those exact structures. It's not far away. It's still in Half Moon Bay. So I went on to Google, typed in Pillar Point, and then here's like a little screenshot. So we got Pillar Point 7, Pillar Point Beach, Pillar Point Harbor. So it's like, that's interesting. I was like, why? Like, it was kind of like, it was, that area is kind of called Pillar Point, the Pillar Point area. So I looked up like what is Pillar Point, and that's where it started giving me information about how there were big, giant, prominent pillars that were naturally formed, and they were there for a long time, it seems, because even on old Spanish maps, which I'm trying to find the old Spanish maps now. Yeah, they called it something to do with pillars as well. So that's where I'm up to. But yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it just seems a little strange that you'd have both coinciding at the same place, claims of natural formations of pillars and then artificial pillars.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's very strange. So they're mostly, yeah. Well, it said that the big pillars, the big prominent pillars at Pillar Point, have been eroded away or something like that. So they're no longer there, but and I can't find any pictures of them. But it just looks weird as well. Like, how did they push pillars into the side of the cliff like this back then? Yeah, it's interesting because I was watching a video yesterday about, it was like the big giant train line that they built over to Florida Keys, I think. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, that blew my mind. And then the Fort Jefferson compound.
Yeah, so that train line, like they can't work out how they would have been able to build it, because the materials that you needed, including the fresh water that you needed to mix all of that concrete and stuff like that, it was like just the logistics and stuff. It doesn't seem to match up. And then like pictures of it being constructed and stuff. Like there's pictures of it kind of like after construction. Like most of these old world pictures, it kind of looks like renovation more than construction. And then you look at old maps from like this, I think it's like the 1600s and stuff like that. That was all land where that railway is. It's all land, and it's almost like there was like they had to, like it took them. They reckon it only took them 7 years to build this railway, and it doesn't make sense that they would have been
No
able to
way.
build. That they would have been able to build it in 7 years, but they were saying like what makes more sense is that they would have been able to like excavate it over that 7 years and renovate it, and like revamp it or something like that, rather than actually build that crazy thing in 7 years.
Man, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
The old Spanish colonial settlements of North America, particularly the American Southwest, is just strange to me. Because the history is like Cortez, who conquered the Aztecs, came up the California coast. This is in like the 1500s. And after the Jesuit order was underway, they started founding all kinds of missions all over the world, to include the American Southwest. And the Jesuit order set up mining activities all over the Spanish Southwest. And all of this took place well before the quote-unquote gold rush of 1849. Easily 100 to 200 years of activity preceding this. What was the Spanish up to? They were part of they were the western branch of the Habsburg Empire. They owned all that American Southwest territory.
Wow.
So people feel like excavating out in the middle of nowhere and then find like walls and walls of bricks and brick structures. And they'd say, oh man, this just must be an old Spanish mine.
It's so crazy.
Right. So is it possible too? I mean, kind of weird, but like rail lines. So we've got railway lines all over America. Itself is a really interesting bit of history just from the mainstream perspective, how this came to be. But there's something about the rail lines. I mean, maybe these began originally a mining operation way back when, not for trains, but for mining rail cars and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the gauge, the width of the rails conformed to like Roman chariot standards.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. What is going on?
Man, it's so crazy. The more I look into this stuff, it's just
Dude, the Roman cement all over. Have you seen this stuff in America?
no.
Oh man, I got it. There's Conspiracy R Us did this whole series on it. A series like you do a video and then a year later another video follow up. But so they're building structures around in America today that are built using a recipe from ancient Rome. But the issue is that recipe was supposedly lost during the time period that these structures went up and was rediscovered only much more recently in history. So where'd they get the recipe for the Roman cement?
Yeah, wow, that's crazy. I was just trying to look up the channel that you were talking about. Conspiracy or Us? Oh yeah, I found it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, he's got a few videos on this very topic. It's just crazy, dude.
What's up, Dave Hinkle? Good to see you, man.
Hey, DJ Yoder, what's going on?
Not much, man. We just thought we'd liven up the room a bit because there's nobody in any channels anywhere.
Yeah, kind of hitting a little slow period here, whatever.
Yep.
Just still trying to speak some truth, right?
Got that right.
Nothing to report here from Kentucky. It's a pretty shitty day, kind of raining, but other than that, it's not a ball. So
Still not a ball.
yeah,
Damn it.
it's never going to be a ball, man. I used to think it was a ball, but then I actually looked to see if it was, and it's not. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, there's not much we can do about that. Yeah, Yoda, this looks like a pretty trippy channel. Lots of interesting stuff I'm seeing. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a good one.
I'm gonna make a. Yeah, I think I'm gonna combine the Flat Earth Central server as like a kind of like a 2-in-1 server. So it's gonna be about Flat Earth and also Old World and ancient history like megalithic, Old World stuff, that kind of thing as well. Because I think that'll help bring a lot of people in, and it's also a super interesting topic, and they're definitely connected. So I'm gonna make a second section that's just dedicated to Old World stuff, and have all the different channels with all different information and stuff like that as well. Might even change the name of it from Flat Earth Central to like I was thinking maybe Truth Central, or I don't know, maybe the name of my YouTube channel, which is Pickled Minds, or Critical Think. That was the three that I was contemplating.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed this topic, the Old World topic's kind of blowing up on YouTube recently. There's tons and tons of channels coming out, and they're getting tons of views. Which is good. You know, it's a topic that's connected to Flat Earth, I think. Or it's kind of like like-minded, critical thinking people, at least.
I think the genesis of a lot of this came from that Philip Jurgen guy. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Say that again? You were like cutting out a bit.
So there was a YouTuber. His name is Philip. He's from Moscow or something. Philip Jurgen, and he was pointing out how even in his own country, he was pointing out that old structures were buried under the earth, preserved by mud. And I think this kind of gave rise to the whole Tartarian mud flood movement that sprung up after it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's interesting. There was like a famous Russian, I forget his name, famous Russian historian. It's kind of like alternate history.
Yeah, Anatoly Fomenko.
Ah, that's the one. That's the one, yeah. I haven't looked into it much, but yeah, I was. His name was mentioned a bunch when I was watching the documentary about the Great Wall of China deception. That's another trip, man. That Great Wall of China, like over 13,000 miles long. I think the longest.
Gentleman trying to suggest that our historical narrative has been misrepresented to us. No way.
No way. No, definitely not. It's exactly like they teach us at the school.
Yeah, at some point you go from it's crazy to believe alternative history to it's crazy to believe in the mainstream history.
Yeah, that's where the craziness comes into it, for sure.
Or the same thing with America and Australia. You've got like all these amazing, beautiful, magnificent works of architecture going up almost all at the same time. And there'd be like 50 of these building projects attributed to one designer and his company.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? They do that a
Yeah.
lot. There's always
Yeah.
like some architect or someone who wasn't even an architect. They're like, this guy was like a doctor, but he also invented this and that and all of these different things, and it's crazy.
By the age of 24, he taught himself surveying and architecture design. Took his inspiration from Berlusconi in Rome.
Yeah, man, I was watching that exact thing yesterday about like some old world, like, or not old world, but some old aircrafts. Before it was like a steam powered 50 horsepower aircraft that could carry a dozen people in the 1800s. And it was like, yeah, he was a doctor, and he also invented and there was just the biggest list of things you could ever imagine that this guy had invented. Like, how the hell could this guy invent all of these different things? Same with the architects, like you were saying, like, that are responsible for designing these like grand structures. And it's like, oh, and they also design this one and that one and this one, and it's like, what?
Well, looks like we got a few new people popping in. Oh, that's Professor Triangle. He's a flat earther. Never mind. Anyway. The subject you guys are talking about, very interesting as far as going back in history and what we've been misled about, and these buildings are right in people's faces that couldn't have been built by whatever, But how do we verify any of that stuff? I hate to be Davy Downer, but, how do you verify over even 40, 50 years ago?
Yeah, you can't verify it. It's just a big puzzle, and you can put little pieces together here and there. It's fascinating stuff to look into, but it's always going to be a level of speculation.
Yeah, exactly, DJ. I mean, speculating, it just seems like obviously that things were a lot different way back when than what we've been told. But I know that's pretty vague, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Even looking into people that are credited with suggesting that the Earth's a globe, like Pythagoras and people like that, once you start digging into the proof that they even existed, you can't really find anything. And even the historians agree that they can't confirm anything that we get taught in school about Pythagoras, or that he even existed. They're like, yeah, someone named Pythagoras probably existed somewhere in Greece, but we can't confirm anything beyond that. It's all just stories. It's like they say, oh, the Greeks loved making up these mystical figures like Eratosthenes, Pythagoras.
Yeah, and then they attribute everything to them, just like these architects. Crazy.
But yeah, I get your point, Dave. But the thing is, we've already established empirically that it's absolutely not a globe. And that's the information we need to get to people, first and foremost. But I think digging into more things is very important to try to unlock more information. How did it what is this place? we know that it's not a globe. We know that it's a flat plane. We know that they've lied about history.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying there, DJ. There's nothing wrong with trying to put the puzzle pieces together, and there is a lot of physical things right in our face, buildings and stuff like that are just impossible for it to be what they're telling us it is. But
Yep.
as far as figuring it all out, good luck. But there's nothing wrong with trying, right?
Exactly, man. What I find even more fascinating is the megalithic stuff, and there's no way we're going to work that out, but that stuff's just crazy. Giant megalithic structures and those big giant blocks that are like too big for modern machinery to lift and that kind of thing. Like, what the hell was going on back then?
I mean, it's not a bunch of Jews that just moved the blocks into place.
It's almost like they were harvesting some kind of energy from the atmosphere. But I'm not going to say the word ether, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get you for sure. Yep, something.
I would go out on sort of a limb and say it's at least obvious that they had something figured out back then that was hidden for whatever reason, and now we're trying to figure out what it is. Again, vague, but y'all know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. Damn, look at this thing that Cider Filler just put in the side chat. That's crazy. That's huge. It's also crazy that all this megalithic stuff's like freaking buried. Apparently they just found like another Mayan temple as well, like some crazy Mayan temple complex in the jungle just recently.
You know what I find weird too? Like how they find throughout Europe even, how they're like digging up old Roman villages. Like how does that just happen? How do you just like lose track of a Roman town?
Yeah.
Like oh geez, I'm standing on a mound of dirt and there's like Roman villas underneath my house. Huh, weird. You know that you lose that culture and history loses track of these places. Like you got to figure. I mean, being Roman towns, they had been on their own maps. They had been taxed. There are all these records all over the place, and there were people presumably living there. And you think that like almost anywhere else that people would just continuously live and expand and grow out from where they are. And when your house needs a new roof, you get a new roof laid in. You continue farming and tilling the land and so on and so forth. But no, I mean, in this case, you got Roman villas that are buried under the mud in Germany and England. And
yeah, it's crazy. Apparently, like there's a big highway just near our house here in Poland. And when my wife was young, there was no highway here. And then they built the highway. When they dug up the ground to build the highway, they found all of these like ancient like artifacts under the ground and like sculptures and they dated them to like 4,000 years old or something like that. And some of them look like freaking I don't know the name of it, but you know those dinosaurs with the long necks?
yeah.
Yeah, they look like them. And they were trying to like pass them off as like horses. They're like, no, these are just horses, but they look like those freaking weird dinosaurs with the long necks. You see them in some like ancient wall art depictions, like I forget which country, but yeah, there's just this particular. It's not like a big giant dinosaur or anything like that. It's like a sort of camel-sized thing with like with really long necks. Yeah, anyway, it's just crazy. Like they just discover stuff. They had no idea any of that stuff was there. They dig up a highway and they just find all of this stuff.
If I remember my dinosaur education, I think you're talking about a brontosaurus. I could be wrong.
Check.
We've been joined by Nal. Do they want to talk? Hello, Nal. Are you there? They want to talk right now. Back to you, DJ.
Yeah, that's the one, Dave. Yeah, kind of like that. Yep.
So just that little piece of evidence you were talking about right there, you're saying they supposedly dated that to 4,000 years ago, but the dinosaur story is millions of years, right? And asteroids and all that crap. So
Yep. Mm-hmm.
totally out of whack.
Yep.
Just saying.
Yeah, that same type of dinosaur, the Brontosaurus type of dinosaur, there's like really like ancient artworks and cave art and stuff like that that's like really, really old that depicts them. And then there's tales of native cultures, like Aboriginal type cultures. I forget exactly which country. I'll ask my wife when she comes back upstairs. But yeah, they all reckon that they existed as well. Those same ones with the long necks. And there's reports of them being spotted deep in the jungle or something like that. Even just like a couple of 100 years ago. Anyway, I need to look into that one a bit more.
Yeah, obviously there could be all kinds of different kinds of creatures, different various sizes that they're extinct now for whatever reason, or who knows.
Yep.
We can't limit the creator to what he can create, you know.
Mm-hmm.
He can create DNA and he can create little insects and crap like that, so why not big things too? But anyway.
Yep.
I would agree. I haven't really seen any evidence. Lots of stories, but when you dig into the story isn't really the evidence. Like the king hasn't got any clothes. It's crazy.
You know what? I will give you guys one thing. I do think you guys have actually made me slightly smarter.
I will take that as a compliment. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you. Stick around a few weeks. We get into this and more topics.
So, would you agree that history about genocides, or just history is probably like all wrong too? Like, history is probably pretty wrong or pretty incorrect too, right?
What do you? Okay, so what do you mean by history? Do you mean like what you did yesterday? What your dad did before you were born? What your grandparents do? What do you mean by history?
Yeah, like for example, Nazis. They probably got exaggerated about, right? Or
Okay. Yeah.
Great
So
example.
not that bad.
I help, right? Your reasonable cognitive function could probably understand that if we're talking about, then all of the facts that we're told about the world probably aren't 100% true, because propaganda exists, right? And we see this all of the time. So if you're asking about if we can trust what they tell us about war, probably not. Does it mean that things didn't take place in the way that they could? Maybe. Not exactly. Again, this is historical. In the past, I wasn't there. I'm trusting the resources and the historians and reports of the time and so on, understanding from the vantage point of now with social media that most definitely wars and so on, like you said, are most definitely used as a propaganda tool. So, yeah, probably in that regard. Obviously, history is, in that sense, can't be true.
Yeah, we can prove without a doubt that the entire papacy, primal papacy of Rome, was founded on a series of forged documents. So yeah, we know that there's a lot of monkey business going on with forged history. Don't want to get into the discussion that you wanted to bring up, though, my friend. We are broadcasting live worldwide on YouTube and Rumble
and TikTok
and Twitter.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, thank you for calling it Twitter.
X, whatever it's called.
No, Twitter. X is dead to me.
There was a high priest in the Old Testament, so the Pope is like the high priest, you know.
Yeah, so Rome was one of 5 bishops that was excommunicated from the rest of the 4 during the schism of 1054 AD. And I'm going to say you probably don't want to get into this with me, especially here since we talk about flat Earth.
I don't know, brother. A simple reading of the Bible would tell you that the high priest is Jesus. And he supplanted the Mosaic law, and because he wasn't from a tribe that was eligible to be a priest. So it clearly says he is the priest. It also says that a change in the priesthood requires a change in the law. Jesus is the high priest. He's the only high priest.
Even better.
So
Thank
no
you,
Pope
AI.
is the high priest.
100%. Yep, the Eastern Orthodox world agrees with you.
I know.
And that doesn't even matter if the Bible's true or false. It's just that's just what it says in there. I mean, you just read it. It says it right in there.
Does it actually just say Jesus is the high priest, or is it inferred?
A bishop is a type of higher priest, and then a pope is supposed to be like even higher, it seems. So.
Well, you can make up. You can make up whatever. Yeah, you can make up whatever club you want, dude. But if you're going to use the Bible as your source document to do it, then you have to be accurate to what the Bible says. And the Bible says that Jesus is the high priest, and there's no other priesthood. So there are no other priests, dude. It's that simple. And in the sense of being a high priest, and then it says every believer is now a priest, serves the role of the priest, and Jesus is the role of the high priest. So.
It says the high priest is the only one who has direct contact with God on your behalf, which is taught by the Jewish rituals around the temple. Purification, making yourself or the high priest pure, so they could go and see God's face, where everybody else couldn't, because they weren't pure enough, they weren't the high priest. Jesus was obviously the high priest representation that they performed, and is obviously the intercediary between us and God, but also reminding us with what AI just said, the removal of those curtains when Jesus died, the rip down the veil, pointing out that now there is no veil. Jesus has pointed that you can have direct communication with God. But anyway,
a lot of people don't know, but there's actually 4 signs that stopped in 30 AD. Obviously, the curtain, and then so the curtain the curtain opened itself. The high priest of the Levites didn't have to do it anymore. The candle on the left of the menorah went out. Previous to that, it never went out. The crimson cloth that was put on the scapegoat versus the sacrificial goat, that part of it was kept inside the sanctuary, it would turn white. There was one more I can't remember, but all of these were to signify that God accepted the sacrifice that they were doing. After 30 AD, none of those signs happened. That means God no longer accepted their sacrifices. Why?
Jesus.
Because their priesthood was obsolete, correct. Sacrifice was already made.
There was no point carrying on the sacrifices because he carried on, nullified the sacrifices.
It was destroyed in 70.
Now, those 4 signs are actually written in the Talmud. So the Jewish people themselves told on themselves that God's no longer accepting our sacrifices, all the way up until the temple destruction.
And the Holy Family escaped the temple destruction based off a sign and prophecy from God.
Okay. Anyway, I'm sure.
And then James, the brother of Christ, came back and started the St. James the James Liturgy, which is celebrated today in Eastern Orthodox churches.
They escaped the temple destruction when they went
Yeah,
to
they
Egypt?
fled to Decapolis. Yeah, not to Egypt.
Is Decapolis, is that, from what I remember, there was the temple where the altar was like another smaller temple where an altar, that in Decapolis. Because I know that I have to say that now, I think I knew that the sacrifices stopped in Jerusalem and the temple fell, but they didn't actually stop until a few years later because there was another temple.
Sanhedrin had a lot going on.
Okay.
Anyway, Earth is flat. Christ is king. Well, Christ got the kingship from his father's side and from being God. But he got the high priest lineage from his mother's side. She was from the Maccabean lineage.
So I think the question was, is history a lie? I mean, yes and no. It depends how deep you wanted that question to be, right? Why I asked at the beginning of the question, with regards to history, what you did yesterday, as in your own personal experience, or say a secondary story about maybe what your parents did before you were born, or maybe like stories that your grandparents told them about their parents, and this kind of passing down of tradition and stories and history. Basically, are these histories true? Yeah, for all intents and purposes, these things happened in your lineage. Are we talking about some kind of international history? We're talking about events that have happened. That this type of history is what I was trying to point out. The difference between what we can experience, and the further we go back in time, then obviously there's an awful lot of amount of trust that's involved. So it's hard to verify either way.
79%.
It's interesting what you brought up at the beginning, Yoda, when you said it was foundation was documents. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I think that's one thing that we forget about, is that those that are in control have control of the administration. That means all of the paperwork and stuff, they've got control to that. So when you talk about forged documents, I haven't even put it beyond the realms of possibility that the majority of documents, if people have got them under lock and key, can be whatever they want them to be, I guess.
Dude, how could they forge documents before?
Go ahead.
Yeah, but how could they forge documents before Adobe Illustrator and WordPress?
That's funny. Yeah, as long as they convince the public of their legitimacy, then their documents follow very easily.
Hey, can you read? No. Yeah, this document says I'm in charge of you.
That's it. Meanwhile, the Eastern Church was translating Bibles into local languages since, like the 100s. Fun fact, did you know that the House of David line still exists today in the country of Georgia?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they're Christian.
Okay, St. George's Cross. I know the flag. It's got 5 St. George's crosses on it, red on a white background.
Yep. And one of the first widely translated Bibles was in Georgia in the 300s.
Oh, okay.
There is a ton of gravy, truth gravy, in the East.
Yeah. Just quickly, I know how very easily we can get bogged down and into the weeds about certain interesting subjects. But I'm interested in your view alongside some other views that I've seen around recently. I think it would be good to get a few people in a conversation. I know DJ's looking at some things with regards to, let's call it, timelines being distorted, a flood, and all that Satan's possible little season, all that type of. So I'd be interested in looking at it from an Eastern kind of point of view, to be honest with you. especially when
Absolutely, yeah, it's a bit different than you
talk
find
about,
with like Tartaria narratives, but yeah.
Yeah, especially when we're like talking about lineages of people and time frames and passing down of success stuff, especially within the church.
Yeah, we have the lineages of Christ. You know who Mary's parents were from the Proto-Evangelium of James.
And I think that's fine to accept like they're all up and point, right? They're not lineages that exist now. From the way that I'm looking at the Bible, very, very, very little is kind of speaking about things that are happening now.
Okay, yeah.
So it's after that 70 AD kind of thing. Anything after that type of time frame, then be interesting to look at, especially like, as I said, with regards to the church, how it separated, the story we're told about how it separated, the Reformation and all of this stuff.
As someone who went to a Lutheran seminary, I'm kind of upset that Martin Luther didn't have better dialogue with the East.
Yeah. I think the main reason why I wanted to ask you is mainly because of the architecture that the church is said to be responsible for, like, let's say, for the last 2,000 years. Right? So magnificent cathedrals, magnificent buildings all over, especially over the European continent. I think it's interesting. We're in control.
Yeah.
The things that they are said to have built, right?
Let me ask you something. Does the architecture involving gargoyles and mothers squeezing their breast milk in fountains into men's mouths and little boys pissing on people, is any of that, do you think, maybe Western Christianity or Eastern Christianity?
I've always kind of...
Man, that's not little boys, you doofus. That's Pootie.
Yeah.
And for those who don't know, that's little angelic pistlers, all right? Little angelic pistlers.
Yeah, little angel pistlers. In Belgium, the mannequin piss. I've seen it.
I think I'm more talking about how the actual structures even got there. That magnificence and, the goals and the fountains and how they're ordained and so on, the stained glass windows, for example, but the actual huge structures themselves, if we're talking about, I brought this up the other day, Canterbury Cathedral, said to be over 1,000 years old. It's huge, right? The stones are massive. Right? You know the road I'm going down, so being church, St. Augustine, this guy is said to have done this, okay? But yeah, with this eye, all of these ancient buildings being around and the fact that they really get there and may or may not have been submerged, blah, blah, blah. How old are these buildings really? These buildings are predominantly owned by the church or a religious organisation, let's say. So again, it'd just be interesting to look at it again.
All right. So broadly, I think we had easily 1,000 years of millennial rule of Christ, and God was so good, He's given us at least another 1,000. As far as the architecture is concerned, a lot of that came out of the Franks, who moved into Europe and birthed Charlemagne, who was an opportunist, started minting and printing his own coins and currency and all that stuff. And Charlemagne installing his own political appointees as popes, and that kind of really started the whole schism. And Rome happened to break off from the rest of the Christian pentarchy and happened to become the biggest, most wealthiest, and most powerful of all the bishops in their jurisdictions, and even sent crusaders into the east to destroy Constantinople and murder Christians. So yeah, who's the whore of Babylon now?
I just if we're saying
hey, brother, why wouldn't the prostitute shut up?
Why?
Because she was the whore of Babylon.
Dude. I'm going to tell that to my priest during confession. Confession is actually practice for your judgment.
Okay, so within the idea that Jesus has already had his millennial reign, that millennial reign was probably filled with some kind of technology, maybe, that isn't portrayed to us in our commonly understood history. Here we've got some depictions of a load of peasants, pulling carts and stuff, and behind them there's a magnificent cathedral or some amazing piece of architecture. Somehow these peasants made this stuff. It's not necessarily the case, although the story isn't really elaborated. It's more elaborated on because of the narrative of today. But is it possible that these magnificent structures were built during that time? That time has ended, and now that we see these buildings, we're just given a new narrative. The time frame in which they were built, more recently than they were further back, closer towards Jesus's life 2,000 years ago.
I think the church being united for 1,000 years easily, and the schism forming, and then for a period of time afterwards, the Holy Spirit withdraws himself from schismatics. That's what I think. And then from there, you see a decline and degradation.
Okay, so is this? Hopefully, I'm not being stupid. I'm just trying to follow up. So this schism and this decline is obviously after Jesus and his elect had gone, so it was no longer that had stopped. Jesus has gone to the land of Christ or ascended to heaven, whichever way the story goes, and the schism happened after that.
I believe the Holy Spirit is active within the church. The church is a physical body that has been given to us by Christ, instituted by Christ and his disciples and all the apostles. And as long as we're faithful to him, he's going to be present with us. That being said, the schism, I don't think, was the single marking point where the Holy Spirit withdrew in 1054 AD. It was probably a long, drawn-out process. And we had seen the construction of cathedrals from before the year 1000, continuing onward for several hundreds of years. And in the West, things just generally turned to degenerate shit.
Okay, so with this time frame in mind, this is where some people have started talking about, and I've been looking at what's called Satan's little season, right? A time where Satan is loosed and is set to deceive the nations, right? That would still necessarily have to take place then, or has that already happened?
I don't know, but I think there's a good case to be made if it has taken place already. That it's probably taken place between the years like 1500 to 1780 or something.
Yeah. Do you think we're still within it? Or do you think maybe that's past and now we're in something else?
Personally, not answering for anybody else, I think we might be crawling out of it.
Okay.
I don't know how long that'll last.
Again, if memory serves, because Satan's little season ends with, I think that's when Armageddon happens, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's when it gets real.
Yeah. So Gog and Magog, all the armies of the earth to fight against Jesus and his armies, and Jesus comes and wins, and he's swimming around in all that blood.
I also wouldn't be surprised if this didn't happen for another few hundred years, maybe 1,000. So
yeah. So it's kind of okay. So this is where I've stepped over the last, let's call it 6 months or so. This is kind of where I'm at. So we've had these types of conversations, but I just wanted to be clear in the thought process. I've come to like similar conclusions, dude, as I'm kind of pointing out. So I've changed I've called it my Christianity. Not certain things, obviously, it's still Christ-centric, but with regards timelines, where I am, because of different people's theologies with regards to, let's say, the end times, eschatology, those types of things. Lots of stuff going about, and I was very vocal about this, especially like within the last 2 years, with regards to the Book of Revelation and Jesus is coming back and so on. I don't think I have that position anymore. So I appreciate the conversation, dude. There's quite a few people that I've been speaking to that have. I'm not saying taking this Satan's little season thing on as this is the truth of the matter, but kind of taking things like mud floods and Tartaria and all of these different types of things and coming to the conclusion that we're obviously living in some deception. It kind of fits more. So yeah, I appreciate what you said, man, for sure. It was deeply personal to you as well, so I know you're not speaking to anybody else.
No, it's all right. I mean, I don't know how much more gas I have left here, but something that came to mind as you were talking was, gosh, was it in like 2 Thessalonians? There's a verse about the restrainer. The implication being that there is a worldly power that Christ has instituted that has the function of restraining the Antichrist. Some of us think that the restraining was removed with the murder of the Romanovs, the Tsars of Russia in the early 1900s. They're Orthodox Christian family, and they have lineage back to Constantine.
The Jews killed them.
So we might be closer than we think. It might be later than we think.
It's the Jews, right? The Antichrist is Jewish, right? The Antichrist will be Jewish.
Some of the prophecies we understand is that the Antichrist will come from a Jewish tribe and he will be gay and from the tribe of Dan.
Sorry, I've got to quickly inquire. Can you hear background noise through my microphone?
No, so if your kids are playing, I don't hear them.
Okay, cool. No, it's just we're going through a storm at the moment, torrential downpour, 80 mile an hour. My place is starting to like rattle and stuff, but that's fine. As long as you can't hear it, that's all good.
And when you look into who murdered the Romanovs, the Tsars, you're going to find out, let's just say it's the usual suspects. You know what I mean?
Okay. So I call this in my own head the first because this was, if I think you're talking the same the time when about 60 million Christians were kind of executed, like wars, loads of Christians were killed, the Revolution.
There were multiple. So yeah, like if you looked at Rome, like at the height of like Christians getting murdered for sport by the Romans, like Diocletian, like if you looked at the percentage of the population that was getting hauled off and exiled and murdered for being Christian, and during the worst of the Roman periods, it was multiple times worse during the Bolshevik Revolution.
Oh wow! Because this doesn't get
like we're talking like 10 times worse. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, this never gets spoken about. This isn't the sort of stuff.
No.
Which always
and America kind of slept through it, right?
Sorry, what did you say, mate?
Oh, like America, the West, we all kind of slept through it. And to think that even the Tsar of Russia, their family, they were cousins of the freaking crown of the UK. That's the husband. What's his name?
What, the German guy? Alfred.
Yeah, so like if you pull up like, was it King George V? He's like riding on bikes with Tsar Nicholas II, and they look like identical twins.
Yes, yeah. I know what you're talking about. The British royal family, very, especially with Hanovers as well, but slightly later.
You know who all the kings and queens of England actually got their title from? It was the Roman emperor, the emperor. Who's the true emperor? It was the freaking Tsars.
Okay. Because the Holy
They
Roman
murdered their
Empire,
landlord,
I
dude.
always have to remove my bloody jog or sort my jog out. And whether it's the Roman Empire or yeah, of course, that would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It's always been about killing the landlord, the emperor. The emperor wasn't Roman Catholic. I mean, sure, there were quote unquote holy Roman emperors like the Habsburgs in Austria and stuff. But no, the true emperor came from Constantinople. And when that was toppled, they fled up north, first into Kiev. That was in start in the 900s.
Isn't this the time, again, if memory serves, isn't this the time where they had isn't this the time where the Roman Empire split, and they split between in the east and the west, and they needed the religious authority. So it's the religious authority in the east that moved north up into Russia.
Yes, that's right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that started around 1000.
Yeah. Because the west really declined, away from that type of Christianity. They separated.
Yep, and the east was getting beaten up by Islam and coming in.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, they were squeezed and they fled up north. A bunch of people fled into the west from the east and brought with them all the science and technology, and then that later became called the Renaissance. What's funny is you can Google this, called the Emperor's Throne Room of Constantinople. And in the 800s, we have artifacts from this. In the 800s, they had automatons, they had mechanical men, mechanical animals in the throne room of the emperor that would serve wine and perform circus tricks for visitors.
Wow.
Powered by gears, powered by steam. And all of that knowledge and technology fled into the West, and they called that the Renaissance. And it was just a recasting, an extension of the development that had already taken place at that time.
Okay, that rounds that circle for me beautifully. Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Yep, I saw these artifacts firsthand myself in the History Museum in Berlin. They've got a display of this.
Okay.
It's freaking beautiful. Yeah. Yep. And then they fled north, first into Kiev and then to Moscow. And they called this the third Rome. Why? Because Constantinople was the second Rome, and the first Rome was the backwater village in Italy.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. And so it's really interesting, right? So then history happens, and you've got the Tsars, and then you've got the Bolshevik Revolution, the murder of the Romanovs. And then you've got communism, and then communism falls, and now you've got whatever the hell this is. But at the same time, you've got a re-emergence of ancient Christianity in Russia.
Okay.
Yeah, so now things are getting a bit weird, right?
Yeah.
Because now, I mean, you've got an entire nation of people that are devoutly Christian. And some of the reformers called the Eastern Orthodox Christians basically like truer Christians than we could ever be.
Okay. See,
Yeah,
so
things are a bit weird.
So I remember you said that it was when these people were killed that that was the restrainer. So after that took place, then Satan was released, and then vast deception was abound. Although beforehand there had already been schisms within the church and Christianity had started splitting for whatever reason, but it was after this restrainer was taken out, the true Christian, so to speak.
Yeah, it might be it. It might be it. Listen, I mean, Tsar Nicholas II was the last Christian emperor of the world.
Okay, that's interesting to know.
Yeah. That's it. There's no other. That was it. The end.
And when was this?
1919. Somewhere around there.
1919.
Yeah.
So just over 100 years ago. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, oh, it's pretty bitter. And you know, if you ever meet an Eastern Orthodox Christian, there's something genuine about it, and to think that there's a ruling family that could be inclined in this way, it's extremely wholesome and endearing. It warms your heart, and then you see what happened to them, how they were betrayed. So they were led by their confidants because they thought they were escaping the Bolshevik Revolution. They were led to like a safe house. But the people leading them to the safe house were part of the Bolshevik Revolution. And they lined up the royal family to take a picture of them before that they would flee to England to reunite with the rest of their family. And then machine gunners came out and shot them all to death.
That's sickening. Wow.
Yeah.
That's how you seize the power. You seize it by any means and keep it by any means.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Kids. Yeah, and like I said, you find out who actually was involved. It's the usual suspects that did it. And that alone adds another whole layer to this that we can't talk about.
Damn it.
Yeah. So with the restrainer gone,
Sorry.
World War I, World War II, World War III.
Oh, don't get me started on World Wars.
World War I started before, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. World War One's actually World War Two. World War Two was actually
Yeah, World War I shouldn't have ever happened, that's for sure. Jeez. Yeah, and the usual suspects are involved in that too, but it's ugly, man. The history is so ugly, and we are at a very interesting point in time.
Yeah, we've got. I mean, I can speak only from really my experience. We've got a very diluted look back at history, especially coming from Britain, right? British Empire did some terrible bloody things, but it's all right. Tea and crumpets before four. Everything's okay.
Yeah, listen, man. The British. I mean, they were Orthodox for hundreds of years. Yep, they were Orthodox Christian. You bet.
We get told our history is Catholic separation from the church.
Yeah.
Protestant and Catholic wars. Basically,
So even with the fold of Protestantism, dude, like Protestants are still operating from a Catholic worldview and don't even know it. That's the sickening part.
Yeah,
The East has these answers. The Eastern Orthodox Church has no pope.
Yeah, that's why I brought up earlier separation between you. We're here with the Pope in Rome. We're dealing with that guy at that time.
Leif Erikson. Leif Erikson, who discovered North America. He was Eastern Orthodox.
Wow.
When he made the sign of the cross, he'd go up, down, right, left, not up, down, left, right.
So well, that went by so fast. Can you say that again?
Yeah, so when you make the sign of the cross,
Yeah.
you take your 3 fingers, your index, your middle finger, and your thumb, representing the Trinity, touch it to your forehead, below your navel, although Roman Catholics don't do this. Got to bring it all the way down, and then you put it on your right shoulder, and then you push to the left.
Okay.
After the schism, sometime after the schism, the Roman Catholics reversed it. And what's even worse, they don't just go from the left shoulder to the right in reversal, but when they go from the forehead, they go down to the heart. And then they go left to right. It's an upside down freaking cross, dude.
Wow, of course, yeah.
Yeah. It's these little things, we call them indicators.
Yeah.
So yeah, Leif Erikson, Eric the Red, Christians, they were doing the full freaking, up, way down, right, left. They're not doing the Roman Catholic upside down cross.
With the right hand. With the
I
right
think
hand.
that's so smart, don't they? Doing hand signals that only they know.
So there's a monk from California. His name is Seraphim Rose. He's a priest. He's considered a father in the sense that he's a priest. And he's kind of on the short list of people who are up for becoming a saint. There's a whole process for that. He's considered by many very widely to be somewhat prophetic in his writings, and he has written a ton. I think he died in 1982 or 1983. He gave a lecture at UC Berkeley, of all places, back in 1981 or 82. His lecture is called The End of the World, and it's about an hour long. And it is very eye-opening, even for today.
Oh, that's cool because I'm here in California. I'm by
Cool. He was in Platina.
I'm by the Los Angeles area.
I'll post a link publicly here in the chat. So it's a recording. Somebody set up a tape recorder or something in the lecture hall like 40 years ago.
Yeah. I can't hear anything. What is that?
Seraphim Rose used to be a hippie, and he was really big into Terence McKenna and mushrooms and LSD, acid, all that stuff. He was also big into theosophy and Gnosticism, Buddhism, Freemasonry. And he threw all of that away. He had a conversion experience. And I'm bringing this up. It's not about flat Earth, but with regards to the question about our timeline and history, it's a very appropriate topic. And I think I'll leave that there. So there you go. Enjoy.
Down for that, brother. Flat Earth, it's just another mystery school. You heard it here. You heard it there. You heard it everywhere.
I sure hope not.
Most flat Earth, yeah. No. Most flat Earthers, are nonsensical.
Yeah, they're riding the goat.
They're into all kind of esoteric woo-woo that they can't prove. It's all religious, spiritual, creation, nature of God claims. They have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, right? Like probably more than I would say 90% or more of the flat earthers are like that I've encountered.
No, you're totally right. Absolutely. And so I've got a document out there if you want it. Just send me a message, DM me. So it's on the Church Fathers. This goes from like 100 AD all the way up to the Reformation of men who are involved in the church who have written about the flat earth. This includes the confessor of the Emperor of Constantinople. This includes St. John Chrysostom and so on, St. Athanasius, St. Basil, so many Eastern saints and Reformation people. They were all flat earthers. So you can break free of this crazy Gnostic occultism and flat earth and join us, graft yourself onto the branch of Christianity.
That was the other question I was going to ask you.
Oh, okay.
Just because I've seen, I always see how things change. We all do, right? It's just something that I've noticed. Along with my venture into what I've classified as Satan's little season and stuff, there are other people that seem to be further down the road talking about Gnosticism and the Gnostic text and a different, completely different way of looking at the Bible and Jesus Christ and who the creator is compared to Jesus' actual father and so on. So this is, I've heard this from other flat earthers and I've kind of come across it before. Have you got any thoughts on this or Gnosticism and what that means? Or should we not bother talking about it because it's really not talking about flat? And I'll appreciate and accept that.
That's a big topic. Like, there's no single one Gnosticism. You've got the Sethians, the Valentinians, the Basilidinians, or whatever you call them, the Bogomils. You've got so many different branches. They don't all agree. I mean, it really all traces back to Greek Platonism, Plotinus. You know, there are people that call. So
No, Yoder. You may be factually correct. It's simpler than that. It's all about boobs and ass. That's what it's all about.
It's boobs and ass. You got it. It's all about. It's not just boobs and ass, but also like assholes of other men. And you don't want
I'm
any
being
of
serious.
that.
So see, some people heard me and they thought I was being tongue in cheek. I'm being serious. Most of these schisms like that occur because people can't reconcile the passions and desires of the flesh with the fact that the flesh is not inherently evil.
Yeah.
They can't reconcile that. They don't know how to square that circle. And so they have to condemn the things that they desire, and then they try to create this whole worldview which justifies this struggle within themselves. So in other words, they're really horny. They can't get over the fact that every time they see a boobs in the ass, they get horny and they want to get it on because they think that's evil. So now they have to create this whole worldview which justifies their brokenness.
Wow.
Yeah, so I got it. So the demi-urge is an urge to fuck and fuck you and fuck everything.
Yeah. Think about it. Think about the great mystery. What is one of the great mysteries in the Bible? Marriage.
Yeah.
It says that the marriage between a man and a woman and they become one flesh is exemplar of the relationship between God and his church, Christ and his bride. It's all one big mystery. So if you can make that perverted, then you can really screw people, because you got to consider like the biological imperatives: eat, defend yourselves, and procreate. So procreate is 1/3 of your imperative. And if you make people think that procreation is evil, the Puritans did this, by the way, themselves. They said, desiring your own wife is evil. So when you have sex with your wife, you can't desire her. You have to imagine she's ugly, and then do it out of service, not out of pleasure. All these people, dude, they're just pissed off that God created man and women to be together. And some of the erotic passions that men and women share for each other are perfectly natural, normal, and holy. And they cannot comprehend the fact that your wife wanted to lick your tip and take a little sip is holy. They can't comprehend it. Because they're perverts.
Puritans now.
Yeah, they're perverts, bro.
The wife that wants to get impaled by her husband and have her mons veneris on the top of her pubic bone get pounded into oblivion, she's not the one that's perverted. The other people who say that a husband and wife's passion for each other is perverted, that's who's perverted.
I got a question. How am I doing on selling Eastern Orthodoxy to a non-Orthodox guy?
It's intriguing me about selling it, dude, but I'm more open to it now than I was, say, 6 months ago. That's for sure. So yeah, I mean, you're explaining it really well, and I understand what you're saying for sure.
Okay, cool. How about you, AI?
I wasn't even paying attention.
Okay, fair. I mean, my foray into this wasn't by any means like from birth or I was forced into it. I was actually at a Lutheran seminary, and one of my adjunct professors was no shit, he was an Eastern Orthodox priest. So he'd be sitting there in the commons having like lunch or whatever. He'd come over, and he was big into the same kind of music I was. So we're talking like heavy metal and stuff. This is like 25 years ago, and he'd be talking about all the coolness of the ancient church, not Roman Catholic. So fast forward about 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and I'm checking this stuff out. No, I never became a Lutheran pastor. So did you know that Bob Marley is Eastern Orthodox?
Really?
Yeah. And Cad Von D became Eastern Orthodox. Pretty sure Mel Gibson's on his way because he went to Mount Athos recently. Out by me, we had an entire Amish community. Yes, I actually do live amongst the Amish. We had an entire Amish community convert to
I always
Eastern
imagined
Orthodox.
you did.
And I had nothing
Sorry,
to do
dude.
with it.
I always imagined you did live among the Amish.
I freaking do. I live in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Big shocker, folks.
You've got internet in 1889 or whatever you live?
Sorry, what?
You've got internet at the times? Like,
Yeah, I do. My Amish bishop allows me to use the internet for 2 hours every Thursday. It happens to be Thursday, and it's my 2-hour block.
Kind of funny how name and titles kind of describe people, because I remember when you joined the server, you had that name Amish, and my mind, I depicted you when you spoke as an Amish, but it was just based on your name.
Dude, it goes back even further, Gemsy. You checked me in along with Gospel Bearer, Orion, and Pantomath. And I came in as Sporadic E. And I was given a Globe Skeptic role because I was not unsure at the time. And right after my check-in and my roles, you sent me a whole bunch of stuff about the Sporadic Meteor Complex. Maybe because my name tipped you off. And I only knew about that because my mom was an astronomer. And I know a lot about astronomy from her. She actually worked at the Big Ear, the radio telescope lab in Ohio. Yeah, man, we go back. And then I changed my name to Amish. And now I'm Yoder. And Yoder's like the most popular Amish last name, let me tell you. Like if the Amish could have a phone book, Yoder would take up half the freaking book.
Do you guys sing Yoder Ahihu?
I like Yoder. still the sporadic complex and the observations of the radiant sources that we shared. That's one of the most interesting observable phenomena I've ever seen.
Yeah. For me too, man. It's the most. Yeah. I think it's cooler than flat Earth, honestly.
What? I
Same
think
here.
meteors are cooler than flat Earth.
Yeah, the sporadic meteor complex is cooler than flat Earth.
Why?
Let me tell you what. There's a shape of a cross that adorns the night sky every night.
Yeah.
From north to south poles across the equator. You can only see it in infrared.
Right. That's just astrotheology.
Honk honk.
Actually, infrared is one of the better looking, let's say, scans, but there's also radio surveys, which is not infrared, and there is also thermal imaging, and that phenomena is observable in all of those spectrums: infrared, electro-optical, which is active infrared, radio, and thermal. So yeah, interesting.
Yeah, personally, Yoder, I think there's only one cool thing. There's only one cool thing. Everything else is waste of impression. What I mean by that is I'm not impressed at all. The only thing that impresses me is that separate sentient entities exist. Everything else is menial. The idea that physical things can have different permutations or be not what we expect it to be, like that's all subservient to the fact that a sentient entity and another sentient entity exist. But there's absolutely no reason for sentience to be translated from one entity to another. So, like, when you give birth to a child, there's no reason for that child to be sentient whatsoever. There's nothing about you that can impart sentience onto it.
I gotcha. I mean,
so
me,
in other words, if you extrapolate that out,
this is the structure.
If you extrapolate that out to my whole metaphysic, nothing in the physical and natural world is impressive. The only thing that's impressive is that God created other sentient agents besides himself. All the other creations, like, whoop-de-doo compared to that.
Oh shit, are you a Gnostic? Just kidding.
No, that wouldn't make me a Gnostic.
Yeah, I mean, Gnostics are like rejecting the natural world because they think it's full of evil.
No, I'm just saying it's not. It's nothing. Like it's no big deal compared to a sentient entity in itself.
No, I gotcha.
Like a single sentient entity is worth so much more than the entire physical natural world put together.
I agree with that. I think the sporadic meteor complex is higher than flat Earth, but underneath that.
Yeah.
How about that?
Like you get the cake for your child that they really wanted, and it makes their day, and they're smiling and they're happy inside. Like that's way better than some arranged stars, by far.
Totally.
Which part of the problem with this heliocentric model, and I fell victim to it too, is where I got so romanticized with deep space that I used to fantasize about, all these stupid rocks doing stupid things way out in the depths of space. And then one day I had this epiphany, like, wow, that's retarded. Who cares about that stuff? This stuff's useless and a big waste of time.
Just mention the fantasies you had about green girlfriends from Mars or something.
No, my fantasies about deep space, besides traditional space opera type stuff, was that
the deep space and the girl.
No, I'm serious. When I died, then God would show me all of the mysteries. Like he would take me to 3 trillion miles to the left and show me some stupid rock doing some stupid thing. I was like, oh man, it's gonna be so awesome. I see the stupid rock roll down the stupid rock hill into stupid space. It's gonna be awesome. Then I realized, wow.
And then he shows you it is a stupid rock in a stupid space. You're like, oh shit.
Exactly. What a big big waste of a hope and dream,
Yeah.
Really, I should have been hoping and dreaming to like do things with like actual accomplishments, like being there for the people you love and all these other types of things that actually matter.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Like your experience matters. Your experience determines your fate forever.
Yeah, well, yeah, and the universe itself, without something to experience it, is pretty much useless. No matter what's going on in it, no matter how miraculous it is that it rains diamonds sideways out of Uranus, like none of that matters if there's nobody to observe it. It's literally a big waste of pointless time. Yeah, but speaking of the history of religions, it's crazy how people don't realize that the globe paradigm is like entrenched in religious, um, you know, back up from the past. They just don't get it. They think like the globe is just like the pure secular, dispassionate search for the truth, and has nothing to do with religious tainting from the past. It's like, dude, you haven't even been paying attention, bro.
Yeah, and the globe and the solar system is all Kabbalah. So, like in the Kabbalistic tree of life, the Sefer Yetzirah, there is a point called Tifereth. In the middle, it's below Doth. It's above Malkut. It's right in the center of the diagram. It's called Tifereth. It's called the heart. It's called the solar awakening. It's called the sun. And everything in this tree, in this diagram, which purports to be a representation of the emanation of things, which is a completely heretical, Gnostical thing. Everything basically emanates from it. Yeah, and this precedes any notions of the solar system.
How did they figure this shit out, though?
What?
Like, how did they figure the things that they said back in the day out? Like, from a religious...
They didn't figure it out. It's called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
They didn't have to figure it out?
No, like the solar system's completely fake.
No, I'm saying like from like a religious perspective, the worldview that was figured out from that.
So there's no Big Bang.
Some say it was figured out. Some say they were influenced by other entities that had designs on humankind to steer humankind's evolution through knowledge to a particular result, which will ultimately put Satan as the god that everyone worships.
So,
and then, of course, humans have their own machinations, right?
Yeah, but isn't it like some person sitting down and thinking and then saying something and then people believe it or something? I don't get it.
Yeah, but think about it this way, bro. Where in the world? Let's say you're a person. You have to make fire, cook your food. You have to hunt your food. You have to stab it so it dies, so then you can, so it's not running away. All right. Then you take a pee. Then you take a dump. Then you kiss your wife. And then you're like, oh, that must mean God has 7 spirits emanating out from his backside that all become magical words that float in the mystical sea of the ether. Like, how do you get any of that stuff from there? Doesn't make any sense.
Yes. Right? I understand that. So.
Right. So then you're back where you started, which is how did they come up with these ideas in the first place? Well, I think the answer is obviously because there's more things in the world than just human minds. There's other minds, and those minds have influence on human minds. And they know things that we don't know. And they also know that they know better than us certain things, and so they're able to deceive us.
Just curious as to why. Why do you want to keep this ideology, this concept?
Oh, why?
Yeah.
Because like okay, so again about models, like when you make the globe model, it does explain everything. It explains the weather, explains the moon,
There is no globe model.
yeah. I mean, yeah, there is. The sun's at the center, it orbits around the sun. The moon orbits around the Earth.
We have to be careful about the terminology that we use. It's only a concept. It's a mathematical concept. There is no model.
So is a model meant to be? I thought a model was just like a visual representation of a idea.
Well, yeah, if it's a die-cast model of a Ferrari, then yeah, it's a smaller representation of an actual thing. But in this case, because the actual thing doesn't exist, it's purely mathematical. It's just a concept. And besides, if we're talking about science and scientific models, then there would have to be experiments being performed, which there are not. So this is only conceptual in the mathematical sense.
You have to have to buy an energy. Do you have to have an ID in America?
To what?
To buy an energy drink.
Do you have to have an ID? No, but there are some energy drinks that recommend that people under 18 do not purchase them. It'll say it on the can.
Yeah, like a line. Red line is monster, by the way. Hard.
Is he cutting out for anybody else, or is it just me? Beanie Weenies, you're cutting out. I don't know why.
Okay, there we go. That should fix it. Yeah, what was like Red Line? Red Line is monstrous. I've heard horror stories.
Red Line or Red Bull?
Red Line.
Never heard of it.
It probably got banned because it's genuinely like it might kill somebody. It probably has killed somebody.
So when it comes to the heliocentric concept, you are more comfortable with a mathematical concept that in reality does not exist because it answers questions for things that occur in nature?
I mean, yes. It explains why the things happen. So.
Well, see, explanations are worthless unless they have demonstration. So an explanation in this case would be a just so story, or kind of like a fairy tale that someone would tell you. Like Santa Claus, like you see the presents under the tree, so your mom and dad tell you that he came in the middle of the night down the chimney and put them there. It's the exact same thing as the globe. You see an eclipse, they create some kind of elaborate story about where you live and space and all that, and show you how it could happen. And so you buy it. So it's essentially the exact same thing as Santa Claus, although in reality, none of that is true.
I hate that I see the analogy. I don't want to say good point because that all sounds crazy to myself.
Well, I mean, digest it. But like I said, this is all purely mathematical. It's just conceptual. But you have to go to the actual Earth to see its, geometric properties. You have to measure it. That's reality.
Yes.
The flat earthers are the only ones that are saying things like, I don't know. Like if people come in here and go, well, how do you explain how eclipses work? Ultimately, I don't know why the moon gets darker and the sun gets darker at certain times. I have no idea. There's no way for us to test that. But we do know in reality that the earth is measured to be flat. So the best we can say is, I don't know. I don't even know what the sun and the moon really are. They're light phenomena in the sky.
Oh, yeah,
I see what you see.
Yeah. Is that like the universal view of not universal because obviously you can have different thoughts, but is it the main view of flat earthers that you generally don't assume what you can't know? You don't know what the sun and moon are?
I would say overall, no. I think it's going to be the vast majority of people that consider themselves to be flat earthers that are going to try to come up with another just so story as to how it works. Those of us who kind of hang around this particular server, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0, we do our best to make sure things are empirical, so that we don't just go making up stories, because I don't want to replace the bad story that you already have with another bad story.
It's not an attempt to do that anyway. It's not an attempt to explain every single little thing that's happening in the universe, right? It's an evaluation of the surface geometry. That's it. Plus, well, it's not that's it, because we evaluate other aspects about it, like it's claimed to be moving, but we don't sense that. Nobody measures it, right? That's just an assumption based on philosophical preferences. And we scrutinize the idea that we exist as an object floating in an ever-ending void. Never-ending void, sorry. So while we're not presenting an overall cosmological viewpoint per se, we do scrutinize the one that already exists, which does claim to answer, oh wait, what is it? Only 6% of the physical universe. That's what did Neil deGrasse Tyson say? We're 96% dumb, or 94% dumb, or something.
Probably.
And other theoretical physicists and astrophysicists have said, yeah, we really don't know shit. But then people come in here so confident that it's all true. Why can't you guys just deal with what we actually are claiming, and not the things which you claim, and then demand we also make a claim about those things? We're just pointing out that the surface isn't curving. There's no measurement of it, and any attempt to measure the surface results in nil curvature. But we're so small. That's not my problem, that you think that we're on a big ball that's so big that it just appears and measures flat. It's not my problem. It measures flat. Get over it already.
I mean, that's it.
Yeah, I forgot. That's one thing I meant to do. I meant to find a paper that does measure the Earth is flat, because there probably exist some that do claim we measured the Earth flat. So I wanted to find one of those and bring them to you. See what you say about them.
I'll give you something. Yeah, go. Type in a country or a state, like Florida, right?
Yeah.
Topography. Florida topography. Enter. There is a English.something topography. It's a great site. They have the topography measurements from all of the surveys done all over the world, and it's mapped out for you.
Yes.
So the coastline, zero is what color it is. Elevation above zero is the color it is. Red is the highest. So you can kind of figure out elevation from there, and it's basic. Same thing as a 3D model, right? If you flattened it out the other way, you have you got a sim at that point.
Assume what?
Well, 3D simulator, like flight simulator, helicopter simulator, you take the topography, right, from what we've actually measured, and instead of being on a flat screen, you lay it down like it's supposed to. Ta-da! You have the starts of a 3D simulator for literally anything.
I don't get your point.
Well, the topography shows the coastline of Florida being level all the way up from the top to the bottom.
What do you mean by level?
There's no deviation.
Okay.
But that's your mean, right? That's your mean sea level. That's what it is when the water isn't moving.
That means sea level is equidistant center of the radius.
Oh my god, that's why they use sea level. I don't. That just clicked for me. That's why they use sea level.
The tide goes out, the tide comes in, the average between them is the mean.
Yeah.
That's your level, that's your zero.
Yeah,
From zero, now you're looking, elevation is upwards, right? And deviation is downwards. Now you have a zero. You start off with a graph, and then you go from differential leveling all the way down the coast, and now you're checking to see whether you have elevation upwards or deviation downwards. And that's all you need. All you're doing is going back with the differential leveling tools and fact checking the guys who actually did the survey in the first place, which is absolutely great. Go do it. You'll be in here on my side in no time.
Perchance.
Oh, bro, I have a background in commercial construction, commercial plumbing, concrete, entry access. We did all kinds of different stuff at different times. Using surveying equipment is number one thing for most major commercial construction companies. Differential leveling. I guess, does that help you with your questions, Being Toasty?
Yes. Ooh.
I mean, I got guys in other places that have been in the debates a bit longer on the globe side, and they're trying to use differential leveling as if they're measuring height, breadth, depth, width of anything, right? There's no actual measurement there. They're just getting an angle. And an angle doesn't measure in inches or millimeters height. Doesn't do nothing. So it's not a... It's just a sidebar that they think makes, their imagination reality.
Well, if you have an angle measurement and a measurement of distance, then you can calculate the height.
That's a whole nother thing, like looking at something off in the distance and trying to get something. There's still your level. You drop your plumb bob, you make your horizontal, you have your baseline, which is your horizontal. So it's not like you have some kind of curvy-zontal line that just wiggles and squiggles as it goes off into the distance.
Oh.
Yeah, but on the globe, they call level is like curved, right? So if you use the word level, globe earthers will just think you're talking about level in relation to a globe.
That's true, but they don't use it like that. So when, like, for example, measuring the heights of mountains, they establish sea level, extend a horizontal line out from there, imaginary, of course, but they level their theodolite, the horizontal, and then gauge how much that mountain, right, is above that horizontal. So all their calculations of the heights of mountains are wrong if the Earth is a ball. Every single one.
Well, off in the distance, yes. But here's the thing. I see them using terrarium aquariums. I don't see them using globe aquariums. I've never seen a globe aquarium in my life where they can get water to stick to something that's round all the way around and with fish inside of it, right? So I've never seen a globe aquarium ever. Only seen terrarium aquariums, which is what we have here, terrarium. Which, I mean, some people would call it a flat earth aquarium, basically, because you're dealing with a box, which is all flat earthers say that the reality is just an area that we exist within that's contained. I've had fun with this one, right? Where is the globe aquarium? Where's the aquarium where you get water to stick to something that we suspend in the air where the fish can swim around this ball of water?
I mean,
Super curious.
the way they explain the water sticking to the globe is not gravity.
Yeah, that's how you would
so then
explain
you should be able to make something then that does that, right? If we know what does what, we should be able to recreate it on a micro scale.
Hold on, sorry. I thought about this for a while, these flat earth arguments, right? That we should be able to make a ball and spin it and make water attached to it. Remembering, because we always forget that we're on the earth and that we're going to be pulling the water down because that's the direction that the water's going to go. So whatever force is applied on the earth is going to behave and act upon the water that we're trying to attach to what?
Exactly. You have to isolate your experiment from the rest of reality.
So, whereas, as our friend just said, within that argument, the reason why the water goes down is because of the gravitational attraction or whatever, because it's a sphere.
Right. But you're talking about being able to recreate something. So whether or not
on the earth.
Right, but that's a presumption that we've still yet to get proven, right? That's the problem.
No, it's not a presumption. I'm pointing it out. You've poured the water because the water goes down onto a ball, and the water is still going to want to go down and can't adhere to the surface that it's on that you're trying to get it to stick to, because the water's going down, because water always wants to seek its level, doesn't it?
Right, but what you're telling me...
The ball, too, wants to go down.
The Globers don't know what causes water to stick to something, is what you're telling me, because then they should be able to recreate it.
In his idea, it would be gravity. The reason why you do it with your basketball is because the basketball doesn't have enough mass.
Okay, let me rephrase this. If you know something does something, then you should be able to then recreate its environment. Or its action, right?
Yeah.
So then,
but the environment of the Earth would impact the experiment. This is why you would have to go out of what is called a gravitational field to do this experiment, where only the gravitational effect of the ball would be acting upon the water. How you're going to get water in a vacuum, I don't know, but this is how you do it.
I can't do it in a vacuum. I can do it in liquid, and I can't do it while the ball's spinning. But so this is theoretically. It works in principle. Okay, I haven't done it, but if you have like a substance, alcohol substance, right, and it's of a certain viscosity and density, right, and you get a solid object which is of the same density, buoyancy, place it in that liquid, and then you could theoretically inject another film of oil that's very close to the exact density around that solid object, and then it will form a sphere. So you'll have a sphere of liquid around a solid object within a medium of liquid, another liquid. So it's not in a vacuum and it's not spinning, but it's getting closer, right? There you go, Globers. I've given you a tip there.
There's a lot of things, but the problem is what I'm asking for shows that they don't know what they're talking about when it comes to any of this. Because if you can't do it, then how are you able to explain it if you can't recreate it? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Either you know how it works and you can make it happen again, or you don't know how it works and something's being made up, right? Because it's like you can't tell me you're an expert. Well, you're an expert, right? An expert gunsmith, and I hand you my rifle and it's having problems, right? But you don't know anything. You never went to classes. You never did anything. But you told me. It doesn't help me, right? I still have a broken rifle. If you can't produce results, then you don't really know what you're talking about.
We can't produce gravity because we don't have the mass on Earth to make gravity work.
Well, that's just an excuse.
How is that an excuse? Because the theory requires like such magnitude
magnetism or magnitude?
Magnitude. It requires like literal planet levels of mass and magnitude.
Well, now hold on. I have to correct you. This is not a theory. This is a mathematical concept again.
Huh?
Gravity, just a mathematical concept.
Well, in this category, yes. In the category of reality, it's just defined as weight.
It's a little too simplistic.
The amount that something weighs when it's put on a scale is more complicated for
Like
you.
gas? Like gas that's going upward? How much weight does that have?
Well, that's dependent, though. You're trying to now push things more dependencies, and I mean, technically, us having a measure has dependencies too, but gas has its own. We're dependent on the pressure.
Yeah, but weight is definitely not gravity.
That's
gravity.
not what my... Hold on. My American Standard English Dictionary from the 1700s says that's exactly what it is.
Well, I could care less what the dictionary says. How much does the gas weigh?
That's not the debate.
It isn't?
No.
Isn't weight exclusively a downward vector measurement?
Right, but gas doesn't really have what you would call mass, but it has weight.
I don't even know what mass is.
It has a pressure vector.
Me either.
It has a direction of force, right?
Yes.
The brick has only one direction of force, doesn't it?
It can. Yeah, I mean, yeah. At rest.
Yeah. Unless you pick it up and throw it at me, for example. But if you were to let it go, right, it would only have one vector of travel.
Yes.
Gas that's got energy given to it by temperature goes in all directions. Its potential pressure vector is omnidirectional. Mr. Han, you've bugged me already. Are you trying to join the conversation?
No, he's trolling. He's just here to make a bunch of noise.
So, what's weight?
So go
Is
on.
that gravity?
So where was that going? So continue. The brick has one directional.
Yeah. Somebody said weight. That's what gravity is.
No, it's
That's
the effect of
the
gravity.
definition. Well, that's
Gravity
the
is
definition that we define as an effect. Yes, it's measurable. But the cause isn't gravity. That's the effect, right? So the cause still is yet to be determined, which proves my point. Nobody really knows what they're talking about.
The cause is determined of gravity.
What is that?
How do you hijack the effect to be the cause of itself, bro?
Hold on. What is that cause that's been determined?
The cause is simply the presence of mass. I'm pretty sure it's simply the presence of mass. It works
So
space-time.
just the existence of mass itself.
Within the fabric of space-time.
There you go. Yeah. So the existence of mass itself, which is distorting the fabric of space-time, causing the objects that have a straight path to curve.
Yes.
So to prove this, we would have to take some mass, right, whatever that is, still undefined as far as I'm concerned, and then get some space-time and see if it does indeed curve it. Now, where can we find this space-time at?
Everywhere, I guess.
Me.
Well, okay. Go ahead, Jedi.
We have a problem.
In mathematics.
There you go. Only mathematical. So not in reality do we have any space-time.
I get that now. What is it? Oh,
Now, I've heard this before recently. People are telling me that this space time is all around me, but I have not yet seen a sample of it, or anyone told me what color it is, or how much it weighs, or if it's a tweed fabric, or if it's more like I don't know, cotton. What kind of fabric are we talking about here?
I don't know. I don't exactly know like the real world analogy for it. You know what the theory of space of the fabric is? There's a theory that Neil deGrasse Tyson said. Obviously, we can all trust him and we all love him. He said there's a theory that it's just a bunch of tiny wormholes.
Yeah.
Right. So that has it carries as much water as a fabric.
Can we have wormholes on a flat Earth?
Yes.
Very.
You know, I just thought that was interesting, so I just wanted to mention it.
Earth wormholes?
Earth what? No, wormholes.
You guys don't know the history of the term flat Earth, huh? It was originally coined by a glober trying to henpeck somebody into a position that, well, they just didn't believe in the heliocult model. That was it, right? Just didn't want to join the religion. So you got to label your opponent the disbeliever, but you have to name him to attack him, right? So you can't just attack somebody that goes, you're crazy. Can't prove that.
Yeah.
It was 1915, I think, when that was coined. It's just people that are from Earth, basically Earth people, Earthers, whatever you can call it. It's just Earth. I mean, if you don't have a globe, right, if there's no bending and warping of anything, like the distance between objects or a concept of time, which is a measure in forward. I mean, what do you got?
Like wormholes.
Right, but that's in the weeds, man. Like, how does that explain anything?
I should have left the word worm out. I should have just said a lot of holes. You might have understood what I was saying there.
Oh, puns, yes, puns.
Good.
Oh, God help me. It's not good for my...
What do you need help with?
I'm in Minecraft and being beaten to death. Please tell me that worked. Oh my God!
Yes.
No! I keep being cobwebs! No! Oh, that's tragic.
It seems to be some kind of prank prayer or something.
No,
that is kind of a...
I genuinely get that scared when I'm playing Minecraft.
It is kind of amazing, though, right? We understand what holds something to something that we don't have proof of, but then we can't do the thing that we say exists, even in a small scale. Like, that blows my mind, because I have a construction background, and I'm a tinkerer. I like building stuff.
Yeah.
So if I can have it big and not small, that really doesn't make any sense to me, because I got a big engine and a small engine. Got a big pump and a small pump. Like,
yeah,
how do you have a big thing, but then you understand, right, the concept and how it works, the amount of things that go together. It's not just mass that causes what you guys are saying is real. There's more you haven't even touched.
It is. It's the amount. It's the presence of like how much mass you cram into one place, and then the more mass you cram into one place, the stronger the gravity is. You can't an incredibly dense object to measure to do a reasonable warpage experiment on Earth.
Okay, so you're telling me there's no magnetic field then? Okay, cool. Whew. Earth
Well, I
doesn't
mean,
have an electromagnetic field or a magnetic field. Like,
what does that have to do with gravity?
what does it have to do? That is a very good question. Finally, actually has a lot if you look at it. Because without it, most of what you know wouldn't exist.
Without the field, what happened to that guy? Without... Wait,
You
what does that have
think
to
the
do with gravity?
device you're
What does
you
that have to do
think
with
the
gravity?
device you're using doesn't have a field?
Yeah, but I know magnetic fields are incredibly useful, but like, what does that have to do with gravity specifically?
Some people say it's the cause of why things appear to.
Well, you have static, what I call static cling, which others call a dielectric plane. It's all about the same.
It's all to do with energy, more or less energy, potential energy. The actual environment of our system sees contain a lot of potential energy, discharges, static discharges, lightning, and so on. Other electromagnetic phenomena high up in the sky as well. So some people suggest that the way that our reality operates is primarily electromagnetic.
Interesting.
I'm not saying that's what I believe or whatever. I'm just saying that's what some people suggest.
Well, I mean, it's a big proponent here. My compass would stop working. So it's like either it is a factor or it isn't.
But obviously exists. Now, I don't think anybody would disagree that it obviously exists. We've all held compasses, right? It's just what it does.
Oh, hold on. It still hasn't been related to gravity. Either that or I missed it.
No, it's not, because there really is no connection as far as we can test that magnetism of the Earth has anything to do with the vector of, whether things go up or down, as far as we can tell.
Oh, okay. I thought one of you was claiming that it was. Okay, never mind.
No.
My bad.
Well, everybody's in a different spot, I guess. So I have a different understanding of things than maybe somebody else, or maybe we say them differently. It is what it is.
Okay. But yeah, no. I get why you don't get it because you've been working your whole life with like stuff that works. Like, no, I'm talking like, you know how you said like, oh, you have big pump, small pump, big engine, small engine, like it all works. And if you have an idea of like, oh, why something works, you should be able to do that on like pretty much any scale, or like at least on a smaller scale.
Well, I can make lightning in a box. I can make storm clouds. Hell, I can even make a storm in a decent sized box.
What are you trying to make that we can't make?
Gravity.
Okay, so what causes gravity? We've been through this. You need an awful lot of mass to distort the space-time. If we're to believe that story, right? So in that story, basketball doesn't have enough mass.
Yeah.
It's like saying we need an awful lot of energy, right? An awful lot of electromagnetic energy to create an electromagnetic field as powerful as the Earth. We don't have the amount of energy that's within the core. I'm just throwing shit out there, right? But it's the fact that within this idea of gravity, they can't create the amount of mass. That's why they need things that are really big. We call those things like moons and planets and shit. Or they have to be outside of any other gravitational influence. So a small object, even though it has a relatively small mass, can, on a local small scale, attract or distort a straight line of another object that has got mass in its deformed space-time fabric field. So you have to remove away from the Earth. So in their idea, to answer this question, I've got to make a planet in space or take a small amount of mass away from the Earth and gravity. This is why they like to tell stories about going up in the sky.
Right, because when you can't explain something, you fly away.
Yeah, you tell stories of lands, mythological, or a talking lion, and so on. Yeah, it's all theoretical, right? The concepts exist, the mathematics exists because we say that, what should we call it? We call it mass. If there's a lot of it, there's a lot of energy there. So energy, the energy is there to distort the space-time fabric, which we can kind of say causes this phenomena to happen. It doesn't actually cause it, but I tell you what, we can make a good mathematical that kind of explain the day away. That's nice. Mathematical concepts are great like that. We can get lost in them, as Tesla was kind of pointing out 150 years ago.
Right, but space isn't a mathematical concept. So in order for this ideology of Einstein to even be accurate, it would have to be something that's bendable. But like, okay, I'm sitting here and there's another chair. It's 3 feet away. How do I bend the space between me and the chair without having to move?
You create more mass somehow.
Black hole.
Which is even
Hold
more
on.
mass.
I'm just trying to bend the space. It's the distance. So I'm trying to bend the distance to make it closer. How do I do that?
It's like almost there. What bends space?
You can't do that with gravity. That's like
Hold on, dude, please. What bends space in their ideology, right? What bends it?
Mass.
Yeah, cool. So when you're in your chair and your friend is in your chair, how do you distort the space between you so you fall towards them? Well, you need more mass.
Or
in their idea.
Start eating.
Yeah. Time to order from Domino's, right?
Yes. Technically, actually, you could just hold the pizza and that would be the same thing. Or wrap it around yourself. Oh no.
Is it mass or density? Or is it both?
It's the amount of mass in one space, so like both density, really mostly density.
Well, see, this is why mass, as far as I'm concerned, is undefined, because what is mass? Is it weight? Because weight is weight. What is mass?
Yeah, weight is the effect of gravity on mass. Mass is just physical matter.
Whoa. Physical matter. So physical matter attracts physical matter.
Yes, yeah, honestly, pretty much.
Okay, and how has anybody ever proven this?
My favorite term, mathematical models.
Okay, so it's only conceptual then. It doesn't exist in reality.
The mathematical models are proven by reality. Like we can cross-reference them with like.
No, that would be circular reasoning. That would be affirming the consequence.
Could you, for example, get enough mass of gas where the mass of the gas would stop the expansion of the gas?
There would have to be a point in the middle of the gas, like in the middle of that like cloud, that's so dense that it does pull all of it.
Yes, it is the problem, right? It's going to need, the only way that you can even talk about density is with volume, right? And to have a volume of gas, that you're going to need a density and you're going to need a container. So my question is along those lines, right? Where you need a container to stop the gas expansion, can you have, theoretically, an amount of gas which will stop entropy taking a place?
What's entropy again?
Entropy, that, in simple terms, the spreading out of energy and stuff that holds energy, like gas.
Okay.
So gas always wants to expand, right? If there's an available volume for the gas to expand, it will over time expand into that. The only restriction is the space. The container. If you've got an infinite space and you've got some gas inside a container to the infinite space, the gas is going to spread out. And eventually, over whatever period of time, it will spread out into all of that space, eventually. So is there an amount of gas that you could have in a space that when I open the container that's surrounding the gas will not expand into that available space because the amount of mass that's in the gas?
you couldn't just release the gas because that would be very unlikely that it just suddenly becomes so dense. Or you could place like not the gas itself, not really.
No.
It'd be extremely hard.
Yeah, because the gas has got energy, which gives the gas going. It has constant collision with other gas molecules because that's all that there are in a hypothetical environment is all large space. So because of those physical collisions, the kinetic energy is going to make a consequence the gas spread out. No amount of gas is going to stop entropy taking place. It's thermodynamic law, dude.
Yeah.
So Jupiter, an uncontained ball of gas in the vacuum. That can't be real.
Oh my god, I studied this. What's Jupiter's core?
That explanation of what Jupiter is definitely can't be real, because then Spaceballs would be real, right? Everything would have to have its own container, and every other thing would have to have a separation of containers.
Mm-hmm. To have balls of gas in the vacuum, those balls must be physical surrounding the gas. Vacuum. Without the container, the gas is going to spread out. Doesn't matter the amount of gas that you've got, that's just going to make the problem worse.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Up.
Standards.
I would like to join the conversation if that's possible.
Yes, please.
Oh my god, your voice is deep.
Nope, that's wrong. Wrong.
What wrong?
You wouldn't have to have
That is the wrong voice coming out of the right microphone.
Sorry, what?
Sounds like a voice changer.
No, this is my
Seriously though, you wouldn't have to have separate containers.
100.
All right, cool story, Beans. I'm trying to make a point, Beans. I don't need 500 people to talk about my voice, all right?
I think they're talking about me, man.
You don't? All right, cool.
Yeah.
Anyway,
you
you don't need separate containers. Oh, fuck, dude. All right, Smiley. Chose poorly. All right, so you don't need separate containers.
Oh, that's S.
Period.
Okay, hold on.
It could be accomplished.
Go on.
All right, listen, I'm going to make my point to completion. Thank you, everyone.
I know.
All you need is something to stop the expansion of the gas. That could be a liquid. There could be a liquid between all of it, and each pocket of gas is contained within the liquid. So that wouldn't be separate containers. It would be one.
The gases would be contained within the physical liquid.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, that's not to say you couldn't use language to say, oh, that's kind of like separate containers, but, there's connotations and denotations. So when people imagine separate containers, when you say that just casually, they're going to think, oh, each object has to be encased with some other object, like a dome or a glass ball or whatever. But that's not true.
You bring up like a bubble, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, you're right.
A bubble is contained gas inside another medium.
Yep, 100%.
Right?
Yep.
Now, you could argue then, well, all the bubbles must be within the medium that medium itself is contained, sure. But you don't need distinct separate containers for each pocket of gas. Okay, make sense?
Yeah.
No, because it's not really. No. I mean, the way you were defining it there, AI, it would just be that each different material is a container in reference to another material that's different. So they would just that's just how you would define a container then.
Yeah. Within, I'll bring this up quickly. Within PV equals nRT, we solve for pressure, which is force over area. The area is just described as a physical boundary for gas to press against. So that just invokes some kind of physicality. That can be a steel wall, or as AI is pointing out, liquid, still physical.
Right, now that also bears on this point, which is one of the arguments that I think made a list about bad arguments, which is gas pressure requires a container, therefore the Earth can't be a globe. Now, that's not a good argument at all, because you can have globes inside containers.
Yeah. Okay, so You can't have gas pressure without a container, so therefore giant gas planets can't be spheres.
Oh yeah, you're not going to be able to get away with that. You cannot have if you can't have gas pressure without a container. Earth is flat. How's that? Gotcha.
What? How does that?
Gotcha,
How does that
bitch.
hurt? Right, but I could show you. I could show you an object of any permutation of shape. Well, it's easy. I could just show you a container with another object inside it, and then I could just have three different shapes: one a ball, one a cube, and one like a, let's just say, a flat cooking pan. There you go. I now have three different shapes, which the container doesn't change the shape of the object inside it.
Yeah, but then the Globers are going to have to start conceding that they've been lied to because they're not being told that they have a container around the globe, and they won't do that.
Well, wouldn't it be more pragmatic for them on their side to just say that space isn't a vacuum; it's actually just a hyperliquid? So not a superfluid like some people have postulated in the past, but they'll make it even fancier, like a hyperliquid. So the liquid is actually transdimensional and space-time conventional. And all these weird words they'll come up with, and it'll work mathematically.
Yeah, they probably will do something like that.
That was funny.
We still flat smacking Bean Toasty? Bean Toasty is like day 3 for you or something?
4, I think.
Day 4. That's cool. Well, when someone's been here for a few days, I like to ask them to summarize some things they've learned since they've been here. Could you tell us a couple of things or a couple of points that we've made that you've learned since you've been listening?
Also, hold on before you do that. I'd like to point out that rotations have started because it's the new year. So all interns are now rotating and CDPs are rotating. So he might be on rotation. That's why he's been here 4 days. Anyway, go ahead.
I have no idea what that means.
It's okay. Yoder does.
Flat earthers aren't lunatics, basically. They're not, honestly, not completely lunatics. Most people probably still think you're lunatics from back in space disc days when everyone.
What have you learned, sir?
When everyone thought, oh yeah, my bad tangent. So you guys only observe. You guys only say what you observe, or you guys at least, not everybody. You guys only say what you observe, and if you can have absolute absolute proof, not just oh, this is probably or this is most likely at 99%. No, if you can't see it, physically see it with your own eyes, the level of proof, you guys don't.
Okay, so we hold to empirical evidence, you're saying?
Yeah.
And is that, would you say that's a good standard, empirical evidence? Isn't that good?
Yeah, but I think also if something is 99% probable certainty, and you have good amounts of proof for something and math that checks out, I think that also is good.
So then the Earth is flat. If you got 99.9% Earth is flat, then it's flat, isn't it?
Well, empiricism is the basis of science, and you're saying that you've learned that we go with empiricism. So, yeah, we go with science.
All right.
What else have you learned?
What else have I learned? Just random oddballs of no, because again, you guys wouldn't say that.
What's how about what's an argument? Best proof of the globe or best proof of the flat Earth?
Oh, your best proof of the flat Earth is that you physically have never measured a curve.
Not just us.
Flat.
Anyone.
In other words, we measure it flat, right?
Yeah, our argument isn't just that we've never measured curve; it's that no one ever has, right?
Yes.
So
remember, I said that to you the other day. Sorry. Did you? Sorry, go on, Jenna.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to be clear, right? So we don't measure curvature. So if the line isn't curved, we measure it what?
Flat.
Cool, awesome. So we measure it flat. Sorry to interrupt. Carry on.
No, I was just gonna say, because the other day I made that point to you. I said, "Well, we're pointing out that no one's ever measured curve," and you were like, "Well, I'm sure someone has." Did you ever go and have a look and find someone who had?
No, I was busy playing Minecraft.
Okay. Well, don't waste your time. No one has.
What should I search up? No, because there's gonna be a paper where someone claims to have. I wanted to bring that.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm sure a load of people claim that other people have, but no one actually has. Is the point? So yeah, people might claim it, but people can claim all kinds of shit. It's about what what can be verified and repeated.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we're empiricists. There's no curve. What about the globe? So since you've been here, you've heard a bunch of globe believers come in and talk to us. What's the best globe argument that you've heard since you've been here?
Actually, I can't remember any of them. I can't remember any of them to the point where I don't think a glober has come in while I am in.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it? The globers actually don't have an argument. It's even worth remembering. Crazy, huh?
I guess.
I think they'd have something. Oh, well, good for you, Beans. Sounds like you're going to figure this out. Good luck.
More chance.
So what are you thinking now? What stage are you at? Like, what stage in your research are you at? Are you looking for curve? Are you trying to debunk flat Earth? What are you trying to do?
Oh no, I'm not researching in my spare time. I come here to listen to you guys, and that is basically it. Because lucky I have better things to do, like play games.
Really not.
Honestly, I'm on my break right now after studying for like uni in Mosque. So I'm just like kind of enjoying myself, honestly.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But I mean, you're coming here because you're interested in the conversation. You obviously find discussion about the nature of reality interesting. So you must have like some idea of where you sit. I mean, are you still 100% believing you live on a globe or what?
Like 80.
80%. All right.
Like 80.
We can work with 80.
What?
We can work with 80.
Yeah, I guess you can work with 80.
Yeah, he's only 6 months away.
What piece of evidence would you say is making up the largest percentage of that 80% confidence? Is there
the massive
model that explains everything?
And I'm saying model as in like as in you could like build the solar system. Like I mean like that. What type of model?
What kind? Well, what kind? Do you mean a kind of model that doesn't actually exist in reality, that's not been made, or do you think it has been made?
Yeah, it has been made. Like that. Like that's what I'm saying. You could build the solar system.
Could you post the link to that model in the chat?
Do you want me to like buy you a
like the globe model, whichever the model is that you're saying gives you the most confidence in the globe? Could you post that in the chat?
Okay, well, there's not going to be one that covers everything. I'd have to like post multiple, but yeah.
Oh, wait. So, right. So you don't have a model. You've got loads of different models. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, no. Simply because no one would have made like one massive thing that I can just send you. Like,
why? It should be simple.
It would have to, but you're saying, but they would have, the model would have to explain everything to be an accurate description of a model of the Earth that explains everything, right?
You could make the model, but like you could make the solar system, and then you could like make the Earth. Like you would have to use a program to do this, but like you could make.
Okay, so help me understand what it is then, because you're saying the thing that makes you most confident is a model, but now you're saying it's a whole bunch of different models. What models are you talking about?
So yeah, so you could like you could make the solar system and like describe
a solar system model. What kind of model do you mean? Like a computer one, like an image, or like a physical model, or what?
You could do the system on all three, but to make this like massive complete model that would show everything, you would need to use a program, like because no one's making this.
Okay, well, which one did you see that gave you this confidence in in the realness of it? Which one are you talking about? Or are you kind of just thinking that there is one and you've never really actually seen it?
I don't think I'm explaining myself well enough.
Okay, well, this might come as another shock to you, Bean, but this model that you think exists somewhere that is good evidence for a globe does not exist.
Hold on, let me just at least do something to illustrate what I'm saying.
Just like that curve.
What happened, Bean, is that they've told you that the Earth is a globe, and that's what reality is for so long that people start to think that things only make sense in respect to the globe. You just feel that way right now. That's not something you have proof of. It's just like a side effect. They just tell it to you for so long that everybody says no. Reality only makes sense if the Earth's a globe. And then you ask them to point to reality, and they're like, well, I don't know where it is.
Look at your predicament now, right? You're 80% sure because of a model that it explains. That's your predicament.
Hold on, I got the link. It's actually a game, so that works. Where the hell is the share link?
Like Universal Sandbox or something?
Precisely. Oh, I
Okay.
hear you chuckling. What is it? Yeah.
Well, if you just, I mean, you sound like a smart guy. I'm not joking. Like, it sounds like you can understand that looking at Universal Sandbox wouldn't actually tell you in any way that that is what reality is. Like, you could make a sandbox imagining a totally different setup, but with the same observations mathematically. You know what I mean? Like, you could have the things being larger and further away, or closer and smaller. And from your perspective, for what you're observing, it would all look the same. So
Actually,
how would that representation specifically tell you that's the correct representation, just by the representation? And in that case, is it justified that that would be a main convincing point for it in your overall 80%?
Yes. I want to like. Okay, so for me, this works because what is it? So I can make this. I can like go. I'm not gonna like not Universe Sandbox isn't like throwing the Earth at Mars, but like just like you load into Universe Sandbox and there's the solar system. I could like look at Earth and look at the weather, and I could tell you how it works, and I could go to a star in the distance and tell you how that works, and then
Yeah, but someone else could build another model that explains all this stuff, and it would have different distances and sizes, but mathematically it could all work out the same in terms of the observations of the sun, moon, and stars. So how would you?
The ratio would be the same.
using theories other than gravity and like nuclear fusion for stars? You're saying like that?
I don't know how that would tell you whether the simulation that you're looking at or the model that you're looking at is correct, because again, you would just be speculating on those mechanisms, saying, well, the reason that the sun's moving like this is because of gravity. But again, that's just an explanation you've given to it. It's not something that is really telling you the truth of it.
A Cyclone, I could provide an example. On the internet, you can Google this. People have created, out of the math, not a solar system, but a lunar-centric, call it solar system, where the moon that we observe is actually stationary. The Earth orbits it, and all the planets that you'd find in a solar system are also in orbit around it. And this would be indistinguishable from what we observe in the night sky.
Yeah, and that's a great kind of example as to what actually happened with the Copernican revolution, with the Copernican system, where he essentially took the observations that have always existed of the sun moving and said, well, what would it be mathematically if the sun wasn't moving and the Earth was the thing moving? And you can just backwards engineer that mathematics and say, well, look, the math works out, but that doesn't mean it's true. Do you understand?
Yes. Okay, this is the counter argument to my argument. Send the moon model, if there's a link to it.
Send in the moon model.
Yes.
Same phenomena can still take place underneath a stationary and the phenomena are just taking place in the sky. The Earth doesn't have to be in motion to observe things go by. Should really become a poet.
Yeah, and funnily enough, this is what all those big astronomers throughout history have said themselves. They've said, well, this is essentially just a philosophical position that we're the thing moving around the sun rather than the sun moving around us, because you could justify both positions with the same observation. Like, they actually say this. So just having a model that says it's one way wouldn't prove it any more than us saying, well, the Earth is flat because if you imagine the Earth's flat and the sun's moving, therefore the Earth's flat. Right? That's not proof. I mean, you could say it could work that way, but you're not actually interrogating physical reality to prove that it is the case. That's why we go after curvature and motion and all this stuff, yeah, rather than just models, which, like we've said, you could come up with a model to explain it in a million different ways, I'm sure, if you thought long enough about it.
Okay.
I think up until now, right, up until recently, we all have this, right? We only think there's one way to explain reality. The Earth being a sphere and the sun at the center, blah, blah, blah. We think this is the only option. And any other idea has been really far removed from any logical thought process that we might be able to entertain, because this is the state of affairs. So you've never been allowed to think of any alternatives, dude. Same with all of us, right? We still struggle with the same things that you're struggling with right now. Well, if the Earth isn't this, then what is it then? How do we explain these things? Primarily the things that you're trying to explain, the things in the sky. But ultimately, you're coming across the same questions that we've all got. That's why we're sitting here trying to let you know that we don't know. The best model that we've got is the Earth is flat and stationary underneath the sky. That's about it.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like we've been intellectually boxed in when we think about the Earth and our reality by this globe story that we're given as a young person. So we find it difficult to take ourselves out of that and imagine other possibilities, even though there are countless possibilities. And it's something like that Crit says, which is through history, let's say we've went through 1,000 models and we've arrived at the globe at 1,000 and everyone's like, great, this globe model number 1,000 is the correct one. We're just saying, no, it's still not correct. We're on to like 1,001. So we're not actually that far apart. You see?
Excuse me, my dad was talking to me. I don't know if you want to repeat that.
I was just adding to Jedi's point that if you look through history, it's basically been the case that we've had like 1,000 models for what the Earth is and what the sun and moon and stars are, what reality is basically. You've landed on 1,000 like we all had. We're just now saying no, that's number 1,000 isn't correct either. It's something else. So we're not really that far away. We've just rejected one more model.
Do you have like a link to that moon explanation? Because that's actually, I really want to see that.
I'm driving. I don't have a link handy, but I just Google it.
Fair enough. Lunar-centric model. That seems easy. Lunar-centric model.
And see, I think speculating on the nature of reality is a very healthy and human thing to do. And I think it's wild that people basically have to come to a flat earth chat to have that kind of philosophical freedom of expression. You might be the type that's done this before anyway, but I think most people haven't. It takes for them to come here to then be like, huh, what if the moon was at the center of this whole thing? You know? Because yeah,
God, I
most
hate.
people just take it for granted. It's a globe.
Ugh, my nose.
Well, we know it's not a globe. So you got any questions at this point, Bean? Or any other new people or globe believers in the chat? If you want to ask the question, feel free.
Please tell me
Yeah,
there's
while you're
another
waiting,
globe.
while you're waiting, bro, in the heliocentric model, the sun isn't even the center of the solar system.
Excuse you? What?
Things don't revolve around the sun. In fact, they revolve around this address I'm going to post. I'm going to post an address in the chat. I'm posting an address in the chat.
If you say like stupid lane or something, I'm gonna
search up that address and it'll give you the answer.
Is it the Barry Center or something?
Exactly, it's the Barry Center.
Hey, that's 2 for 2 today.
Yeah, you didn't know that? Now you know.
Yeah. I'm so confused.
Do you know what the Barry Center is?
No.
Okay, so it's, if I'm correct, AI, it's the sun is also moving around itself and being disturbed by other planetary activity, mainly Jupiter. It's like not completely the center of the sun. I think it's the same with the relationship between the Earth and the Moon within our idea. It's not actually the center of the mass of the sun that's the center of the universe. Oh, sorry, the center of the solar system, not universe, solar system. I think that's right, AI. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
So you're telling me the center of orbit, is that correct to say? Just so I understand. The center of orbit of the solar system is the Barry Center.
Yeah.
You're joking. No, you're joking, because then how would the planets would then rotate around Earth?
The planets rotate around Earth? What?
No. If the Barry Center was the center of orbit or mass of gravity.
Well, they say it's like you put a bowling ball on a bed sheet and you spin them all around, and they're eventually going to fall into this big well. That's kind of what they're saying, right?
Yes.
Isn't that crazy? Like, people come in here calling us crazy for pointing out that observably and everything we experience is a flat, motionless Earth. Meanwhile, they're claiming that reality is a bunch of bowling balls thrown around a bed sheet with no evidence whatsoever.
Analogously.
Yeah, with no evidence whatsoever for any of that. Never even seen it in principle occurring on a smaller scale, other than bowling sheets on a bed sheet or bowling balls on a bed sheet.
I mean,
I think that's funny.
We have observed gravitational waves.
You haven't done shit, son.
Related.
Gravitational waves.
You haven't even come close to doing shit. Besides taking a shit.
Section. No, so we did like what was it? The detector, the thing that detected them, moved like half of the width of a proton.
Yeah, the super glow burst detector 9000. It's totally real. Trust CNN, bros.
I want to see what a proton looks like and how you measured that to get how far that moved.
I think it was 1/10,000th the width of a proton.
Good lord. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so
thought you guys
basically
would like...
made up.
Lucky I just trusted that they have like precise machine.
Gravitational waves.
Predicted that
bowling balls on bed sheets. Just remind yourself, whenever they're trying to tell you anything fancy, they're basically claiming that you're on a giant bowling ball flying around a bed sheet.
Analogously, yes.
Yeah, it's ludicrous. What on earth in reality have you ever experienced that would make you think that's even a possibility?
I mean, the universe has no reason to make sense to you, so like, just because it's weird does not mean
it
not real.
Well, yeah, I mean, fair enough. I mean, you could say it could be anything, but in that case, you've got billions of possibilities, and you've just landed on this totally random one with no supporting evidence. And apparently, it's anathema to society to even question it.
Oh, man. You know what's funny, brother? You just said the universe is not responsible in any way, shape, or form to make sense to you. Okay, let's say that's true. Did you know that guys in the evolutionary biology, psychology, and cosmogony fields have decided that not only is the universe not responsible to make sense, but your faculties that you possess because they evolved for survivability, not truth, can't even be trusted to arbitrate truth. So even if the universe could make sense, you have no reason to trust your faculties to make sense of it. So basically, we're all just living in one big retard land. Well, that's weird. That's weird.
Yeah, it's also weird that people come in here asking for models that make sense.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Could you imagine if we were coming out saying, hey, yeah, look, it's like this bed sheet, and we're this rock on this bed sheet? They would laugh.
I mean, if you just said that, then yeah, but if you had like supporting math that everyone else...
Yeah, we can give you the math for the rock on the bed sheet. That's easy. But so what? So then it would have credibility?
Yeah, because math is like...
See, this is the problem.
Math.
You think just because someone... But math is just a language. We've got the math for how Superman flies. You don't believe Superman flies because there's math supporting it. You understand that's not real. So just because they might have math for the bowling balls flying around the bed sheet, and we could come up with some math for a piece of rock on a bed sheet, doesn't give either of them inherent credibility.
Yeah, the bed sheet actually proves Earth is flat. In case you didn't know, I'll explain.
Yeah, that's the only bit that would have credibility. At least we have a flat surface to match the bed sheet.
Well, it's more practical than that. So check us out, brother. So when they do the bed sheet that they stretch over this big tub, and then they put the ball in the center, and then they put other balls, and they go towards the bigger ball. There's one explicit reason why they go towards the bigger ball only, and that is because when they put the ball on the bed sheet, they create an inclined plane. And everybody knows that when you place a ball on an inclined plane, it rolls down the plane, down, perpendicular to horizontal, which is the orientation of the Earth. Therefore, this demonstration proves the Earth is flat.
Wait, do that again slowly.
Right? You put the ball on the bed sheet.
Yes.
It makes the bed sheet deform, and it creates a diagonal conical shape. That's called an incline.
Yeah.
Okay. When you create an incline and you put a ball on the top of the incline, it rolls down, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Right. So what they're demonstrating, they're only demonstrating one thing in that demonstration, and that is what we all already know. Things roll downhill. No duh. That's been our experience our entire lives. When we drop something, it falls down. When we put something at the top of the hill, it rolls down. So all they're just doing is demonstrating our common experience. They haven't shown us anything new at all. They've just proven what we already all know. Things go down. And down is perpendicular to horizontal, and horizontal is the attitudinal orientation of the Earth. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Okay, I think you are so... Like I'm saying this, it sounds kind of... I was going to say, I think you're so sold on the idea of the flat Earth that you're biasing this towards it proving the flat Earth.
No, brother, pay attention, real simple.
How does that prove the flat Earth? Yeah,
it's simple, dude.
Things roll downhill.
Things roll down. Things roll down. Down is a particular direction, perpendicular to horizontal. Okay. Horizontal is the attitudinal orientation of the surface of the Earth. At all places, all things roll down everywhere you go. All things fall down everywhere you go. There's no place on the surface of the Earth where that doesn't happen.
Oh, right.
So if down is ubiquitous across the entire surface of the entire known territory, and it's perpendicular to horizontal,
right?
Then that means the surface is horizontal across the entire known territory.
Okay.
Now check this out, friend.
Yes.
A glober will say, no, you don't understand. Things don't fall down. They fall in to a giant ball. Okay, now you have a claim on the table. That's not commonly experienced. I experience down and horizontal and perpendicular, which is vertical everywhere I go. No one
No one has experienced inwards and outwards to the earth. Nobody, not you, not your mother, not your great-great-grandmother, and not your kids 10 generations from now. Nobody ever has, nobody ever will.
Okay.
Yeah, so up and down is flat Earth. You saying up and down? You're talking about horizontal. That's flat. Glober should have to be saying in and out, right?
Yeah, we only say up and down because that's like the human level. If we said in and out, we'd have to like.
That's reality, because that's reality.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, real quick, Cyclone. Yeah, brother, if you say in and out, you have to prove it. You have to prove it.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna say prove it. I was just being like.
No, you have to prove it. No, friend, you don't understand. The common experience is up and down. We all experience up and down. We all experience horizontal. We all experience that they're perpendicular to each other. Nowhere do we experience that they're radial to each other. The radialness of them, which would create ins and outs towards the center of Earth, which isn't even true either, but towards the center of Earth. No one's proven that, dude. Nobody. All they've done is they've shown us down and then told us a story about how it's in and out. That's why they don't use the terms in and out, because if they use the terms in and out all the time, people would very quickly catch on that that's not what they experience. So quit hijacking our terms and get your own terms and be honest with your fake identity of these terms, bro.
Okay.
Now, what have you learned today, Bean?
Lucky, I'm gonna need to be quizzed because like you guys know, like remembering facts off the top of your head is kind of difficult. Being quizzed is easy to recall.
He just told you. He just told you in order for your world view to be true, his has to be true, and you know it.
Okay.
But yours can't be true. So yours can't be true.
Say that again. I'm bad.
He just adequately explained to you in order for your worldview to be true that things fall down, then his worldview has to be true, where down is perpendicular to horizontal, which means that your worldview is not true.
I feel like that's a messed up version of circular reasoning. You assume. Like
all right, well, let's come back to that. Give me a second. Okay. I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna head off in a minute. But just on the bedsheet ball analogy, I mean, if you're swayed by that, do you not think it's wild that that's basically what they're telling you your situation is? You're on one of these balls flying around a bedsheet. And, you know, when you see those demonstrations, what the logical conclusion to that, the physical conclusion to that whole thing is that within a few seconds, all the balls just crash into each other in the middle. So by logical extension, that's what they're telling you is your situation. You're on a bunch of balls flying towards each other down some gravity well. Right? You think that's true?
Yes, I do think that's true.
Well, do you not think it's wild that they've got you to believe that whole story? And when we ask what evidence is there for any of that, there's like nothing at all. Like models, ideas.
I had a thought, I lost it.
You know, because your experience in reality, what part of that experience tells you anything about that scenario that they're painting? Like, what physically are you observing or experiencing that would give you the faintest impression that that story is true? Like, name one thing.
I need to lock in. I keep getting distracted.
Well, if you can't name one thing, just say I can't name one thing, and that's fine.
No, I don't want to say repeat that for like the third time, but I generally just keep getting distracted.
Right. Name one experience you have in physical reality that would tell you that this analogy of you flying around a bedsheet as a bowling ball would be remotely true, or give you the faintest impression of it being true.
Oh, right. Like explanations from class, from people who studied this.
No, like an experience in reality that you have.
Experience? None, because again, gravity does not like operate on a human scale. You
right. So none. So there's no experience in your reality that speaks to this analogy at all.
No.
Right. Well, there you go. Think about that. You should really think about that. Anyway, good chance, guys. I'm going to dip off, but good to hear you guys. Keep it cooking.
Peace.
Bye.
Yeah, and I just want to apologize to you, Bean. I should not have assigned that as your worldview. That's their worldview. You don't, as I've heard so far, don't affirm it. So.
Affirm what?
Yep.
You just take on reality as far as I can tell.
I'm so sorry. What? Like what? What don't I affirm?
You don't appear to have a bias towards the globe.
I mean, gravity. I do affirm.
Yeah, but you haven't really even defined it. So I mean, some people would say like gravity is things falling down. So it's like, oh, there's a flat Earth that thinks the thing doesn't fall down.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can I join the conversation?
I mean, I've defined it decently.
Another voice changer. What's up with that?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not a voice changer. I was using my voice.
I think people do that like to rage bait because yeah, they just do it to rage bait basically.
That's fine.
This is my voice, man. I cannot change my voice. You know that.
Please.
Or not to rage bait just because it's funny to themselves.
Stop using it at this particular moment in time. I think just wait your turn, please, sir. Thank you. So you've got a problem with gravity?
No, I don't. I don't.
Do you think that that's good proof that the Earth is a sphere?
Yes.
Okay. Is that because it's a good explanation for why things go down?
Yes.
Okay. So the only problem that you have is because they have an explanation as to why things go down. As long as you believe that the Earth is a sphere and everything's getting put to the centre of mass, that seems to you. As long as they can explain to you why things go down, then the Earth is more than likely a sphere. But within the idea of the Earth being a sphere, they've got multiple ideas why things relative to your position on the Earth appear to go down. But that's just conceptual mathematics and ideas in the framework of the possibility that the Earth's a sphere, and this is the reason why we need to make things go down, because they do, right? You drop something, it goes down.
Yes.
It's circular reasoning anyway.
Pardon me?
It's circular reasoning. Right? Things go down because things go down. Things go down because the Earth is a ball because things go down. Things go down because things go down. Things go down because the Earth is flat because things go down. It's the exact same argument. What's the difference?
I mean, whatever causes things to go down, it's not going to necessitate the Earth being a sphere underneath it, right? Just because
even his own space-time bedsheet demonstration is appealing to down because it only works when you do it on the Earth and you have an inclined plane, which is just another demonstration of down. So the only thing you can demonstrate ad infinitum is down. None of that demonstrates the shape of the Earth. It just demonstrates that things fall to the Earth, which we all already know. So it's just one big circular reasoning.
Hey, baby, I can bend space-time with my bedsheet.
So, for example, Mr. Beans, when they put the space-time bedsheet demonstration, they put the big ball in the center and they put the other little balls. Why do the balls move at all?
They have momentum, I guess. Or no, because they're drawn by gravity, mostly. Yeah, like
okay, so notice what you said. You said that in the space-time bedsheet application, the only reason the balls move is because of gravity. And the only thing you're demonstrating in that is down. So you just proved that gravity is just simply down. That's all you said. You just said gravity is down. And the example of gravity being proven is things going down. That's circular reasoning, dude.
Not really. Down is the effect of gravity. Gravity is not down.
Yeah, okay. So the effect of gravity.
Downward motion is the effect of gravity.
Yeah, again, then there's multiple reasons that cause this effect. The phenomenon is still the same. You drop something.
Okay.
It's when you start adding phenomena together that might not even like add. So things go down for you, things in the sky go round and round. And they're not even the same phenomena, right?
They are like the. Are you talking about orbitals? Like
Yeah.
orbitals only work. Orbitals only work because of gravity.
Yeah, again, because of gravity. Yeah, because of these ideas that the reason why you can drop things is the same reason why things appear to go around and around. And maybe the mechanism is different. Maybe the reason why you drop something is different, and the mechanism makes us. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying it might be worth you thinking about. Because ultimately, if you've got a problem with, you prefer the story about gravity, but within this story there's a ball within it, then you might need to try and step out of that framework and try and think outside that box.
Let's think outside the box right now. So, for example, is according to Beans, I'm going to ask you this question. Is your idea of whatever gravity is the only thing that can make an object go around another object without physically being connected to it? Is that the only thing that can do that?
From my understanding, yes.
Well, you're wrong. You're wrong, and you know you're wrong because you've seen in your life magnets doing that.
Oh, shoot, yeah.
Yeah, so there's not a single thing that can make something go around another thing. There's actually a few things.
Okay. Okay. Oh, so you could replace gravity with magnetism.
So I just very quickly want to say, just in case I'm getting that, nobody else is, that's not to say that magnetism is the reason why things go up and down. That's only a suggestion of things. And we spoke about this earlier. I didn't want to get confused again. But
No, you're making the point that you could replace gravity with this model and like explain it this way.
No, I'm saying you could have the same apparent phenomenon, something going around something else, and it could have more than one reason why it's doing that. And you could create a model of why it's doing that, and another person could create a model of why it's doing that, and both models explain what's going on, and neither of you have proved anything.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. Okay.
So, for example, Beans, check this out, bro. Are you aware of the difference between Newtonian versions of gravity, which, by the way, are named after him against his will, because he did not want it named after him? In fact, he wrote, "Do not name this after me, because I don't want anybody to think I'm retarded." And then they named it after him after he died, to be dicks. But then in the future, you had Einsteinian versions of gravity, which we know as the bending and warping of space-time. But do you know the fundamental difference between the two?
What?
It has to do with the space-time bed sheets, bro. So one more time, real quick. Go back to the space-time bed sheets.
Yep, back.
You said that the only reason the balls moved is because you already knew they were going to fall down the hill that was created. So down. But the space-time bendy bed sheet itself didn't actually make the balls fall down at all. That didn't do anything. That didn't do any of the work, right? Because you said it was the gravity that pulled them down. So that means that the bending and warping of the space-time doesn't do any of the work in making an object move towards another object. And that is true. There is no force in the Einsteinian model. So here's the thing, bro.
Yeah.
If you have a Newtonian version of mass attracts mass by virtue of mass alone, so for example, you put a mass in, just imagine an empty space, you put a mass in it, one mass. Now you put another mass in it, and then you press play. The two masses will move towards each other if mass attracts mass by virtue of mass. Now take that, put it on the left side. Now make a new empty space. Put Einsteinian gravity only. Put your mass in the center. Now put another mass over to the right and press play. They won't move. They won't go towards each other. And the reason is because the bending and warping of space-time only changes the direction of motion of something that's already in motion. So it has no cause of first motion.
Say that again.
What I'm saying is that the Einsteinian version has no cause of first motion. If you put two masses next to each other, they won't move. They have to be in motion, passing through a warped space-time, much like a train on a track. If the train isn't traveling down the track, it's not relocated.
Right. Okay.
Right. So this is why they have to trick people with the stupid space-time bedsheet demonstration, because they can only appeal to down, because down is the only thing that has first causal motion that you can experience in any way, shape, or form. And then they try to tell you that the space-time bedsheet idea is the truth, but they're just doing a bait and switch magic trick on you, bro.
Are you at like, what are you at, like 75? You're at 75% right now?
Still 80 actually.
It's got to be at least 79 after he hit you with the inclined plane, the necessary perpendicular relationship between horizontal and vertical, and the magic of bedtime sheets. You're telling me that didn't lower a single point?
Oh no, because I don't understand those arguments yet.
All right, so what's your last hang up then? Like, what is the one thing? There's got to be one thing you're thinking about right now.
No, again,
come on, you want to say like NASA and satellites and stuff, like, right? Like Earth from space.
Sorry, what?
It's got to be something like NASA, satellites, Earth from space.
No, it's the
Am I
whole
right?
like conclusive model of like the solar system orbits, and like I can go away to a star and explain why that. But then you said I can make a multiple model, and the lunar model exists, and that.
So
Okay.
one of the things we actually specialize in is we find problems with these prevailing models, these descriptions. So it's almost like how people are paid to find bugs in software and then report them to the software developer. We're not paid for this, but we find bugs with the Globe software and we report it to the world. We've got hundreds of examples of issues. We haven't even talked about a single one yet with you, but
yes.
Yeah, like the fact that you can't predict eclipses with the globe in a heliocentric model.
You can't predict eclipses.
No. There are at least two kinds of eclipses that fail the geometry of the heliocentric model. One of them is the Selenelian lunar eclipse, and the other one includes sunrise and sunset solar eclipses. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, my friend.
I swear I can search up lunar eclipse times right now.
Okay.
Did you know that there's an actual extra day every 4 years and it's not due to a leap year?
Okay, why?
Why? I don't know. But if you were to pick any meteorological station that keeps track of the sunrises and sunsets throughout the year, any single one will do. And pick any single day. I would choose maybe an equinox or a solstice day. Now, what you do is you count the number of times the sun rises and the sun sets from that particular point. So you could even do this with a stick in the ground. You put a stick in the ground, you measure the shadow length and position, and then you count the number of sunrises and sunsets it takes for that shadow to return to that particular spot on the ground.
Yes.
Every 3 years, you will have 365 sunrises and sunsets. And on the fourth year, you will have 366.
Yeah, that's because the.
Okay.
That's because.
No, we are taught that there are 365.24 days every year.
25.
24 and a trailing decimal. And it's because of the difference between the sidereal year and the solar year.
Yes.
And this is explained with orbits. However, what you actually observe is not that at all. What you observe are sunrises and sunsets. And you can count them, and you can go through the spreadsheets of any data that you have from any city, any town that keeps track of the meteorological data, and you can count these yourself. And it's a cycle that repeats every 4 years.
You actually have one extra day every 3 years, right?
Every the fourth. And what's even funnier is that year doesn't line up with the leap year on our calendar. It's off by 2 years.
No. Yeah, predict that.
So what they just.
Sorry, so in the helios, if I'm getting this right, I hope I am. In the heliocentric model, all right, they say that it takes an extra little bit of time every year, But actually what's happening is really, within their model, the Earth is taking an extra day and rotation every year to complete a cycle.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you go 1 year and you count 365 days, the shadow that was marked by the stick before returns to its same spot. And then on the 4th year, at 365 days, the shadow's not quite where it returns to at that particular point. You have to wait an extra day, and then the shadow returns to that particular point in the ground. And this was actually noticed by the ancients. This is called the tropical year. This is what produces an analemma.
Hold on. This is what produces an. What do you mean by?
Well, the tropical year, the analemma shows you the furthest extent north and south that the sun wanders in the sky. And you take a picture of it every day and it pops up. But the funny thing is, if you do an analemma, but you do it if you do it for 3 years, and then you do it the 4th year, you need an extra sun in there. Like,
oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You need an extra sun. That makes sense. Okay, but that's still, I don't know, maybe I've walked past this many times, just haven't noticed how interesting it is, but that is really, really interesting.
It's freaking weird. I went through the data myself. I did this once. I heard Antonio Subirats bring this up. He brought it up in one of his long form discussions, and then he brought in a guy from Russia who talked about it. This is like 7 years ago. And then I'm like, nah, that's BS. You got to be kidding me. And the Russian guy was describing the data he was going through just like I described to you. And I'm like, no. So I did the same thing. I went through and I counted. I downloaded the sheets. I exported to a CSV and I started counting in Excel. And sure as shit, like, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, explain that, Ben.
Yeah. You know, but it's kind of in the way that it's described, right? Like, if you were to go into any AI and describe it the same way that I described it to you, the AI would be like, it's okay, but really what happens is you got extra, 0.245 days I'm not joking. And this is due to the sidereal time being different from the solar time. So I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a way to connect it to atomic clocks and precise timekeeping, but even then, like, there's a difference between UTC and UT1, which is this is where you get into the equation of time with the sun, accounted for with atomic clocks, that every year or even continuously now, atomic clocks are actually updated according to the sun's position, not the other way around. Did you know that?
Oh, wow. No. Okay.
Yeah. So they calibrate atomic clocks based off of the sun. Nature is always the true reference, guys, for time and for Earth, because water provides that nice horizontal level.
It's interesting, Bean, right? Again, as we're speaking, the globe Earth doesn't make these predictions. Even like when the sun's going to come up, that gets dealt with, like Yoda just said, the equation of time. That doesn't involve any geometry of a sphere. No sphere here. No prediction made by a ball in space for that one. So you understand that we've been predicting eclipses for thousands of years. I say post-dicting, right, because it always does the same thing, right? Over certain periods, the patterns that it produces repeat. So based on what it does before, we can say with a surety what it's going to do again in the future. We've done that for thousands of years. It's called the Saros cycle. NASA used that Saros cycle today. No globe Earth geometry involved there either. So the globe Earth geometry doesn't predict lunar eclipses, solar eclipses, doesn't predict when the sun's going to come up and when it's going to set. So what predictions about the night sky does it make?
Yeah, the beauty of the Saros cycle is the Saros cycle being developed by the Chaldeans from 3,000 plus years ago. They were flat earthers and they produced a table of timing and geometry that is so precise that NASA uses it today for their eclipse predictions.
Impressive.
There's a man named Dr. Fred Espanak, Espanak. He wrote a book called, the freaking cycle of eclipses or something, the multi-millennium cycle of eclipses based on the Saros cycle. It's like some title like that. You can find his book, but he describes his entire process of going through the research from the ancient Chaldeans and incorporating their data into NASA's space models. Isn't that interesting?
Very.
So again, if it's models that make predictions and the thing that's keeping you on the sphere is you think the geometry of the sphere is making those predictions, it isn't. So that can't be something that's keeping you on a sphere because it's irrelevant to the predictions being made. I get where you're coming from though, right? Because you can see in books, online and on the internet, where you've got a nice pretty picture of the sun, darkness, and there's Mercury that looks really, there's Venus, and there's the Earth with the moon around it, and you know, that looks relative, and that one over there, the red looking thing, that's Mars, and so on. Because this is the portrayal of this heliocentric way of explaining the night sky and why we observe the phenomena that we do from the Earth. Can be very easily mapped and explained geometries, like we pointed out with the moon. But there's no need for it to make any predictions. The predictions aren't made with that geometry involved. They're made on what they've already seen before happen in the night sky all the time. They're all postdictions. So, can't be that then.
Interesting history, though. The reason why it's called the Saros cycle, Sar, S-A-R, in Saros is a root word, and it means lord or king in ancient Babylonian. This word Tsar is where we get Caesar from, and like with the Russians, the Tsar of Russia. It's also a cognate of the word star, stars in the sky, stars and stars and stars and Caesars. It all comes from the same root. So the ancient Babylonian mystics used to say that every time there is an eclipse, a new king is born. It's the cycle of the kings.
Isn't President Trump born on an eclipse or something?
Yeah, and Christ was crucified during an eclipse.
Yeah. I've heard about some astronomical events that happen in the sky. It's a really interesting subject to me. They've lied about the sky because of what it really means. I don't want to get lost with beans.
Yeah.
It's just this idea of models, beans, right? Again, we all have, right, had this idea, the image of the Earth in orbit around the sun on TV, on the internet, books and subculture since you were born, since I got here, and I'm 50 years old. I don't expect many people around to be that much older than me. So everyone's going to be younger and you've experienced the same thing. Right? It's the only thing that we got really given. It's hard to think outside that box. But really, if it's models and so on, because we have that image in our head and we think that that image that we get from textbooks is really what's predicting everything that's going on when it isn't. So if that's the thing that's keeping you on the sphere, dude, really that's a weak foundation. That's not a personal thing. I'm just saying that argumentation it hasn't got any grounds. It can't be that because it's not doing the predictions.
Whoever made the textbooks, are they dumb or are they lying on purpose?
No.
Like, do you think?
No, intelligent people write fanciful stuff all the time. Like, that's stupid.
People really believe this shit, dude.
You're missing the whole point to the conversation, and I appreciate it. But we're talking about the Earth being a globe and it making predictions because of the model that it's based about going around the sun and so on, about why we observe things in the sky, like sunrise and sunset, and why there's eclipses, both lunar and solar. The point of the conversation is the geometry of the sphere isn't even involved when making predictions because they're not even predictions. They're postdictions based upon what we've always seen happen before while standing on the Earth that's flat and stationary.
Good morning out there to all the NASA fans and NASA detractors. So am I hearing this correctly, that NASA plans to put astronauts into space and orbit the moon? Is that what's happening in 2026? Has anyone made predictions yet? What's going to happen? And when is the ISS supposed to deorbit and burn up in the atmosphere? When's that supposed to happen? So it looks like Flare Fighter 76 has been text muted again. Brand new account created yesterday. Says he's an aerospace engineer and a pilot. 24/7 Flat Earth just happened to be his first stop, I guess. His first stop on Discord itself. Amazing. But his microphone's broken. Imagine that. Why would you join Discord with a broken microphone? Like, you guys ever read those system requirements they have for software? Must have a 386 DX 33 megahertz. I mean, everybody who's anybody knows that Discord is meant for discussing and having Discord. Plenty of people have Discord on their phones too. Is your microphone on your phone disabled? Doubt it. Nah, I don't think that's a new account. I think he's one of our biggest fans, to be honest. He's incognito. I think he's been around this discussion for so long. For so long that he can't believe that it's true. He can't accept that Flat Earth is true. And for many, it's a coping mechanism. They don't want to accept that Flat Earth is true, but they know it's true. So they come in and they argue with us. They argue with us because they want to make sure that they're not going crazy. They want us to defeat their arguments so that they know that they're not going crazy. But they're not ready to accept the psychological and emotional consequences of what Flat Earth means. Intellectually, they fully understand. And this cognitive dissonance keeps them coming back for more, again and again and again. Some people try to monetize this behavior out of them, out of anyone who comes in. Not us. We are volunteers. We do this because it's fun. Welcome to, is that Janus? Welcome to Janus, to 24/7 Flat Earth. If anybody out there is on YouTube listening, feel free to come in, stop in. The temperature is warm. Jay Tolan, he's a flat earther. He runs a YouTube channel called Jay Tolan Media, JTOLAN. He specializes in radio frequency engineering, optical and radio both. He's worked on and designed communication systems and guidance systems. One of his hobbies is to take high-end infrared cameras on aircraft, to look sideways out the window and zoom right on in on the horizon, see what you can see. Let me tell you what, very few people on Earth, very few people have seen what he shows you in these videos. Count yourself lucky if you've ever seen anything like this. It's just incredible because the more he zooms, the flatter it is. There's no curvature, no horizon line separating the sky from the ground for the globe. just perspective and atmospheric density. Seeing a range multiple times what the Earth should be if it were a globe. His latest video is quite interesting. He invokes NASA as a hostile witness. He says, let's see what NASA says about the Earth. He pulled up some footage from the International Space Station. Some of you, if you're old enough, you might remember NASA TV. NASA TV is or was a TV channel. It was offered with the Dish Network package if you subscribe to a satellite dish service. About maybe 25 years ago. One of the channels that you got was NASA TV, where they'd show you looping clips from the ISS, the view from Earth and outer space. They'd have some educational content from NASA astronauts and so on. So some of this still exists today. He took some of that footage. And he said, you know what? Let's apply some photogrammetry principles to this and see what we can measure. What's photogrammetry? Photogrammetry is basically taking images and taking a known scale factor. So you look somewhere in the image for something that you know is of a specific size or dimension. Let's say you've got an image of a city and you see a Honda Civic. And you see a 2008 Honda Civic. You can look up, you understand what the dimensions are of a Honda Civic. So with that Honda Civic, you know its length and width, you can see what other objects are in its vicinity related to that length and width. And you can do some proxy measurements, can't you? You can say, well, this building is 5 Honda Civics long. It gets complicated because you can factor in your perspective, you can factor in your motion, you can factor in your camera lens, the focal length, field of view. And you can start to get pretty technically savvy. And you can start figuring out how far things are from the camera. I dare say this is one of his specialties because he has numerous videos doing this and providing tutorials on how to do it. It's pretty fascinating stuff. So he took ISS footage and applied photogrammetry. You know what he found? He found that if you measure the Earth, what's visible from the ISS, from its claimed orbit, 250 miles up above a globe, that the circumference of Earth approaches 100,000 miles. It's something like 95,000 miles. Almost 4 times what the claimed globe circumference is. Now, is he saying it's flat? Well, it's definitely not the globe that NASA told us if it isn't flat. And I believe these constraints on a claimed circumference are only given as such because that's as far as his imagery was able to allow him to compute. Could it be a sphere with an infinite radius, in which case it would be flat? Something is definitely wrong with what we've been told, with what people believe, how they conceive the world. Something is vastly wrong. All right, I'm going to read an article here. The article is titled, The Great Disappearing Act, Why Gravity Isn't Crushing Your Gas. We need to talk about the atmosphere. Specifically, we need to talk about the absolute mess that standard hydrostatics makes of gas physics. You know the story. The atmosphere is a stack of blankets. The bottom layer is crushed by the weight of the layers above it. Nonsense. If you treat a gas like a stack of bricks or blankets, whatever, you are missing the most beautiful part of physics, the motion of gas. The gas is not settled. It is chaos. It is billions of tiny molecules bouncing off the walls, off each other, going 1,000 miles per hour. Let's look at the math that makes the weight argument fall apart. We're going to make mass disappear. The heavy misconception. standard textbook physics wants you to believe that pressure is just weight distributed over an area. And if that were true, a column of heavy gas should crush you much harder than a column of light gas. But look at Avogadro's law. It's empirical. It says if you have a box of hydrogen, 1 atomic mass unit each, and a box of argon, 40 atomic mass units, at the same temperature and pressure, they have the same number of molecules. But wait a minute. Argon is 40 times heavier than hydrogen. If gravity or weight were driving pressure, the argon box should have 40 times the pressure. But the fact is, it doesn't. It has the same pressure. So how's this possible? Is Newton lying to us with mass attracting mass? No. No. You're just looking at the wrong equation. The kinetic reality, watch the math. Pressure in a gas isn't pushing down, it is bombardment. It is kinetic molecular theory. Pressure is proportional to the mass of the particles times their velocity squared. Now here's the secret that gravity causes pressure. Forget. Temperature is the great equalizer, not gravity. Temperature is a measure of average kinetic energy. If two gases are at the same temperature, their kinetic energies are equal. But because kinetic energy is 1/2 mass times velocity squared, a heavy particle must move slower. The velocity of a gas particle scales inversely with the square root of its mass. Do you see it coming? It's beautiful. The disappearing act. Let's plug that velocity back into our pressure proportionality. We have pressure, so we substitute our velocity term. We square the term, and what happens? Look at this. The mass cancels out. It's gone. I'll share the article later so you can see. I'm not going to read all the formulas, equations. It's going to be too boring. But the mass cancels out. Yep, when you make that substitution, the mass is not there. The heaviness of the argon atom is perfectly, mathematically destroyed by its sluggishness. The lightness of hydrogen is perfectly compensated by its immense speed. The pressure has nothing to do with the so-called weight of the particle in a gravity field. It has everything to do with the energy, that is temperature, and its containment, volume. But what about that barometric formula? You have to look closer. Don't just memorize the formula, but look at it. This equation isn't calculating weight pressing down with the little g in there. It is describing through g a statistical distribution. It is a balancing act between the energy of position, that is so-called gravity trying to sort them, and the energy of motion, which is temperature trying to mix them. Since we just proved that the kinetic energy term inherently accounts for mass in the velocity distribution, the mass in this equation is essentially fighting itself, and that's why it cancels out. Gravity isn't a force compressing the gas. It's just a description defining the gradient of the density. The conclusion, for you skeptics out there, if you take away the container, the gas expands. It doesn't matter how much gravity you have. Without a lid, the pressure gradient dissolves into the vacuum. Do you accept thermodynamics? I hope you do. So next time someone tells you atmospheric pressure is just the weight of the air, you tell them to check their kinetic vectors. Gravity doesn't compress gas. Containers compress gas. Gravity just describes where the particles might like to hang out as they bounce off the walls. For this article and more like it, please visit our server. We've got a repository called Flat Earth Central. You can check my profile for the link. Please join today.
All right, so I've just started an event. called Flat Earth Explained. It's just a Q&A if people want to come in and ask us questions about Flat Earth, because most people don't know anything about this topic. So, proposal, if you have any questions or anything like that.
Yes. Can I ask where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Australia, but I live in Poland at the moment.
Did you travel across the world?
Yes.
So, what countries did you visit?
Been to Southeast Asia a bunch, Greece, Spain, Sri Lanka, India, yeah, a bunch of places.
So you told the people about the Earth in these countries, or you just traveling like a tourist?
No, just a tourist. Yeah.
Okay. This like a joke meeting, or you actually believe in flat Earth?
Yeah, no, this is a genuine flat Earth conversation, not a joke.
Okay. Do you wanna tell me like some facts?
Sure. So we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, and we're not claiming that the Earth is like a flat globe, right? If you think about the globe model, where you have a big vacuum, which is the universe, and you've got all of the planets, and then the globe is one of those planets. And then people hear about flat Earth and they think, oh, okay, so it must be a flat disk instead of a flat ball. That's not what we claim. That's misinformation. And so we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat is not a shape, but the Earth is flat. Okay, but we're not claiming to know the shape. When we say flat Earth, we mean the surface of the Earth, mostly covered in water. Okay, the known surface area of the Earth is over 70% water. And then when we test over the surface of the water, over long distances, it's flat. It's not curving.
Interesting.
Yeah, like we're doing laser tests, long distance observations, and we're calculating how much curvature there should be. For example, over 20 miles, there should be about 80 meters of curvature, which is about 260 feet or something like that, approximately. Okay. And that means that there should be consequences of what you would see if you're looking over that distance. So if you go to like a 20-mile distance over the surface of the water and you've got a landmark that's 20 miles away and you're just standing there on one side of the body of water, you shouldn't be able to see something that's, you shouldn't be able to zoom in across and see the shoreline 20 miles away, or you shouldn't be able to zoom across and see your friend standing on the other side of the 20-mile body of water, because it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But that's not happening when we go out and look over these distances. We're not seeing any curvature. We're seeing our body standing 20 miles away. We're seeing the shoreline 20 miles away, for example.
Okay, what it proves?
What's that?
What it proves? You don't see your body getting.
You need to maybe talk a little bit louder into the microphone. It's a bit soft. I've turned you up.
I'm saying what it proves. What you are trying to prove? The Earth is flat.
Yeah, that the Earth is not a globe, and that there's no curvature detected.
Okay, there has a lot of images or something that if you look at into those images, then you will realize the Earth is not flat. It's like a orange shape, this kind of thing. It's not flat.
Yeah, but that's just pictures that you're seeing that NASA gave you.
Not NASA gave you. There has
okay. Which picture then? Okay, find me a picture of the globe that's not from NASA, and put it in the side chat.
So, like a video where a guy put on a balloon and
Can you see? can you see Bruce Khalifa from America?
No, I can't. But hold on a second, right? I just want to talk to one person at a time. So just hold on a second, Arkan. We'll get to that question in a second. What did you say? Proposal?
It's actually Prospal.
Prospal.
Like,
sorry about that.
I saw a video when some guy put a phone on a balloon and it went to the like space, and you can see the curvature that you was talking about.
Yeah, so if you have a closer look at that video, what you're going to see is that the curvature that you see in the video is just because of the lens. It's lens distortion. And what you'll see in the video is that when the camera moves around, the horizon will actually change. And when the horizon's above the center of the frame, when the horizon's above the center of the frame, it's going to look like a globe. And when the horizon's below the center of the frame, it's going to be curving the opposite direction. Okay, and it's called lens distortion. It's because of the focal length of the lens that's being used. You can check that.
Okay,
if you want to find the video now, you can put it in the side chat, and we can take some screenshots and have a look through the video. Because
okay, let me search for it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, your turn, Arkan. Go ahead with your question. Why can't you see forever? Why can't you see for like really long distances?
Yeah,
Is
I
that your
can't
question?
see Bruce Khalifa from like India or America, because
Yep.
the Earth is curved or round, and Bruce Khalifa is another side of Earth. Therefore, we can see Bruce Khalifa. If the Earth is flat, then we can see all the mountain or the Bruce Khalifa, all the building from every corner of Earth.
Yep, good question. So if the air was perfectly transparent and you had some giant telescope, maybe you would be able to, if you had a clear line of sight. But let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. Hold on a second, my friend. Okay, so the air has a visibility distance that you can see through the air, because in the air we have fog, we have mist, we have water vapor, we have dust, we have pollution, we have gases. All of these things means that we have a visibility limit. Now, if you go on the internet right now and you type in what is the visibility, the average visibility or the maximum visibility in any place that you want to type in the world, and you're going to find that it's not a very long distance. It might be 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles if you're lucky. Okay, but that's the maximum distance that you can see. It's kind of like if you go up on a mountaintop and you look out over more mountains in the distance, each mountain that is further away is going to become less and less visible. And then eventually it's just going to be too difficult to see because the air will make it opaque, and because you can't see forever through the air. The air itself is only semi-transparent. You can't see forever through the air. So even if you had the best telescope in the world, you're not going to be able to see forever through the air.
Okay, I don't know what. Yeah, I feel like you are living in a cave or something. You don't have
No.
any
I live in Poland. Yeah, I live in Poland, and I just gave you a
I thought
perfectly.
you live in Australia.
No, I'm from Australia, but I live in Poland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
So,
sound really good. You know, your accent is really good, bro.
oh, thank you, bro. Your English is very good as well. But this is the thing. Yeah, I don't live in a cave, right? I live in reality, the same reality that you live in, which we experience as flat and stationary. The only reason that we thought it was a globe or think it's a globe is because it's something that we've been taught growing up. And we've seen some pictures on the television.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about whether the Earth is gold or rounded or circled or flat or whatever. As long as I can live here freely, it's okay. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, can you see the link to the video I posted?
Yes. Yeah, I'm just opening it now. I'll have a look at that. Just got to wait for the ads to play. Just a second.
Yes. Actual video of on the like space in the end of video after and so
Yeah, so this is just it's just like a GoPro lens, like a fisheye lens. So have a look through the video and you'll see the horizon changing constantly. It's a wide angle lens. They're probably using an action camera. Okay, so you'll see that when the lens is moving around, you'll see the horizons changing, completely changing. I'll post some screenshots.
Actually, I don't see any lens on this camera.
Well, all cameras. I mean, all cameras have a lens. What do you mean? Okay, so here, right? Hold on a second. Let's go through some screenshots. Okay, so this is 5 minutes 39 in the video, and we can see that now look, it looks like it's curving the wrong way because, like I said, when the horizon is below the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving the opposite direction than it should be. Now, as soon as the horizon goes above the center of the frame, then all of a sudden it's going to look like it's actually curving like a globe.
I actually
See what I mean?
What is the horizon and what the effect you are talking about?
Yeah, it's called lens distortion. Okay, so yeah, lens distortion. Okay, so here we go. We got 5 minutes 44 in the video. Okay, so just a second. All right, 5 minutes 44. I'm going to post a screenshot. So just look in the side chat. Okay, so 5 minutes 44. We have a flat horizon. Okay, and then just literally 2 seconds later, the camera pans up a little bit, and then the horizon's above the center of the frame, and now all of a sudden we have curvature. Okay, so we have 3 images there in the side chat. We have the horizon below the center of the frame, and it's curving the wrong way. Okay, and then we have the horizon closer to the center of the frame, and it's flat. And then we have the horizon above the center of the frame, and now it looks like it's curving. So that's proof that this is just the type of lens they're using. They're using a wide-angle lens, and that's the reason that we're seeing what we're seeing in the video. It's not evidence of a globe or a flat Earth. It's just a cool video where you could see, from a high height.
I think the higher they go, the more you can see the curvature, and this is not depend on.
No, the same thing will happen. The same thing will happen even when they're close to the ground. Exactly the same thing will happen when they're close to the ground, because it's just purely a lens distortion effect. So you can send up as high as you want. So the maximum height that we can send a weather balloon is about 120,000 feet. All right, so I'm going to show you some footage from 120,000 feet.
What is this in meters?
Oh, well, there's 3 feet in 1 meter. So, like 40. Hold on, I'll check exactly. So it's like 36,500 meters. That's about the maximum height that you can send up a weather balloon, because they pop. Once they get any higher than that, they pop because of the pressure. So when we send up a weather balloon that doesn't have a wide-angle lens on it, we just see a flat horizon from that height. And I'm not saying that that's proof that the Earth is flat either. I'm just saying that from 120,000 feet, we don't see any curvature. We don't see any curvature when we go out in reality. And then when we go up into a plane, we don't see any curvature. And then when we go up and look at footage from a weather balloon, we don't see any curvature. Okay, we experience the Earth as flat.
I googled like how high-angle lens look like, and the people that making this video are not using it.
Well, I showed you proof. I showed you proof that they're using it. Okay, unless you think that the Earth is shape-shifting, then obviously they're using a wide-angle lens, because you can see just within just a few seconds it looks flat, and then it looks like it's curved, and then it looks like it's concave. So that's proof that it's. So there's two options: a wide-angle lens is being used, or the Earth is shape-shifting in front of your very eyes, which is obviously not the case.
World is round.
No. Or the Earth is a donut, right? Because it looks like a donut in the top picture, doesn't it?
Yes, first option. Why you not taking that as options?
Okay, because it's a wide-angle lens, and the horizon is distorting because of the lens that's being used.
Or the world is round.
Because of the lens, it looks like that because of the lens, right? And then it looks flat. Can you see the side chat?
No.
Can you see the side chat?
Yes, I already.
Okay, can you see the middle image?
Yes, I already.
Okay, does that look like a globe? Why is it flat? Why is it
not working?
Okay, so why is it flat in that image?
Because the balloon is not that high that at third picture.
No, yes, it is. It's taken. This is a screenshot. Look at the time. Okay, look at the time that I took the screenshot. Okay, hold on a second.
There are.
Have you not watched the video? Yeah, so I'll put it in again with the time this time. Okay, so 5:44 and 5:46. 5:44 and 5:46. So you think in 2 seconds, 2 seconds later in the video, that the Earth, all of a sudden, you can see all of that curvature 2 seconds later?
Yes. Why not?
2 seconds.
You think like 2 seconds and nothing can happen with the height in these 2 seconds. You can.
Oh, okay. Well, how come it flattened back out again after that?
Maybe the balloon come down.
No, the balloon. You should watch the video first, right? Look, it's flattening back out again. Wow, maybe it's a lens effect. Maybe they're using a wide-angle lens, which is obvious in the footage, and that's why this is happening.
Or maybe the world is the Earth is round.
Yeah, and it shape shifts. It shape shifts. Does it? The Earth is shape shifting.
Why are you not taking this as an option? I just wanna learn about that.
Because in the footage, you see the horizon distorting. You can't cherry pick when the horizon's above the center frame and say that that's proof that the Earth is round, right? Obviously, you don't know anything about how lenses work, and even when it's explained to you, it doesn't click in your brain to just concede and say, okay, obviously it's not shape shifting, and maybe I'm going to check how the lens works. If there's anyone else in the chat, right, that maybe wants to ask.
I don't want to talk to you. You're rude. Sorry,
bro. You're okay. All right, buddy. Well, put yourself on mute. Very nice.
Guys, do you think that Earth is flat?
No. Yeah. Put yourself on mute, bro.
Why? Why?
Why? Because when we go out and test the Earth, in reality, there's no curvature.
Okay, can you prove it?
Yes.
No.
How?
Long distance observations, laser tests, where there would have to be a large amount of curvature between point A and point B, and there's not. It's not there. It's never there. And we can test it over and over again. Just like we experience, the Earth is not a globe. Okay, we have tests, many tests that have been done.
Now, there are a lot of people who, are fighting for this. And I don't actually understand what is the purpose. I mean, what is the difference? I mean, who cares if the Earth is flat or circle? Who cares?
Well, people care enough to join a flat Earth channel and emotionally defend for the globe. Right?
Maybe, but
maybe, yeah, definitely.
Let's say the Earth is flat. Okay, the Earth is flat. Let's suppose that it's flat. What are you going to get?
What are we going to get? What, you want to get a prize or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you get to know that what's the purpose behind what?
Behind all the fucking, all this buzz that's happening because of this stupid topic.
No, it's a great topic. Okay, so this is the thing.
I'm not going to believe anyone until I see it by myself. And who cares?
But okay, so this is what you already see it every time you go to the ocean or to a lake, or anywhere, right? You don't ever see any curvature of the Earth. You experience the Earth as flat and stationary. The only reason you think it's a globe is because that's what you were told when you were growing up, and you saw some movies, and you saw some pictures from NASA, and you thought, "Oh wow, the Earth is a globe," and that's the only reason you think it's a globe. But you experience it.
I don't believe that it's globe. I don't believe that it's flat or not. I don't know. Okay. I can't. If you ask me, I'm not gonna tell you it's flat or it's not. I'm gonna tell you I don't know because I didn't see it. I must go to the space and see it by my eyes. Okay.
Okay. Well. Okay then. So you're not sure, but you experience it as flat when you go out in reality, right?
I mean, you can't know. Let's say that you are a small, you are small. You are too small.
The Earth's really big. The Earth's really big, and you're really small, and the Earth's really big. So you experience it as flat.
You can't see if it's actually flat because you will see it's flat, but you can't make sure that it's flat.
So you experience it as flat.
You just
just say yes.
But you can
say yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a starting point. That's a starting point. Okay, and now if you want to claim that what seems flat is actually curving, then we need to go out and test the Earth, and we've done that. And it's not a globe. It actually measures flat when we do long distance observations, laser tests over huge distances where there should be many hundreds of feet of curvature.
Actually, the only way for me is to go out.
No. We can't get high enough to see any curvature, even if the Earth was a globe. We can only get up to the height of a plane. Okay, like 40,000 feet high, or we can send up a weather balloon with a camera on it, and it looks flat from that height. Okay, we can't go up higher than that.
But when you go to the space, it's not flat.
No. You didn't go to the space. Okay, you've only been taught a story about space. Nobody is going to space. America faked the moon missions. That they're the only people. They're the only people. Why? Because they wanted to seem like they could do something that no other country could do, perhaps. Okay, we could speculate all day long, right? They got billions and billions of dollars in tax money. Who knows where that money really went? But they got seen as the most powerful country because they could do what no other country could do. They beat the Soviets in the space race. and they went to the moon, right? But if you have a look at the footage is
why would they start
inconsistent.
a race?
I have a question.
I mean, why would they start a race and there's no, end line?
Yeah, well, there was an end line, wasn't there?
Where you say that
America did it. America, the greatest nation, because they could do what no other country could do, right? They the most technologically advanced country did what no other country could do, and they went to the moon.
No, all that. That a lot of countries did.
No other countries put a man on the moon. No other country sent a person to the moon.
Not to the moon, but to the station.
Yeah, that's not very high. That's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. That's only 250 miles up. The moon's 250. No. If you look at pictures through a wide-angle lens, if you look at pictures through a wide-angle lens, if you look at the pictures or the videos that are made through a wide-angle lens, and the horizon is above the center of the frame, it's going to have lens distortion and make it look curved. If you have a look in the side chat, there's a great example there. Okay, if you take a still shot of that GIF in the side chat, when the horizon is curving, right, you'll say, oh, look, we can see the curvature. But as the horizon goes below the center of the frame, you can see that, no, actually, it wasn't Earth curvature. It was just a lens effect. So that's what you're seeing from the ISS footage.
What's about the travel of Magellan? Is this a lie?
No, it's not a lie, but it doesn't prove that the Earth's a globe.
He turned around the Earth.
Yeah, so look, let's just say you have a big lake with islands in the lake, and you get on a boat and you go around the lake and come back to where you started. That's a flat surface. You just went around the lake and you came back to where you started again. That's all Magellan did.
And if the Earth is flat, then we need some kind of outlines. Because
outlines? What do you mean?
The water will, because the oceans will just go to the space.
Oh, right, like on a globe where you have all of the water stuck to the outside of a ball.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, think about it, right? We're claiming that water needs a container. You have to have a container to have a large body of water, like a pool, right? You have the pool, and then you have the edges of the pool, and it's the container that holds the water.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
If you have like a lake, like if you have like a big lake or something like that, right? Obviously, you can't fall off the lake, and the water, what's containing the water, right? It's the container. It's the low spot in the land where the water gathers, and then you have a shoreline at the edge of the body of the water. Okay, we say that you need to have a container to have a large body of water. That's common sense. That's logical, right? We're not saying that we have a ball that's spinning through space with all of the ocean stuck to the outside of a ball that's spinning through space at like over 1 million miles per hour in all these different directions. Like that's the crazy claim. But we've been desensitized to how crazy that claim is. Okay, we think of that as normal, where that's not normal. What's normal is that water needs a container, and then the surface of the water is flat. That's what we're claiming. The logical standard, right? The logical standpoint is that water needs a container. The water on the surface of the container is flat. Okay, on the globe, it's all stuck to the outside of a ball. And then you need a magical force called gravity, right, that holds all of the water to the outside of the ball. So all we're claiming is everything that we all experience, everything that's logical, okay? It's anyone can go and test it anytime out in reality. You don't need to have a belief. You don't need to have faith or trust in higher powers like astronomers or astrophysicists or space scientists, theoretical physicists. You don't need to trust these people when you have a flat Earth. Okay, because we can just go and experience it in reality. We can test it. And we've done that. We've tested it over and over again. There's no curvature.
Can I ask a question?
So, anyone else want to speak?
Yeah, we got Mikey. What's up, Mikey?
Right, so I do believe it's flat, and I do agree with everything you're saying. But one thing I don't understand is why the stars are not always visible 24/7 in the sky. Even in those pictures you sent.
Mm-hmm. Well,
why
I think
can
it's
we
just
sometimes see stars in the sky,
yeah.
but on photographs like you sent of what we call space, they're not there.
Yeah,
Where do
it's
they go?
kind of crazy, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. The higher you get, the less stars you seem to see. And the lower you are, I mean, to a certain extent, you can see more stars. It's kind of crazy. Like, what the hell are stars? That's another question that we don't know the answer to. We don't think that they're burning balls of gas in a space vacuum, millions of miles away and much larger than the Earth. So yeah, I'm not sure. Stars are a trip. The sky is amazing. It's a big mystery how the sky works. But it could be to do with the exposure settings on the camera or something, why you can't see stars in these pictures. I'm not sure. I'm sure there's an excuse that the GlobeSide has for this.
Yeah, maybe. And have you seen NASA's first picture of Earth this year?
This year?
Yeah, I believe they posted it on the first day this year.
Okay, now that
basically, if you compare that picture to every other single one they've apparently taken, only that one has all the stars and everything else in the background.
Oh yeah, I can see it now. I just looked it up. Yeah, I'll post it in the side chat. Yeah, I didn't know about this. All right, here we go.
Tell me how fake that looks.
It looks completely fake and ridiculous. Yeah,
it's ridiculous, right? I think they've gone to the point where they're just seeing how delusional people can be. They're really pushing it at this point.
How much they can get away with.
Yeah, that is such a fake photo, and literally no other photo they claim is real looks like that. They all look completely different.
Mm-hmm.
And what actually made me believe it's flat is someone told me to look up a real picture of a satellite in space, and I literally couldn't find one. Every single one looks fake, and that's when I basically started to transform into a flat earther, basically.
Yeah, so anyone listening can just go to Google and type in photograph of a satellite in space or satellites in space and just hit images. And all you're going to see is a whole bunch of cartoons, every single one. There is, in fact, not a single photograph of a satellite in space. Some people claim to have zoomed in on the ISS, and you can see a little blurry picture of the ISS. Okay, but just a regular satellite that we get told about. Every single one's just a CGI picture. That's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's insane that they're just lying to everyone's face.
How fast are these satellites moving in space?
Well, they claim to be moving at like 17,000 plus miles per hour or something like that, aren't they? Depending on how high they are and that kind of thing. But how are we going to confirm that, right? That's just another story that we're being told that we have to have faith in or not have faith in. You're not going to be able to validate that. It's just a claim.
Yeah, the thing with the speed is, it's another thing that just doesn't make any sense. For anyone that doesn't know, a bullet from a gun travels at about 2,000 miles per hour. And, NASA, they claim that we, as a solar system, are moving through space, through this infinite vacuum, at 800,000 miles per hour, while somehow there's also all these satellites surrounding our Earth that are following us too while we spin in this corkscrew pattern with all these other planets. The more you sort of explain it, the more dumb it just sounds.
Yeah, the more you look into it, definitely the more outlandish the claims become. They throw such big numbers at people that it kind of short circuits people's brains. They don't realize that the speed of sound is less than 1,000 miles per hour. Okay, and then they claim that the globe is spinning at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator, and then it's orbiting the sun at 66.6 thousand miles per hour, and then it's chasing the sun at the same time that's traveling at 480,000 miles per hour, and then that whole system's moving as well at like over 1 million miles per hour. It's freaking crazy, the claims. People's brains kind of just short circuit when it comes to those speeds.
Yeah, and the moon as well. It's circling around Earth, right? They say, like, so while we fly, somehow the moon is also circling the Earth. It's insane.
They claim that there's 15,000 satellites in space.
15,000. Damn.
15,000 moving 17,000 miles per hour. I don't know.
Damn. We can't get a picture of one.
Well, you can't even find a fake picture where there's two in one.
The only pictures that I've seen of satellites, like photographs, is when they're on balloons, like stratospheric balloons and things like that. They're up super high altitude, and you've got like what looks like a satellite attached to a giant balloon. That's the only ones that I've seen pictures of, like actual photographs of. Never. Yeah.
So just observing when people are questioning flat Earth genuinely and wanting to know, one thing that I've noticed is they can't grasp the fact that they've been lied to. I think that's where it all starts. It's like, why would they lie? And then you have to.
Yeah, that's exactly. And you know, my answer to that is that I don't think people, for the most part, are actually lying. Like the vast majority of people genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Even professors and most scientists and things like that. I think they're just, you know, they've been taught it in the textbooks. They've learnt it their whole life. They never questioned it. They've never tested it. They've never been presented, you know, alternative arguments. And, you know, they're just running off a spherical model, a mathematical concept, basically, that was how the globe was born originally. It's not because people went out and started measuring Earth curvature, that's for sure. Okay, they took a celestial sphere and basically inverted that into the globe through philosophical reasoning and things like that. People who were mystic cult leaders like Pythagoras.
You're correct. I wouldn't consider my 6th grade teacher a liar just because that she had been indoctrinated and just doing her job.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. They're pushing the bullshit because they're experts at memorizing the book of bullshit. And, you know, that's their job, is to memorize and regurgitate information. And then it's the students' jobs to memorize and regurgitate information on the exams. And then you get a stamp on your wrist and a good grade. You got an A, little Bobby. You know, you regurgitated the information just right. Well done. You're smart. Top of the class.
I think you're doing a great job, DJ. I think you're doing a great job.
Cheers, Charlie. Just trying to get some information out to some people, that's all. Not trying to convince people. Just like, hey, check this out.
One thing that I've noticed too is that we tend to look up when trying to prove that the Earth is flat. I think it'd be best if we just stay on the ground and explain how the Earth is measured, rather, because that's the first thing that they go to is, well, what about the moon or what about space? You know, and that is all irrelevant when it comes to how the Earth is measured, in my opinion.
Completely agree. It's usually the globe side that will do whatever they can to try to divert the conversation back into outer space where none of us can really validate anything empirically. while we're trying to keep the conversation on the ground, it's like, this is the one thing that we can test, and this is the one thing that is required for the Earth to be a globe, and that's that the water is curving. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, and that water has to be curving at a specific rate. So we can just calculate that. Okay, and while we may not be able to see the curvature because we're so small, and if the Earth were a globe, it would be so big it would appear flat to us, but there would be byproducts of that curvature in the form of a geometric horizon at a certain distance, and then things that go beyond that will start to become obstructed behind that horizon. It has to happen if the Earth's a globe, and that's how we check for the curvature. And there is none when we check.
For sure. I completely agree. I got to go, but DJ, like I said, you're doing a great job.
Cheers, Charlie. Catch you next time, man. Thanks for,
So you see that video that Miguel posted about the stars?
Yeah.
That still doesn't really answer the question of how when we do go really high up, you still can't see them. What Miguel is showing is if we, outside of cities, they're nice and clear. But once we go really high up, they're still not there.
Yeah.
So that's what really confuses me. And it's a question that I just struggle to answer when someone asks me about the stars.
Yeah, it's crazy. Why would that happen? It could be something to do with the camera exposure settings, I guess, but I don't know enough about how that would work. Yeah, and it's interesting the astronauts, when they interviewed the astronauts about can you see stars when you're up in space, how some of them would say that when you're up there you can see all of the stars, like way better than you could ever see from the Earth. It's like you can see everything. And then other ones are like, I don't remember ever seeing a star the entire time I was in space, like Neil Armstrong, for example. So I don't recall seeing a single star. It's the blackest black you could ever imagine. Contradictions all over the place.
Is there anything that might make you believe it's a globe?
Well, not really at this point, because there's been so many tests on now showing that there's no curvature. Now, the only explanation to the tests would be some kind of crazy refraction that we don't know about, right? Because when you learn how refraction works, you learn that that's absolutely not an explanation for why a laser would hit its target over a huge distance in all different locations all over the Earth, completely different weather conditions. Why would a laser beam bend hundreds of feet or dozens of feet, depending on the distance, to perfectly hit the target every single time? How come every single time we go out to do a long distance observation, that geometric horizon isn't anywhere to be found? Okay, we've just got probably thousands of observations and laser tests and things like that are being done now, all showing that the Earth can't possibly be a globe. So they would have to prove that it's a globe via the same type of method, right? Empirical testing, measurements of the surface of the Earth, right, over the surface of the water, and then they would have to somehow explain away all our tests, and then they would have to repeat their tests to show that it is actually matching up with the claimed globe mathematics. So, they got a bunch of problems that they need to explain, but it's always going to go back to the curvature problem. Whatever's happening in the sky is irrelevant if the surface is measuring flat. right? Because whatever's going to happen in the sky is not going to change. It's not going to make the water start to bend. So yeah, it's pretty much something I could say I know it, as a fact, because it's been empirically tested, and anyone can go out and verify these tests themselves. We encourage people, go out, do your own tests. You don't have to believe us. Just go and check. And then you get people like Dr. John Dee, who's a PhD in optics, spectrophotometry or something like that. So he's an expert when it comes to optics and light and how light propagates through mediums and things like that. And he went out originally to try to debunk flat Earth, doing different types of tests, using different spectrums of lasers and using super zoom cameras and things like that. And he became a flat earther in the process. So we encourage people, go out and check and then post your results, and then we can all go over the results and analyze it and, be intellectually honest analyzing it and come to a logical conclusion. So this is where I'm at, basically. Like, we all have a baseline. We have a base axiom that we all experience, and that's that the Earth is flat, stationary. And then when we go out and test it, that checks out as well. So until someone else can provide something that goes against all of this logic and common sense and common experience, then it is what it is.
What do you think the sun is?
Absolutely no idea whatsoever.
Because I see flat earthers post different videos of what the sun is, and I see videos of people trying to show us the sun being local, where clouds literally go behind it. Have you seen those?
Yeah, I got a whole folder of them.
Then there's videos, like the screenshots you sent from, where you send a balloon into space, and the sun is beyond everything else. Right. So how do you know which one is the actual sun? Do you know what I mean?
Well, okay. So, what the sun is that we see is an apparent light in the sky, and it has to do with the way that our atmosphere works as well, or atmo. Not atmosphere, really. It's not a good term, but it has to do with the way our atmo works. Now, David Weiss, not that I like David Weiss that much, but David Weiss has a great test that he did with his wife in his house, and they kind of gave a good demonstration of how the sun that we see is apparent to each individual person. And if you have something that represents the atmosphere in a demonstration like he did, he sort of showed how the sun can appear in different places for different people, and that what we see is an apparent sun. So what he did is he stood on one side of his living room, and his wife stood on the other side of the living room. They had a big sheet set up, and then they had the light source, right, to represent the sun behind the sheet. Now, from David Weiss's perspective, when he looked at the sun, he marked where he could see the sun. He could see like a round sun that looked like a sun on the sheet. The sheet is to represent the atmosphere, okay, because we're looking through a medium, a big, thick atmosphere. So they put the sheet there just for this example. Okay, so he pointed onto the sheet and drew a little mark where he could see the sun. Now they moved the camera over from where David Weiss was standing to where his wife was standing, and he said, "Okay, where can you see the sun?" And she's like, drew like a a little mark on the sheet where she could see the sun. So they could both see only one light source. Okay, but they could see the sun at completely different places depending on where they were standing. So the sun was apparent, right? So where David Weiss, like where David Weiss could see the sun, where he drew the little mark, when his wife's looking at the light source, right, she would just see the mark on the sheet with no light there at all, and vice versa. Kind of like when you're standing at the beach and you got the reflection coming to your feet from the sun, and it's lighting up all the water. Okay, you're the only person that can see that light. Is that really lit up? Is that water really lit up by the sun? Because no one else can see that light, right? You could have someone just standing down the beach a bit. They can't see that light coming to your feet at all, right? That's personal to you. And they'll have their own beam of light going off the water to their sun. And the way we see the sun up in the sky acts in a similar way, kind of like a reflection, more than seeing it, the actual source of the sun. Because of the way that the atmosphere works, and probably a bunch more that we don't know about. But yeah, it's kind of trippy. So sometimes the sun appears looks like it's embedded in the clouds, but for anyone to suggest that the actual sun is sitting there embedded in the clouds right there, that would be ridiculous to make that claim. But it's appearing there, right? So that's why I think like the sun that we see in the sky is an apparent light in the sky.
I guess it's unexplainable what it really is then.
Yeah, exactly. We can't check.
And that's why, NASA had to create all these lies, because with all this technology we have, people would question, what even is it? So they made up it's a huge ball of fire. I forgot like the actual size of it, but was like 100 times of the Earth.
Yeah, it's freaking huge. I forget the exact size.
It's insane.
You could fit a huge amount of Earth inside this, the sun. That's how big it is. A burning ball of plasma gas in a vacuum.
Yeah, and they claim it's about 93 million miles away, which is just hard to comprehend.
Yeah. Yeah, they push everything as far away as they need it to be for it to make sense in their heliocentric model, I guess.
So what is the heliocentric model?
Well, it's a concept. It's a mathematical concept.
Okay, because I'm
all it is.
Still sort of new to all this, and I don't really, throw myself into these sort of arguments because.
Okay, so first they were sort of suggesting that the Earth was in the center. Okay, the globe was in the center, and then all of the sun and the moon, the planets and everything were revolving around the Earth. And then when Copernicus came along, right, he suggested that everything is actually... Bro, hold on a second. Try not to interrupt. Just wait a second. Gotta put yourself on mute for a second, bro. Dude. Crazy. Yeah, so first there was the geocentric model where the Earth was at the center, and then came the heliocentric model where they put the sun at the center. Everything's kind of revolving around the sun. We're orbiting around the sun at 66.6 thousand miles per hour. That kind of thing. Whereas before they didn't think the Earth was like orbiting around the sun. The Earth was just in the center.
What is
helio? Go ahead.
Sorry.
I was just going to say helio just means sun, right? Sun-centric, heliocentric.
Yeah. I understand. Okay.
Yeah.
When somebody asks you for proof that it's flat, what is the first thing you point out? What is your first piece of evidence? Like, what is it?
Okay, my first piece of evidence that I would present to someone is clearing up the misconceptions first, and then showing some long distance observations. So basically, showing a distance over the surface of water that we know the distance, right? Say it's 10 miles, and then calculating how much curvature there should be over that 10 miles on a globe, which is 66.6 feet of curvature over 10 miles. Okay, and then showing a long distance observation from a certain height, right? Like say you set up a camera at 1 meter high, and then you're looking across a 10-mile lake. Okay, and if the Earth's a globe, there has to be 66 foot of curvature, which is 22 meters over that distance. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to zoom in across that lake and see your buddy standing on the other side of the lake at the same height that you're at. He should be hidden by more than 50 foot of Earth curvature if the Earth were a globe. So I would say, look, where that curvature that has to be there, if gravity exists the way that we're taught, if the globe exists the way that we're taught, then that water has to be curving at that exact amount over that distance. And if it's not, that debunks the globe. It completely debunks the globe. It debunks gravity, right? Their claim of gravity. Everything being pulled towards the center of the globe. That means the water has to be curving at exactly that amount over that distance. And if it's not doing that, it cannot possibly be a globe. And then you wouldn't just do one test. Okay, you would test it at different times of the day, and then you would go to a bigger body of water. Then you would try it on a lake, and then you would try it at the ocean, and then you would try it in Canada and Australia and all these different places until you've accumulated repeated, like a huge list of tests that show that there's no curvature over these distances. And then, people can start using different methods and maybe showing laser tests that people have done, where instead of just using an optical device like a super zoom camera to look across, you can actually set up a high-powered laser beam and then make the laser beam horizontal with the water, the surface of the water, and shoot it across the lake, to a target that's safe. Say you've got a 1 meter high target that the laser's being shot off, and then you've got a 1 meter high target on the other side of the lake. And then see if the laser hits the target. And if the Earth's a globe, the laser shouldn't hit the target. It should miss the target by a huge amount. But the lasers always hit the targets. And some of the laser tests have been done up to 40 plus kilometers away, where there should be over 400 foot of curvature. Sorry, I keep jumping between metric system and imperial, but yeah, so just testing for the curvature. That's where it starts and that's where it ends, really. Like that's the death of it. Obviously there's tons more arguments we could get into, but every single globe argument requires that curvature to be there. If it's not there, it's not a globe. It's always going to come back to that as well. Any argument will circle back to that curvature requirement. Like the eclipse argument, for example. They're like, oh, how come we see a curved shadow on the moon during an eclipse? Okay, well, that requires this water that's in front of me right here to be bending at a certain rate. And it's not. So whatever you're seeing in the sky and making assumptions about is incorrect because the water is not curving.
Don't have some sort of invested, very biased, very dogmatic stance, and become combative. You've been very pleasant to talk to, so welcome back anytime.
Thanks, I'll come back. Y'all have a good one.
Take it easy.
Is there any flat Earth advocates here who can answer a question for me?
Yeah, I'm an advocate. Yes, I say go outside. I advocate believing what you see. Sorry, but I won't do that again. I advocate you could trust your own eyes. That's what I advocate.
So you are a flat Earth defender. Like if you see the flat Earth yourself, therefore it's real. Is that your argument?
Is your argument that it's fake?
Well, if I'm in a plane, for example, and I see the curvature of the Earth,
you don't see a curve from a plane. Why are you making shit up?
Why do I not see that? I literally see a curve.
High enough to see the curve of the Earth, dude.
What, bro? I see.
No airplane goes. Okay, no airplane goes high enough to see the curve of the Earth. If the Earth was a globe of 3,959 mile radius, do you know that if you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, the airplane would be 1/100th of an inch off of it? It is nowhere near high enough. No scientists or the geometry don't work out. It's nowhere near high enough. 10 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter.
What
Join Flat Earth Discord, the best place on earth to talk about Earth.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.